Chapter 239. The time of the Hidden Dragon rank competition was getting closer and closer, and the South Rudra region was getting more and more chaotic. Besides the hundreds of different martial institutions, tens of thousands of lone warriors had rushed to the Hidden Dragon ancient city. The lowest cultivation among them was at the Clasping Yuan realm, and none of them were below the Clasping Yuan realm. As for the reason, it was very simple. Only the ranked martial institutions could bring some of their disciples who were below the Clasping Yuan realm to watch the competition. As for the outsiders, they would have to be at least at the Clasping Yuan realm. Plus, there was a limit on the number of people who could go beyond the Hidden Dragon ancient city's capacity. Unless one was an astral-reaching realm warrior, he or she would not be able to enter. Under this rule, the lone warriors who were at the Clasping Yuan realm would have to leave a few months before the competition. If they could not watch the competition, they would regret it for 3 years. Plus, this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition was the most popular one, which would only happen once in 1,000 years. They would regret it for 10 lifetimes. When the whole South Rudra region was heated up, some of the powerful martial institutions were also making their own preparations. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would be the most popular one in the past 1,000 years. There would be countless martial geniuses. Plus, under the Hidden Dragon ancient city was the Earth Chi Dragon Fountain. It could be said that the ranking would directly affect the luck of the individual and the martial institution. This was not just a bluff, it was actually real. All of the young warriors who had shown their talents in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions had basically achieved something. The higher the ranking, the more achievements they would have. The competition was not only about the ranking but also about the luck. Sky Flying Devil Martial School, an extremely tall mountain pierced through the clouds, disappearing into the thick layers of clouds. On top of the mountain, there was a majestic pitch-black palace. Outside of the palace, there were 2 black statues with wings on their backs and a third eye in between their eyebrows, guarding on both sides. Normal people would not dare to look at them directly. Inside the palace, the leader of the Sky Flying Devil Martial School had his back facing the palace door, looking high up in the air. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition is not going to be easy. Mo Yin, as the head disciple of our Sky Flying Devil Martial School, you only managed to get the 8th place in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition. I'm very disappointed. In the middle of the palace, 2 young men and women stood side by side. The teenager in black on the left bowed and said with respect, "Leader, Mo Yin has disappointed you. This time, I will definitely get into the top 3 and fight for more luck for the Sky Flying Devil Martial School. That's for the best. Let's not talk about you for now. Qingqing, you were only ranked 27th in the previous batch. Are you still planning to hold back this time around?" The purple-clothed woman beside the black-clothed young man said, "Sect Master, in the previous tournament, my great sky demon art had just reached the 7th level, so I didn't have much confidence in making it into the top 10. That's why I didn't give it my all and planned to save it for this tournament." The woman in purple was Murong Qingqing. "Your sky demon great art has reached the 10th level in such a short time, surpassing Mo Yin. It seems like you have had some other adventures out there. Alright, this year's top 10 Hidden Dragon rank, our Sky Demon Martial School will definitely take 2 places and become the number 1 ranked 6 martial institution in the whole South Rudra region." This was a scorching volcanic zone. In the center of the volcanic zone, there were many red palaces surrounding it. And in the largest volcano as far as the eye could see, it was all golden magma. On the magma, there was a large piece of land that had a radius of several dozen li, and on it sat a pure gold palace. There were only 2 people standing in the hall. "Chihua, you were the number 2 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. What do you think this time?" A middle-aged man wearing a pure gold long robe sat on a huge chair. The chair was neither made of wood nor metal, but something similar to rocks. It was extremely hard and it looked very powerful. The young man said, "I, the Fire Spirit Prince, will not lose again." "Very good. The number 1 of the Hidden Dragon rank is the most powerful one, and you will get the most luck. If you can get the number 1, then you will definitely be worthy of the title of Fire Spirit Prince." The middle-aged man laughed. The whole palace seemed to be shaking and the magma outside was boiling. "Daoxian, your Heartless spell has reached the 10th level, and your Heartless sword intent has reached 60% as well. You are indeed a rare martial genius of our Heartless Martial School." On top of the cliff, the middle-aged man in blue stood with his hands behind his back. His clothes were fluttering in the wind as if he was about to leave. The young man with a cold expression said, "Leader, you are flattering me. However, the real Heartless does not mean that you are heartless. Instead, it means that you see everything as nothing. As long as you are heartless, there is no need for you to care about the surface. This is the Heartless Tao. If you can understand this, no one in the Hidden Dragon rank will be able to compete with you. Heartless does not mean that you are heartless, seeing everything as nothing. The young man seemed to be thinking. This might be a bit difficult for you. Even I have not figured it out yet. I just want you to walk in this direction. You do not need to be restricted by the word heartless. Yes, leader. Although the young man did not understand the meaning behind it, he had already memorized it. In the Grey Mystery Nation, which was right next to the Black Dragon Empire, the Grey Mystery Nation had the largest land area among the three nations, but only 1/10 of it was actually populated. The rest of the land was made up of 10,000 mountains. In the west of the Grey Mystery Nation, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. Visible to the naked eye, an extremely thick beam of light shot down from the sky and landed on the vast martial institution. This martial institution was one of the two rank 6 martial institutions in the Grey Mystery Nation, the Sunset Martial School. Your head disciple was ranked number 6 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, but he is already over 24 years old, so he cannot join anymore. So, I will leave the top 10 competition to you, Chen Yun. The leader of the Sunset Martial School looked worried. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would be the most prosperous one in the past 1,000 years, and the luck would be immeasurable. However, the head disciple was already over 24 years old, so he could not join anymore. Although the second disciple had improved extremely fast and was already extremely powerful at the age of 19, he was still not powerful enough to compete with the top young warriors in the last Hidden Dragon rank. The young man who looked very handsome said, "Leader, I can do whatever the head disciple can do. You don't have to worry. I don't expect you to get into the top 5, but you have to get into the top 10. Everything will fall when it reaches its peak, and the Hidden Dragon rank competition is the same. The luck in the next Hidden Dragon rank competition will not be as good as this one." Chen Yun knows. The Floating Mountain. It was both the name of the magical mountain and the name of a rank 6 martial institution. In the history of this martial institution, there had been 2 life and death realm warriors, which had once brought the Floating Mountain Martial School up to the rank 5 martial institution. However, there was always a downfall when there were no new life and death realm warriors. Therefore, the Floating Mountain Martial School had dropped from rank 5 to rank 6. However, no one dared to underestimate the power of the Floating Mountain Martial School, not even the royal families of the 3 great nations. In the middle of the endless mountain range, a 1,000 meters tall mountain was floating in the air, 3,300 meters above the ground. According to the rumors, this mountain was brought back from some ancient land by the second life and death realm warrior of the Floating Mountain Martial School. It contained the magnetic godly iron which could repel the gravity of the earth. That was why it could float in the air all year round. There was only one palace on the mountain, which was the main palace of the Floating Mountain Martial School. On the plaza outside the main palace, a muscular middle-aged man and a young man stood side by side, looking down at the vast land below the mountain. "Unfortunately, my potential has been used up and I cannot reach the life and death realm. But you are different. Your talent and comprehensive ability are even more powerful than mine. You are the most talented one among all of the Tsang King's descendants. You will have the chance to take the most difficult step and become the new king of the Floating Mountain Martial School. Right now it is time to test you. As a descendant of a king, you have to do what only a king can do. Continue to take the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank, and bring endless luck to our Floating Mountain Martial School." The young man emitted an aura as if he was looking down on the whole world. His eyes were like a god's as he said lightly, "The South Rudra region is only my starting point. The true spirit continent is my stage. Big Grandpa, don't worry. The first place of the Hidden Dragon rank is already under my control. Without any accidents, when I reach the top again, it will be the beginning of me leaving the South Rudra region and heading to the true spirit continent." The middle-aged man laughed. In his mind, Shinger was indeed talented and had the demeanor of a king. What he lacked was an equally powerful opponent. Only an equally powerful opponent would be able to stimulate his potential and reach the level of Shenhe. After all, if a lion stayed in a group of sheep for too long, its claws and teeth would slowly become blunt. But if a lion stayed in a group of lions, it would only become more powerful, unless it lost its pride as a lion. The Ice Crystal Empire, an empire of ice and snow. In this huge empire, there were also 2 rank 6 martial institutions, the Sky Falling Martial School and the Ice Extreme Martial School. The main palace of the Sky Falling Martial School was built on a meteor that was dozens of miles wide. It was dark with a hint of red, and its whole body was shining with a metallic luster. There was not a single bit of rock on the outside. Inside the sky-falling palace, the leader and the few core masters were all smiling. God wants our sky-falling martial school. Yuner has trained his sky-falling great art to its 11th level at the most critical moment. Indeed, the sky-falling great art is a top-rank Earth realm martial art. The power of its 11th level would be absolutely horrifying. This time, not to mention the top 3, he could even fight for the first place and beat Xikong Sheng from the Floating Mountain Martial School. Xikong Sheng has inherited the bloodline of the Tsang King, which means that he has a huge potential. However, in front of absolute power, even the king's bloodline would have to be defeated. Ah, this is great. The teenager with the unrestrained temperament laughed. Leader masters, you have to keep this a secret. I want to take the first place unexpectedly in the Hidden Dragon rank competition, and show the power of our sky-falling martial school. Of course. All of us here are core masters of our sky-falling martial school. We will definitely keep this a secret for you. You should not let your guard down. Take this opportunity to get familiar with the 11th level of the sky-falling great art, and try to use its power to its limit. Also, if you can get the first place this time, the position of the leader of the sky-falling martial school will be yours for sure. The leader of the sky-falling martial school said. Alright, the first place of the Hidden Dragon rank is mine for sure. The teenager was full of spirit and ambition. The Ice Extreme Martial School was located in the middle of thousands of miles of ice mountains. There were white mountains, white water, and white sky everywhere. Inside the magnificent ice mountains, there was a palace that was built completely out of ice. Bingling, although our Ice Extreme Martial School does not like to fight, but the competition of the Hidden Dragon rank is not only about the ranking. It is also a place to fight for luck. No matter if it is personal luck or the luck of our martial school, we have to fight for it. This time, I want you to get into the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon rank. The middle-aged lady said coldly. In the middle of the palace, the cold-looking lady in white nodded and said, Leader, don't worry. I, Bingling, will either not fight for it or I will fight for the first place and win the endless luck for our martial school. Good. Then I will not worry anymore. Chapter 240. Half a month later, Yi Qin had finally made it through the northern part of the Black Dragon Empire and arrived at the land between the 3 countries. This land was vast and the mountains were ancient and steep. In the beginning, Yi Qin did not notice anything different. But as he got deeper, he realized that there was an ancient qi being emitted from this land. It seemed to be able to reverse the yin and yang, messing up the fate of the world. The Hidden Dragon ancient place has existed since the ancient times. It is said that it has suppressed 72 dragon veins, and among them, the Earth Chi Dragon Vein under the Hidden Dragon Ancient City is the most powerful one. It controls the flow of the Earth Chi in the whole South Rudra region. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. It is no weaker than all the ancient inheritance places in the whole South Rudra region. In some aspects, it might even be more powerful. But why do those inheritance places no longer exist in the world? Why does the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place still exist? Yi Qin was shocked by this vast land. His soul power spread out, and he felt like he could hear the roars of dragons. It was as if his soul was about to be shattered. Entering the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place, there were more and more warriors passing by. A lot of them were flying while discussing in a low voice, sounding very respectful. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place is not something that any country in the whole South Rudra region can take over. In the history, there was a super country that wanted to build a capital in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place, gathering all of the luck in the whole South Rudra region. But in only 72 days the capital was destroyed, and all of the royal family members had died. Since then, no one has tried to take over the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place. Even the Life and Death Realm warriors are afraid of this place. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place is a place of luck, but it is also a place of death. According to the ancient records, a lot of Life and Death Realm warriors have been killed there, including an unbeatable king warrior who had been titled Emperor level. It had even killed a lot of foreign race king warriors who wanted to get their hands on the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place. 20 years ago, it was not like the leader of the Nine Ghost cult did not have any ideas about the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place. But, as you all know, the whole Nine Ghost cult was completely destroyed. Even the leader of the Nine Ghost cult was being chased by Xianhou and the Dragon King. 20 years ago, Xianhou was still very young and did not have much power. Although the Dragon King was an experienced king warrior, he would not have much chance of winning in a one-on-one battle. Normally, even if the two of them combined forces, they would not be able to kill the leader of the Nine Ghost cult, since the battles between Life and Death Realm warriors were not normal, and there would not be any deaths. Even if the leader of the Nine Ghost cult could not win against the two of them, he should still be able to leave safely. I guess he might have been badly wounded in the Hidden Dragon ancient place, and his power had dropped. These things are hard to explain and no one knows the details. What is the point of us making wild guesses? No matter how mysterious the Hidden Dragon ancient place is, it has nothing to do with us. Only the young generation will be able to get the luck from there. We just need to watch. You're right. On the Rising Dragon platform, the luck will be on you. I wonder who else would be able to get the luck from the Earth Chi Dragon Fountain in the whole South Rudra region? Those old guys should be here already. Let's hurry. They were all astral-reaching realm warriors, so they were extremely fast. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, they had already left the other warriors far behind. Hearing them, Yi Qing gasped. The Hidden Dragon ancient place had killed a lot of life and death realm warriors, including an unbeatable king warrior who had been titled Emperor level. It had killed all the royal members of a super nation. No one knew if the leader of the Nine Ghost cult was still alive, and the Nine Ghost cult had been destroyed. No matter which one it was, they were all so shocking. This vast land with an ancient chi was no longer normal in Yi Chen's eyes. It was a place where light and darkness interweaved. It was both a place of luck and a place of death. The 72 Dragon Fountain matches the top 72 of the Hidden Dragon rank, fighting for the luck. It seems like the competitions for the Hidden Dragon rank are not just for show. There must be something else that I should not underestimate. A thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen increased his speed, flying towards the Hidden Dragon ancient city. The Hidden Dragon ancient place was way bigger than any of the three great nations. There were a lot of mountains that were connected together with no beginning or end. However, in the center of the Hidden Dragon ancient place, there was a special place. It seemed to be the beginning and the end of the mountains. The long mountains from all directions were like dragons that surrounded this place, sinking into the ground and gathering in the center. In this huge area, an extremely majestic ancient city was sitting on top of it, suppressing the thousands of mountains. It looked extremely ordinary, but it seemed to be extremely noble. This ancient city was indeed the place where the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank would be held, the Hidden Dragon ancient city. The history of the Hidden Dragon ancient city could not be studied anymore. All one knew was that it had existed for a very long time, since the ancient era. It had been standing for countless years. In this place, even the life and death realm warriors would have to be respectful, not daring to do anything that would affect the luck. On the vast plain outside the south gate of the Hidden Dragon ancient city, millions of warriors had gathered. It was a sea of people covering the whole mountain. The martial institutions that had arrived early had already built some simple buildings on the plain for their disciples to live in. As for the lone warriors, they did not care so much. They just sat on the ground with their legs crossed and started to cook food over the bonfires. They would call their friends from time to time, making all kinds of noises. The people from the Sky Cloud Martial School had arrived not too early but not too late either. A couple of inner masters had built 7 to 8 wooden houses on a small hill 10 miles away from the south gate. Outside the wooden houses, Lu Hanshan looked into the distance. He could not help but yell, "So many people, and all of them are clasping Yuan Realm warriors. Millions of clasping Yuan Realm warriors, it is indeed unimaginable. Even the clouds in the sky have been pushed away." Zhu Mei stood on the side looking up at the sky. Millions of Jin Qi vibrations had combined together. Although they were all contained and did not release it on purpose, those vibrations were still extremely horrifying. If a life and death realm warrior did not use any special skills, facing so many clasping Yuan Realm warriors, he would still be killed. But of course, life and death realm warriors were not stupid. They could leave whenever they wanted and no one would be able to stop them. Su Jing's expression was as cold as always. She did not say anything. Luo Xinglia walked out of the wooden house and said, "The Hidden Dragon rank competition is related to the fortune of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Entering the city is a fortune. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, leader." The three nodded seriously. In the next couple of days, a large number of martial institutions had been arriving every day. Because of the overwhelming number of people, the area around the south gate was almost packed. These martial institutions had no choice but to get rid of some lone warriors and occupy a large area to build houses for their disciples to live in. "Look, it is Wei Renjie who was ranked 37th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His blade art is very powerful. I heard that his blade intent has already reached the entry level. Qi Xiaofeng, who was ranked 38th in the Hidden Dragon rank, is also here. There is also Lung Wuqing, the child demon, who was ranked 45th. He had beaten a couple of clasping Yuan Realm warriors when he was only at the peak level late condensing reality realm. Now that he has reached the early clasping Yuan Realm, I wonder how powerful he has become. I think even the young warriors at the mid-clasping Yuan realm would not dare to say that they could win against him. Hearing the people's discussions, Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei suddenly became nervous. Before they came here they thought that with their current cultivation, they could at least compete with them, even if they could not get into the top 72. But now, they realized that these people had made even more progress than they had. That way Renjia was the most powerful one among all the young warriors they had ever met. His blade intent had actually reached the entry level. Not to mention fighting against him face to face, it would already be amazing if they could not break down when facing his blade intent. Qi Xiaofeng and Leng Wuqing were both powerful warriors. One was extremely talented, while the other was a regular warrior who had challenged people with higher cultivation than him. Glancing at Su Jing, who didn't show any reaction, Luo Hanshan sighed in his head and thought, "There is always someone better than you out there. Yichen, I wonder what level you have reached now." Shaking his head, Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile. Yi Chen's talent and comprehensive ability were undeniable, but he had started a bit too late after all. Otherwise, he might have been able to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon rank, even into the top 40 or even the top 30. He was not underestimating Yi Chen, it was just that the young warriors who had made it to the last Hidden Dragon rank had improved way too fast, way too fast. After all, they were not the only ones who had been improving. Brr, brr, brr. Roars of demonic beasts could be heard from afar. The people from the 6th grade Sunset School are here. And the Sky Meteor Sect, the Heartless Sect, and the Sky Demon Sect. The Fire Spirit Martial School, the Ice Extreme Martial School, and the Floating Mountain Martial School are right behind them. All the noises on the plain had disappeared completely, it was dead silent. Rank 6 martial institutions were different from those below rank 7. Normally, there would be a huge gap between rank 7 and rank 6, just like the gap between the Clasping Yuan realm and the Astral Reaching realm. It would be a huge gap and only a powerful warrior could be in charge of it. Each of the 7 rank 6 martial institutions had a very rich history, which had been accumulated for thousands of years. Among them, the Floating Mountain Martial School was the most powerful one, with a history even longer than the 3 great nations. 2 king warriors had been born in the martial institution, one was the Stone King and the other was the Tsang King. The area closest to the south gate was a huge open area, which was reserved for the 7 rank 6 martial institutions. No one dared to go up and fight for it and no one chose to get close to it either. All kinds of powerful demonic beasts landed on the ground. The people from the 7 rank 6 martial institutions all jumped down from the backs of the beasts and chose their own spots. The elders of the martial institutions gathered together and discussed in a low voice, while the young warriors stood in the front, which was very eye-catching. The head disciple of the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun, glanced at the few of them and sneered. This year's Hidden Dragon rank would definitely belong to him. Li Daoxian from the Heartless Martial School did not look around, as his sight landed on the south gate of the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. The 2 head disciples of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen and Murong Qingqing, exchanged a look. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. After 3 years, all of their old rivals' power had reached a very high level. Especially Lin Yun from the Skyfall Martial School, they felt a huge threat. A red halo appeared in Mo Yan's eyes as he stared at Lin Yun. He opened his mouth slowly. The chi on your body is 5 times more powerful than 3 years ago. 5 times. Murong Qingqing did not say anything. Her head disciple had trained the Sky Demon art, and he had mastered the Sky Demon eyes, which allowed him to observe the power of his opponent's chi. It would not be a lie. The head disciple of the Fire Spirit Martial School, the Fire Spirit Prince, had also noticed the difference in Lin Yun. He sneered, "No matter how powerful you are, you will still become my stepping stone." Not far away, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School was like a block of ice, without any emotion. His white robe was fluttering in the wind, releasing a creepy white chi. Everyone had their own chi fighting against each other. No one was weaker than the other. If it was someone with a powerful soul power, they might even see some sparks flashing in the air. It was a sign that their chi was fighting against each other. However, this kind of situation was soon broken. A young man with godlike eyes was walking with his hands behind his back. Wherever he went, the Yuan chi would follow behind him. He was like a natural king with his chi looking down on the whole world. His chi was even more powerful than Lin Yun's. Xikongsheng. On the plain, someone yelled with a low voice. Chapter 241. Xikongsheng, almost everyone in the South Rudra region had heard of him. He was the head disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, the descendant of the Tsang Emperor, the champion of the last hidden dragon rank. He had reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm before the age of 20. Any one of his achievements was more than enough to make him stand out from the crowd. Perhaps he was a little bit weaker than Shenhe, but in the whole true spirit continent, martial geniuses like Shenhe would only appear once in 1,000 years. She would be one of the top martial geniuses in any era. Plus, Xikong Sheng had the bloodline of a king warrior, which gave him a huge potential. It was an advantage that most of the martial geniuses did not have. Once Xikong Sheng got on the stage, he immediately looked like a king warrior of the young generation. Of course, it did not mean that he had already won against everyone else. After all, the king warrior bloodline gave him a natural advantage in terms of aura, and battling was not just about aura. These people are so powerful. They are even a few times more powerful than father. How could a clasping Yuan realm warrior reach such a horrifying level? Are they really clasping Yuan realm warriors? Luo Hanshan's pupils shrunk. In his memory, his father, Luo Xinglie, was also a martial genius in his generation. He was way more powerful than normal peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Together with the leaders of the other 4 martial institutions, they were known as the top 5 clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the Windy Nation. However, compared to Xikong Sheng and the others, he was not even as powerful as the top 30 young martial artists in the last hidden dragon rank. In other words, if Luo Xinglie and the others were allowed to compete on the stage, they would only be guaranteed to be in the top 72. Luo Xinglie's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, what is a genius? This is a real genius. It was so breathtaking that it made people speechless. Compared to it, we were just small loaches. Haha, uncle, thank you for bringing me to the hidden dragon ancient city. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young man with a wild aura and a sturdy body. At this moment, the young man was being carried by the middle-aged man and was flying towards them at high speed. Whoosh! The wild young man got rid of the middle-aged man's hand and landed right next to Xikong Sheng and the rest. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Little Tuoba, you're lucky this time. Next time you get lost, walk back by yourself." Many people could tell that the middle-aged man was an astral-reaching expert, and not an ordinary one at that. His cultivation base had obviously reached late astral-reaching realm, and he was definitely a top existence among the astral-reaching realm. The wild young man was indeed Tuobaku. After he had separated from Yichin, he had been on his way while looking for people to fight with. After a couple of days he had completely lost his way. As for this middle-aged man, he did not know him at all. Back then he had been fishing, and did not have the aura of an astral-reaching realm warrior. Tuobaku's eyesight was not bad, so he could tell that the middle-aged man was very powerful. Therefore he wanted to fight with him but ended up being beaten badly. His whole body was covered in bruises. Luckily the middle-aged man was only playing with him. Otherwise he would have been dead by now. And Tuobaku casually stood right next to Xikong Sheng and the rest, which instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Especially those young warriors who were ranked below the top 10, they were glaring at him angrily, using their chi to oppress him. Even they did not stand there, so how could this guy dare to stand in front of them? All of the young warriors' chi was extremely powerful. They all rushed toward Tuobaku like an avalanche, wanting to make him suffer a bit and remember his lesson. So stingy. Isn't it just taking up a spot? Tuobaku laughed out loud. An aura that was completely different from when he met Yichin was released from his body. It was like a mountain flood, like a tornado, like a volcano, exploding ferociously. There was even that domineering aura of a king, which was competing with the aura of Xikong Sheng and the rest. The young warriors opened their eyes wide, not daring to believe it. What? Another top young warrior? There is a unique king aura on him. Perhaps he also has a king bloodline? How is this possible? I have never seen him before. Where did he come from? The middle-aged man who had brought Tuobaku over laughed to himself. This Tuoba brat is not simple. His physical defense is shocking. No, it is horrifying. As for whether he has a king bloodline or not, it is hard to tell. He might be the direct descendant of some hidden family. The second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Qian Yun, frowned. His head disciple was already 24 years old, so he had lost the right to join the competition. The responsibility of fighting for the top 10 had fallen onto his shoulders. He was confident that he would be able to accomplish his goal, and he could even make it to the top. But who would have thought that a powerful opponent would appear along the way, whose chi was no weaker than the rest of the warriors, only slightly weaker than Xikong Sheng. Glancing at the 9th and 10th warriors from the last hidden sky martial school, Qian Yun saw that they were still hesitating, not daring to take a step forward. His heart sank and he tried his best to suppress his urge, not wanting to be the first one to step forward. He knew that as long as he took a step forward, he would be pressured by the aura of the other young warriors, and he did not have much confidence in dealing with it. Plus, the competition had not even started yet, so there was no need to make everyone angry. Let them be arrogant for a while. Besides 2 or 3 of them, I am not afraid of the rest. Qian Yun tightened his fists. Today was the opening day of the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, and everyone who was supposed to be here had already arrived. However, in a few people's minds there was still one missing. Why is he not here yet? Although I did not attack him seriously, I might not be able to win against him. Tuobaku thought of Yichen. Murong Qingqing had the same suspicion as well, but she did not care too much about it. She thought that Tuobaku had been delayed by something. Over at the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yichen is not here. Not good. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are extremely rare. If we miss it this time there will not be a next time. Luo Xinglia looked worried. The headmaster frowned. Yichen would not break his promise. He said he would definitely come. Right at that moment, a rumbling sound shook the whole area. The south gate of the Hidden Dragon Ancient City had been opened. It was like the gate to the heaven had been opened, which was quite shocking. In front of the south gate, the ground cracked open and moved towards the 2 sides. Then, 3 massive platforms that were miles in size appeared slowly, connected by a chain bridge. The first platform and the chain bridge were connected by 2 rock pillars. The pillars were hollowed out, shining with a blue light. The blue light interweaved with each other and formed a blue light wall, blocking the way into the bridge. On the second platform there was a strange square palace. It looked like it was made out of crystals, shining with a colorful light. Through the crystal walls, one could see a lot of jade tags hanging in the air. There was nothing on the third platform, which was nothing special. However, between the third platform and the south gate, there was a not-so-big abyss. There were paintings carved on the walls of the abyss. There were flowers, birds, fishes and insects on the bottom and real dragons on the top. Besides that, the platform was not at the same height as the south gate, which was about 72 meters higher. In other words, if one wanted to enter the south gate, they would have to jump up from the third platform. There was no other way. The 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate have appeared. I wonder how many people would be able to make it through. Probably not more than 40%. The 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate will automatically adjust the difficulty. It would not be easy to make it through all 3 challenges in a row. As the crowd chatted, all of the young warriors from the South Rudra region who had reached the standard started to move. Their first goal was to make it through the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate and enter the South Gate. Otherwise, they would not be able to do anything. Xikong Xing and the rest landed on the first platform first, followed by the rest of them. There were more than 2,000 people, which was a horrifying number. A huge hole appeared on the blue light wall, and Xikong Xing made it through. Then the Fire Spirit Prince, Lin Yun and the rest all made it through as well. They flew towards the second platform along the chain bridge. Leader, we will go first. Since they could not wait for Yichen, Luo Hanshan and the other 2 would have to go through the 3 challenges. Luo Hanshan nodded, looking into the distance. The first challenge was called the Wall-Breaking Challenge. That 100-meter-wide blue light wall had the defensive power of a peak-level early clasping Yuan Realm warrior. Only by making a passable hole on the light wall would one be able to get to the second platform and start the second challenge. Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei barely made it through. As for Su Jing, she had casually torn open a huge tunnel on the blue light wall. She looked very relaxed. Su Jing is very powerful. Luo Xinglia felt a bit comforted. The 4th master said, Su Jing has always made people feel safe. But where did that brat Yichen go? This is so annoying. In the distance, a beam of light flew over at an extreme speed. The headmaster unconsciously lifted up his head, his lips trembling. Leader Yichen is here. He is really here. He is here? Luo Xinglia and all of the inner masters of the Sky Cloud Martial School looked over. Pushing his separating shadow flying art to its limit, Yichen flashed across the air for over 400 meters, leaving an unimaginable trail in the air. Leader Elders, Yichen is late. Landing on the ground, Yichen looked a bit apologetic. In the last 2 days he had increased his speed again and again, but he was still 1 step behind. He wanted to try to get there earlier, but the Hidden Dragon Ancient place was way bigger than he had expected. It took him 1 more day to get there. It's good that you are here. Go now. You have already wasted a lot of time. Because of the anxiety, Luo Xinglie and the others did not notice that Yi Chen had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. Yi Chen had also noticed that the 3 challenges had started. He dared not to waste any time. He extended his body and flew towards the first platform. I was wondering what was wrong. Yi Chen has reached the late clasping Yuan realm. Once Yi Chen had left, the 4th master felt relieved. He had discovered a shocking fact. Luo Xinglie and the headmaster looked at each other. They were extremely shocked. Yi Chen was only at the early clasping Yuan realm when he left, but he had reached the late clasping Yuan realm when he came back. Aha, our anticipation was not in vain. With this kind of power, what do we have to worry about? Yeah. With him and Su Jing, our Sky Cloud Martial School will definitely have a great fortune. Don't rush. The speed of passing the 3 challenges will show part of one's power. I would like to see what kind of surprise this brat has in store for us. Although the wall-breaking challenge was the first challenge, it had still stopped over 200 young warriors. They all had bitter looks on their faces as they tried their best to break the blue light wall, hoping to break a hole and get to the second platform. After entering the first platform, Yi Chen did not slow down at all. He rushed straight towards the blue light wall as if it was nothing. This made some of the young warriors sneer. They wanted to see how Yi Chen would make a fool of himself. What made their blood run cold was that Yi Chen seemed to be able to walk through walls. He went straight through the blue light wall and did not even try to attack. What the hell? Is his body not a real body? He went straight through. Are my eyes okay? Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School was shocked as well. Of course, they were not the only ones who were shocked. A lot of people who were watching also did not notice anything different about Yi Chen before. After all, there were quite a lot of late clasping Yuan realm warriors among the young generation. One more would not make a difference. The only thing that mattered was power. Chapter 242. Leader, with Yi Chen here we will definitely have a share of the fortune of the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place, and it will be quite a big one. The headmaster was very happy. The 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate were the preliminary tests to test the contestants' power. Judging from how Yi Chen had passed the first challenge, his power had already reached an immeasurable level. Luo Xinglie laughed out loud. Luckily we agreed to let him go out to train. Otherwise, how could he have reached this level if he had been training in the school? Training and training both had their own benefits. The advantage of training was that it was stable, and there would not be too many risks and disturbances. The power would increase steadily, which was suitable for most people. However, training was different. There were a lot of uncertainties in training. For example, after seeing the outside world, the warrior's heart might be shaken, or he might be chased and killed without time to train. The scariest thing would be being tricked by others and walking on a path of no return. No matter which one it was, it could kill a real genius and make him disappear into the crowd. Of course, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. If one could stay true to himself during the training, set his own principles and stay true to his own path, and survive in the blood and fire, his mentality and fighting power would both be improved drastically, which would build a solid foundation for his future. Although he knew about the benefits of training, Luo Xinglie was still very surprised by Yi Chen's achievement. He had only been out for about a year. A year was not a long time in the eyes of warriors. Su Jing has passed the second challenge. Hans Han and Zhu Mei might not be able to make it. Right then, the 4th master moved his eyes away from Yi Chen and looked at Luo Hans Han and the other 2. Luo Xinglie forced a smile. The elimination rate of the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate is very shocking. 3 years ago, 70% of the contestants had been eliminated. I wonder how many people will be eliminated this time. I hope Hans Han and Zhu Mei can make it and try their best to jump onto the South City Gate. Because it was way too hard to get into the top 72 of the Hidden Dragon rank, a lot of martial institutions knew that their disciples had no hope. Therefore, being able to jump onto the South City Gate, which was also the Dragon Gate, would make them very happy. After all, those who could jump onto the Dragon Gate were already considered as elite geniuses among the contestants. In order to fight against these lights, there were only 3 ways. The first way was to dodge the lights with extreme speed, but this method was almost a dead end. The attacking speed of the lights was extremely fast, and only the top geniuses were able to dodge the lights with their speed. No matter what method they used, they would be able to pass through, and the others would not be able to do it. The second way was to use their own defense to fight against the lights, which required the contestant to have trained a very powerful martial art, and to have a very high realm. If the rank of the martial art was too low, then it would be impossible for the contestant to pass through. The third way was to use a very powerful attacking power to blow away the lights, which required the contestant to have trained an extremely powerful martial art, and also to have a very good eyesight, being able to see in all directions. If they were even slightly careless, then they might be hit by the lights. The second way was to use their own defense to fight against the lights, which required the contestant to have trained an extremely powerful martial art, and also to have a very good eyesight, being able to see in all directions. If they were even slightly careless, then they might be hit by the lights. Except for the first method, the second and the third method were used by most of the contestants, including Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei. Luo Hanshan did not waste the past year. After he came back from the Heaven Dream Ancient region, he had started training the mid-rank Earth Realm Great Rudra God art. Under normal circumstances, it would already be quite good if he could reach the 6th level within a year. However, Luo Xinglia had trained the Great Rudra God art to the 10th level after all, and he had recorded the experiences of every breakthrough. Added with his careful guidance, Luo Hanshan had broken into the 8th level before the Hidden Dragon rank started. The quality and quantity of his Jin Qi was way better than the 9th level of the Purple Qi spell. As for Zhu Mei, she had been cultivating a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, and with the help of an inner elder who had been cultivating this martial art, she had managed to break into the 9th level of this martial art. She was obviously more talented than Luo Hanshan, and was only second to Yi Qin. The two of them had fully activated their protective Jin Qi to defend themselves against the attacks of those colorful lights. However, it was still not enough. Those colorful lights were very dense, and obviously, their protective Jin Qi would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, they needed to use attacks to break those colorful lights and relieve some pressure on their protective Jin Qi. Finally, the two of them reached out their hands and took down a jade tag that was hanging in the air, then flew towards the back of the palace with extreme difficulty. Once the two of them had left, Yi Qin walked in. Not too dense, but there are a lot of loopholes. With only a single glance, Yi Qin had seen through those colorful lights. He didn't slow down at all, instead his body lengthened, and his target was those jade tags that were tied up by ropes. Who is this guy? He is way too arrogant. He wants to take the jade tag as soon as he comes in. Indeed, although he is a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would still fall down if he is hit by dozens of colorful lights. Indeed, a late clasping Yuan realm warrior was too careless. He thought that it would not be a problem for him, and ended up being hit by dozens of colorful lights. The good thing is that those colorful lights are special, they won't hurt any of the contestants. Otherwise, this place would have been covered in blood and piles of bones. The second challenge was not easy at all. Hundreds of contestants had been completely suppressed by those colorful lights, and couldn't move even an inch. Seeing Yi Qin rushing in without caring about anything else, they were all waiting to see him make a fool out of himself, in order to satisfy their frustration of not being able to move even an inch forward. Boom, boom, boom. The colorful lights were attacking at an extremely fast speed. Some places were relatively thin, while some places were terrifyingly dense. They interweaved into a despairing sky net. Of course, there was a pattern to it as well. For example, after a certain place had been attacked for a while, it would slow down in the next second, and become a temporary safe zone. Many contestants before had relied on this pattern to get their jade tags and pass the second challenge. However, for those contestants who were not as observant and had a weak mentality, it was quite difficult. Some of them had clearly found the pattern, but because they couldn't handle the pressure, they made mistakes in their calculations, and were knocked out by the colorful lights. In the sky net formed by the colorful lights, Yi Qin's figure was like a dream moving back and forth. Every time people thought that the colorful lights had hit him, they would only find out that they had only hit an afterimage left behind by the colorful lights. In other words, even under the colorful lights, Yi Qin was still moving at an extremely fast speed. Under the strong visual impact, the contestants nearby had an illusion that the colorful lights had slowed down. A contestant's protective Jin Qi had been shattered, and he had been knocked out completely. He was indeed one of the contestants who had thought that the colorful lights had slowed down. The others were alerted. It was not because the colorful lights had slowed down. It was obviously because Yi Qin's speed was way too fast and weird. It had caused the colorful lights to follow him closely, but could not hit him at all. With the jade tag in his hand, Yi Qin's body flashed once, passing through the gaps of the sky net formed by the colorful lights and landing on the second cable bridge. Damn. How could this be? I don't think I have seen him before. I have not seen him either. I think he is a new young warrior. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competition is indeed the most exciting one in the past 1,000 years. There are already a lot of old martial geniuses, and there are even more new ones. Judging from that guy's power, he should be able to at least be in the top 30. Maybe even the top 20. As for the top 10, I don't think there is much hope. Just look at Xikong Sheng and the rest of them, they're all like monsters. Stop talking. Let's get through this challenge first. The third challenge is the Jumping Dragon Gate, which is the hardest. Maybe we can go there and join in the fun. The cable bridge was miles long. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, Yi Qin had landed on the third platform. Right now there were already 700 to 800 people gathered on this platform. Lu Hanshan, Zhu Mei and Su Jing were standing at the back, quietly watching the others jumping towards the South City Gate. Yi Qin, you are here. Lu Hanshan turned around and was overjoyed. Zhu Mei and Su Jing had also turned around. Yi Qin laughed. I was a bit late. Luckily I made it. I thought you would miss this year's competition. What a shame. Lu Hanshan was quite similar to Luo Xinglia. He was not jealous of other people who were more powerful than him at all. For him, the better rank Yi Qin got, the happier he would be. After all, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were closely related to the luck of the martial institutions and individuals. The higher the rank, the smoother the development of the martial institutions would be. What kind of cultivation have you reached? Zhu Mei realized that she could not see through Yi Qin at all, so she asked. Yi Qin answered, Late Clasping Yuan Realm. Gasp. The two gasped. They thought that they had already shortened the gap between them, but it seemed that the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Yi Qin's talent was no weaker than anyone in the South Rudra region. If it were not for the fact that he had cultivated for such a short time, it would not be impossible for him to reach the top 10. Su Jing was also a bit surprised. There were not many things that could surprise her, and Yi Qin was one of them. Moreover, he had surprised her more than once. Seriously speaking, she was the first one who noticed Yi Qin's talent, and she knew him the best. But of course it was only relatively speaking. In fact, she did not know much about Yi Qin either. He was like a person who was shrouded in a dense fog that no one could see or touch. Compared to the top 10 young warriors, Yi Qin's aura did not have that kind of arrogant aura. Instead, he had a kind of sharpness that could cut through everything. Su Jing, long time no see. Yi Qin glanced at Su Jing, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Inside her body there was a huge amount of Jin Qi. No, it should not be Jin Qi, it was a kind of Qi that had been combined with her physical strength. If he had to describe it with one word, it would be Qi power, an extremely horrifying Qi power. After thinking about it carefully, Yi Qin realized why she did not make much progress in her cultivation. It turned out that she had merged all of her Jin Qi into her physical body to increase her physical strength. In this way, with only her physical strength, she would be able to crush warriors at the same level as her. 50,000 pounds? No, it should be more than 80,000 pounds. Yi Qin also had Qi inside his body, which was jade-colored. Through comparison, he found out that the Qi inside Su Jing's body was more than twice as much as his own. It was golden in color, without any impurities. In terms of quality, it was even better than his own jade-colored Qi. Combining the two, both the quantity and the quality of her Qi were far greater than his own. It seems like Su Jing has made much more progress than Luo Hanshan and Zhu Mei, and she has been improving her physical strength. I wonder what her peak power is like. Yi Qin thought to himself. Su Jing did not know that within such a short period of time, countless thoughts had flashed through Yi Qin's mind. All of her attention was focused on what was in front of her. The Dragon Gate leap was the most difficult one among the three challenges. The gravity in the abyss was even more terrifying than the abyss in the martial city. Apart from this, the warriors would be able to hear the roars of countless evil creatures coming from the abyss. Someone had made it onto the top. It was the demon child, Lung Wuqing. His body slightly flashed in the air before he entered the South City Gate steadily. As for the warriors who were ranked at the top, they were all standing on the top, looking down at the people below, including Xikong Sheng, the Fire Spirit Prince, and Lin Yun. Every time they saw someone who could not handle the gravity and was pushed to the side by the Qi flow from the abyss, those who had made it onto the top would show their disdain. Chapter 243. The platform was very big, and there were dozens of people leaping towards the South Gate at every moment. However, only 1/3 of them could succeed, and most of them started to fall halfway. There were also a few people who were only a few meters away from the South Gate, and unfortunately they fell down. It was a pity that everyone felt sorry for them. You can't even make it to the South Gate, and you still want to join the competition? On the South Gate, someone sneered. Soon it was Yi Qin's and the others' turn. I'll go first. Lu Hanshan took a deep breath, pushed his great Luo Jin Qi to its limit, took a few steps forward, then leapt into the air, shooting towards the South Gate like an arrow. The red light left a trace in the air, and soon, Lu Hanshan was less than 20 meters away from the South Gate. At this moment, an invisible gravitational force burst out from the bottom of the abyss, dragging Lu Hanshan's body. Right after that, countless roars of evil beasts could be heard, piercing into his ears and disturbing his mind. Ah, no. Lu Hanshan's face twisted. His Zhen Qi slowed down and his whole body fell down from the air. In the end, he was pushed to the side by the airflow in the abyss, and was disqualified from the competition. Seeing Lu Hanshan fail, Zhu Mei's face turned serious. She pushed her Zhen Qi to its limit, releasing a sharp Zhen Qi from her body. She flew towards the south gate with a pair of cold eyes. On the way, her body shook intensely, but she finally made it to the top. She had successfully jumped through the dragon gate. As soon as Zhu Mei went up, Su Jing also went up. She didn't stop even for a second, as if the invisible gravitational force and the roars of the evil beasts didn't affect her at all. This girl is not bad. I wonder which martial institution she is from, but she is qualified to be my concubine. The head disciple of the sky-falling martial school, Lin Yun, looked at Su Jing with a judgmental look. Although Su Jing didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, nor did she have a temperament that could bring calamity to a country, she was definitely a rare beauty. Her bright eyes and slim body gave people a sense of heroism, but also a sense of elegance. Other than those who were ranked at the very top, everyone else treated Su Jing as their greatest enemy. The Dragon Gate leap was the last of the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate, and it was also the most difficult one. It was not rare to pass it, but it was rare to pass it without any pressure. At least until now, there were less than 50 people who could pass it easily. The others more or less struggled and some almost failed. Yi Chen wasn't surprised that Su Jing had passed. With a sway of his body, he also arrived at the south gate. His speed was even faster than Su Jing's. An absolute expert, someone exclaimed in a low voice. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this year's competition. I didn't expect there to be such an expert. I haven't heard anything about him before. Leaping through the dragon's gate doesn't mean anything. A battle isn't something that can be resolved by leaping through the dragon's gate. Only strength is fundamental. There were also people who were unconvinced. Murong Qingqing and Qi Xiaofeng let out a slight gasp. They could obviously tell that Yi Chen had become much more powerful than before. It seemed that after they separated, Yi Chen had improved once again, and this time he had improved tremendously. At least he could threaten the top 30 contestants of the last Dragon Gate now. Long time no see. Murong Qingqing gave a faint smile. Last time, if Yi Chen hadn't shown up in time, she and Qi Xiaofeng wouldn't have been able to make it here. Now that they met again, it would be too rude of her not to greet him. It wasn't her style. Yi Chen grinned and said, "It seems like you've improved a lot." "So have you?" Murong Qingqing said in an easygoing tone. The two of them walked quite close to each other, chatting with each other. Their actions instantly attracted a lot of gazes, which contained admiration, confusion, and even more jealousy. Who was Murong Qingqing? She was the second disciple of the Rank 6 martial institution, the Sky Flying Devil Martial School, and one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. She had both talent and beauty, and was the most perfect partner in the eyes of many warriors. Normally, it would be great to talk to her, and no one would dare to have too much hope. If it had always been like this, it would have been fine. After all, if they couldn't have her, no one could have her. But now Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen were walking so close to each other, and they even seemed to be a bit intimate, which was a huge blow to their self-esteem. They couldn't help but think to themselves, this brat is not as talented as Xikong Sheng and the other warriors, and he is not that handsome either. What right does he have to walk together with Murong Qingqing? Yi Chen seems to know Murong Qingqing, Zhu Mei said to Su Jing. Su Jing nodded and did not say anything. Zhu Mei sighed. It is getting more and more difficult to see through Yi Chen. He has been out training for more than a year, and I wonder what kind of experiences he has had. Even Murong Qingqing has some connections with him. She had been living in the Windy Nation for a long time, and was the pride of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, she still knew herself. No matter if it was appearance, temperament, or talent, Murong Qingqing was way more powerful than her. Plus, her status was way beyond hers. Therefore, in her imagination, Yi Chen, who had the same status as her, would not have any connections with these people. Lin Yun and Mo Yen had a cold look on their faces. As the head disciple of the Rank 6 Martial School, the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun thought that he was the most talented one. Even Xikong Sheng might not be able to beat him. His biggest advantage was his king bloodline. All the women that he had his eyes on were all extremely talented and beautiful. Plus, he had already ranked them in his mind. For example, Su Jing was top rank and could be his concubine. Murong Qingqing was naturally top rank, and would be his woman in the future. If it were Xikong Shing who was talking to Murong Qingqing, he might not be this annoyed since it was a fair competition. But who was Yi Qin? He did not know him at all and he only had a bit of power. What gave him the right to talk to his woman? Mo Yen was different from Lin Yun. He and Murong Qingqing were both disciples of the Sky Demon Martial School. They were not really close, but they were not strangers either. All this time he had always treated Murong Qingqing as his woman, and thought that the others would not have any chance at all. What made him happy was that Murong Qingqing had never had too many interactions with anyone, including the princes of the Black Dragon Empire. However, today Murong Qingqing was talking to someone he had never seen before, and her tone seemed to be even better than him, the head disciple. A strange sense of danger appeared in his heart, and he started to hate Yi Qin. Qingqing, who is this guy? Why don't you introduce us? Lin Yun revealed a warm smile to Murong Qingqing. He then glanced at Yi Qin, which was as sharp as a blade. Murong Qingqing said lightly, just a friend. You do not need to get to know him. Yi, is that so? The poetic perspective of the sky falling great art was poured into his eyes. Lin Yun looked at Yi Qin with a big smile on his face. His eyes were like shooting stars falling onto the ground, ready to destroy everything. You are finally here. Alright, I still do not know your name. Tua Baku stood between Lin Yun and Yi Qin as he said with a smile. Yi Qin said, Yi Qin. My name is Tua Baku. If there is a chance, let's have a drink together. Tua Baku had taken over Yi Qin, and even Murong Qingqing was blocked out. Maybe for him, politeness did not matter at all. Talking to someone he was interested in was the happiest thing for him. Murong Qingqing did not mind it at all. She smiled and went back to where she was standing. Not being able to trick Yi Qin, Lin Yun thought to himself, count yourself lucky. Don't ever run into me in the competition. Otherwise you will lose all your face. Zhu Mei opened her eyes wide. No way. He knows Yi Qin as well. But how come he does not even know Yi Qin's name? Tua Baku's power was obvious to everyone. He was able to compete with Xikong Sheng and the rest. Although it was just his aura, it had already proved his power. Brother Yi, I knew it. You will definitely come to the competition. Haha Yi Qin, it has been a year and you have grown even more powerful. Yi Qin, I did not expect you to know the second night as well. Tian Hao, the disciple of the alchemist martial school, Lin Yu, the disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the fourth knight and the sixth knight from the Moon Pavilion all approached Yi Qin. They were all his old friends. This scene had shocked a lot of people. Who is this brat? It seems like a lot of people know him. It is indeed unexpected. Perhaps he is a hidden warrior. We should not underestimate him. Tian Hao was Meng Chao's junior disciple and was quite powerful. Lin Yu was ranked 70th in the last Hidden Dragon competition, and had improved a lot by now. He was one of the most popular contestants for the top 72. As for the latter two, although they didn't know them, judging from their Jinqi vibration and the sense of power they released, they were obviously not ordinary young warriors, and they also had a chance to get into the top 72. So many people knew Yi Qin and seemed to be quite close to him, which was quite surprising. It also meant that Yi Qin was not as simple as he looked. After all, geniuses usually made friends with other geniuses, and rarely made friends with ordinary people. A bunch of ants? Lin Yun said with disdain. Xikong Sheng and the rest of the people did not even look at Yi Qin. If it were not for Murong Qingqing, Lin Yun and Mo Yen would not pay attention to Yi Qin either. They were a group of people who were high above the masses. No matter their status, talent, or comprehensive ability, they were all above the others. In their eyes, Yi Qin and the rest of the people were indeed ants. Perhaps they still had some power right now, but after 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. In the true spirit continent, the gap between martial geniuses was way bigger than one could imagine. Some martial geniuses would stop at the clasping Yuan realm, while some would stop at the astral reaching realm. Only a small part of them would be able to reach the Seas of Souls realm. Without any surprises, they would all reach that realm and even have the chance to reach the life and death realm. But what about Yi Qin and the rest of them? Being able to reach the late astral reaching realm would already be their limit, and they would not be able to catch their attention at all. As he was talking to the crowd, Yi Qin glanced at Lin Yun. His subtle movements were not hidden from him at all. If it were not for Tua Baku's timely appearance, he would not mind competing with his eyesight first. The poetic perspective of the Lone Peak Kill and the sky-shattering clouds had been trained to an extreme by him, and he had never used all of his power before. He had hidden his 70% sword intent even more because once he released it, it would hurt innocent people. Gradually, there were less and less people making it to the top of the dragon door. There were only a few of them left. Some of them did not have much confidence and were trying to figure out a way, while some of them were waiting for the others to make their moves and calculate their own success rate. Regardless, making it to the top of the dragon door was their biggest goal. If they could not even make it, it would be a huge blow. As time went on, the last person had made his move. It was a failure. Clatter. The 3 challenges of the dragon door sank down, and the cracked ground started to close up in the middle. The South City gate was tightly shut, locking the young generation inside. Then, the side doors on both sides of the city gate opened up, which was the entrance for the rest of the people. Chapter 244. The South City Gate was the Dragon's Gate. Only the younger generation who had leapt onto the Dragon's Gate could pass through. The others had to enter through the side doors on both sides, including the experts of the 7 rank 6 sections. The city gate was closed, and the young generation in the city were qualified to participate in the knockout competition. The young generation who did not pass the 3 tests of the Dragon's Gate had lost their qualification and were reduced to spectators. Yichen estimated that there were around 700 people who had passed the 3 trials. This was less than 30% of the total number of people who had come. This was a frightening elimination rate. As for the young generation of the Windy Nation who had gone to this place, quite a lot of them had passed the test, including Young Master Emerald, Zhuang Fei, Young Master North Snow, Young Master Su Wen, Fast Blade Lynch, Fairy Lotus, Qin Yulian, Yi Chen, Su Jing and Zhu Mei. There were a total of 15 participants from the Windy Nation. 13 of them were disciples from the top 5 martial institutions, and the other 2 were Young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family and the head disciple from a rank 9 institution. 7 out of the 15 participants had made it to the Dragon Gate, which was unimaginable. Among the 36 small nations, some of them only had 1 disciple who had made it to the Dragon Gate, and the lucky ones only had 2 or 3. Even the Rudra nation, which was the leader of the 36 small nations, only had 6 disciples who had made it to the Dragon Gate, which was not as good as the Windy Nation. This was something that was almost impossible to happen in the past. No matter what, the Windy Nation was still in the middle or lower reaches of the 36 small nations, which was at the bottom. Of course, among the 7 people from the Windy Nation who had passed the 3 challenges, the Sky Cloud Martial School had taken 3 of them, which was the main reason why the Windy Nation was so outstanding. In the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, only the Young Master Emerald from the Windy Nation had made it into the top 72. Whether he could make it into the top 72 was still unknown, since a lot of people from the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions had not grown up yet. Now, after 3 years of training, their power had already reached a horrifying level, which had surpassed many of the older martial geniuses. Yi Chen was a living example, and so was Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy. There were so many martial geniuses who had grown up from other nations. All in all, this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions were full of uncertainties. No one could make a decision until the last moment. Damn it! How could he improve so fast? How could he reach the late clasping Yuan realm in just 1 year? In the crowd, Yuan Hengying had a bad look on his face. As the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, Yuan Hengying had never lost to anyone. It was normal for him to lose the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, since he did not think that he had the power to be the champion. But among the 9 nations, there were not many people who could scare him. Normally it was people who were scared of him which made him feel so good. Until he met Yi Chen. He thought that he was just a prey, but he did not expect that this prey would be so powerful. Even if he and Zhuang Fei joined hands, they would still not be able to beat him and were badly wounded. Since then, Yuan Hengying had been training like crazy. He planned to reach the mid-clasping Yuan realm within a short period of time, and then find Yi Chen to make him pay. With the support and spending of all the resources from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, Yuan Hengying had reached the mid-clasping Yuan realm 2 months ago. Added with the few powerful martial skills that he had learned, he thought that he could beat Yi Chen, humiliate him and torture him. On the South City Gate, just when he was feeling proud of himself, Yi Chen attacked him again. He could not understand how Yi Chen had improved his cultivation. Even if he had been taking pellets every day, it would still be impossible for him to improve so fast, not to mention the side effects of taking pellets. He must have used some great treasures to improve his cultivation, which is why his foundation is not stable. Although my cultivation is still 1 level lower than his, I have improved a lot in other aspects. My attacking power is more than 2 times more powerful than when I was in the Heaven Dream Ancient Place. Since he could not figure it out, Yuan Hengying thought that Yi Chen did not get his cultivation by himself, and that he might have a chance to beat him. After looking around for a while, Yi Chen's eyes focused on the rows of walls on both sides. There were some strange carvings on the walls which were all strange paintings. The content of each mural was similar. Below there were martial artists and demons with the strength to uproot mountains and overturn rivers and seas. They were terrifyingly strong. However, in the sky there was a humanoid figure with its arms spread open. Chains descended from the void and bound the bodies of the martial artists and demons. Ancient cities are completely different from modern cities. I wonder what these paintings are for. Yi Chen did not understand, so he moved his eyes back. Right then some people walked in from the side door. Powerful warriors from the 7 rank 6 martial institutions were leading the way, followed by hundreds of rank 7 martial institutions. Behind them were the most common rank 8 and 9 martial institutions. Disciples from the Floating Mountain Martial School, follow me to find a place to live. Disciples from the Fire Spirit Martial School, come out. All the rank 6 martial institutions had more than 1 or 2 people who had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Instead, there were dozens of them, which made up almost 40% of the martial institutions. With so many geniuses, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they would continue to be powerful. If there were 1 or 2 powerful martial geniuses, they might be able to bring their martial institutions to the next level. Compared to them, the martial institutions below rank 7 were much weaker. Many of them were just going through the competition, and there were many rank 7 martial institutions among them. You 3 come with me to find a place to live. Luo Xinglie and the others walked over and said. Zhu Mei asked, Leader, aren't we going to compete today? The headmaster laughed. There are more than millions of warriors out there. We can't just let them watch, can we? Therefore there is no competition for the first 2 days. We will let all the martial institutions and all the lone warriors choose a place to live. Once everyone is settled, the competition will officially begin. That would work, since the Hidden Dragon Ancient City was empty anyway. There were a lot of buildings which would be more than enough for everyone to live in. If the competition started right after they arrived, it would be very chaotic, which would cause a negative impact. Yi Chen nodded to himself. He did not know who had made this rule, but it was very humane. The buildings in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City did not belong to anyone. Therefore, if one wanted to choose a place to live, one would have to consider the power and status. Some of the more luxurious buildings would not be something that normal clasping Yuan Realm warriors would dare to touch. Only the astral reaching realm warriors would have the priority. As for the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was a ranked martial institution after all. Warriors below the astral reaching realm would not dare to mess with them. Soon, under Luo Xinglie's lead, everyone had chosen a big yard in the middle of the city. The buildings in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City were simple but elegant. Inside the building, it was not as broken as they had imagined. Instead, it had an ancient feel to it and the furniture was very clean. After slightly cleaning the room, Yi Chen stopped. Walking out of the room, Yi Chen saw Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan had lost the right to join the competition, but as a clasping Yuan Realm warrior, he still had the right to enter the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competition. Brother Luo, are you alright? Yi Chen did not know how to address Luo Hanshan. In terms of power, he should call him Brother Luo, but it did not feel right and it would make him feel like an outsider. If he called him Luo Hanshan, it would sound a bit mushy and inappropriate, and calling him Luo Hanshan would still make him feel like an outsider. In the end, he decided to call him Brother Luo since there were no outsiders here anyway and he was older than him. Luo Hanshan forced a smile and said, It's alright. It's my own problem that I couldn't make it to the Dragon Gate. The world rewards the diligent. Speaking of which, when I reached the Clasping Yuan realm, I was not as hardworking as before. Therefore this is a lesson that I will never forget. Yi Chen secretly sighed. In fact, if Luo Hanshan had made it to the Dragon Gate, he might have been able to beat a couple of martial geniuses who were at the same level as him, which would help him train himself. Unfortunately, he had failed at the last step, as he had not been able to block out the evil sound. Otherwise, the gravity of the abyss would not have dragged him down all of a sudden. If he missed this opportunity, Luo Hanshan would not have the chance to join the next competition, since he was already too old. Let's go out for a walk. This is my first time coming to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City. Luo Hanshan said. Alright. Yi Chen nodded. The Hidden Dragon Ancient City was huge. If a family of 4 people lived in it, it would be able to accommodate tens of millions of people. However, all the martial artists who came here were above the Clasping Yuan realm, and none of them liked to live in the same house with others. Therefore, basically, each of them had their own building, and those who were close to each other would live in the same yard. Correspondingly, the roads in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City were very wide. At first glance it was at least hundreds of meters wide. The ground was paved with gray ancient stones, which were perfectly square. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see some patterns carved on them. The two walked on the road side by side, sighing at the ancient buildings. Life and Death Realm warriors can live for 1,000 years, which means they have experienced 10 lifetimes for normal people. This ancient city has been standing for at least hundreds of thousands of years, much older than Life and Death Realm warriors. Sensing the ancient chi coming from the buildings, Luo Hanshan could not help but say. Yichen said, "Everyone will die one day unless they have surpassed life and death." This sentence was said unintentionally, but it made Yichen confused. Is there a realm above the life and death realm? There were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors walking on the road. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the crossroad in front of them. Damn. My attacking power is only 42, how is this possible? Mine is only 43, let's try again. Hehe, mine is more than 50. Yichen was a bit curious, he said to Luo Hanshan, let's go check it out. There were a lot of people at the crossroad. The two squeezed into the crowd and found a stone pillar standing in the middle of the crossroad. It was 1 meter tall and 3 feet wide. A thin crystal piece was stuck on the bottom half of the stone pillar, which was deeply embedded in the stone pillar. There were 8 rows of crystal stones on the top of the stone pillar, 10 crystals in each row. Earlier, a clasping Yuan realm warrior had hit the crystal on the bottom, and the crystals on the top had lit up. 53 crystals had lit up in total, and the highest was 80. Is this to test the attacking power? Luo Hanshan was surprised. Yichen's observation was even more detailed than Luo Hanshan's. He found that early clasping Yuan realm warriors could barely get more than 50 crystals, and late clasping Yuan realm warriors could get between 50 and 60 crystals. In other words, these crystals corresponded to the levels of the warriors. The first and second rows were for mortal realm warriors, the third and fourth rows were for condensing reality realm warriors, the fifth and sixth rows were for clasping Yuan realm warriors, and the seventh and eighth rows were for astral reaching realm warriors. Let me try. A young warrior walked up to the stone pillar. Boom. As he kicked on the crystal piece, more than half of the crystals on it lit up. 54 crystals. He is only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, isn't he? His attacking power is even higher than that late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. If 60 crystals were the limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior, then 54 crystals were already a very high attacking power, not to mention that he was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior. Luo Hanshan couldn't help but go up and try, and the result was 45 crystals, which was quite normal. I didn't expect that there would be an attacking power testing pillar here, let's just play around. Another young warrior walked up and someone recognized him. He was Qian Yun, the second disciple of the Rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, one of the most popular contestants for the top 10 this time. Boom. The crystal pieces lit up, 60 crystals, full value. The 60th crystal shone for a long time and finally turned red, which meant that his attacking power had already surpassed 60 crystals, but was still not at the level of 61 crystals. Chapter 245. The attacking power is as high as 60, and the color of the 60th crystal stone has turned red. It has definitely reached the first limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Indeed. Although this attacking power testing column is rare and extremely hard to make, some of the top rank 7 martial institutions still have them. The martial city has 3 of them as well. Normally, being able to light up 60 crystal stones is already the maximum value. However, some of the clasping Yuan realm warriors have trained extremely powerful martial arts and martial skills, which means that they have special ways to increase their attacking power. Therefore, when they were making the testing column, they had purposely done something on the last crystal stone of every 2 rows, allowing it to shine with 3 colors. The first color is red, which means that the warrior's attacking power has already surpassed most of the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors, and would be able to compete with the rank 6 tyrant beasts. The second color is purple, which means that the warrior would be able to kill the rank 6 tyrant beasts without too much difficulty. The third color is black. I heard that in the whole South Rudra region, there are less than 10 clasping Yuan realm warriors who could make the 60th crystal stone shine black, which means that they would be able to kill the rank 6 tyrant beasts within seconds. They are the most powerful warriors below the astral reaching realm. Qian Yun's attacking power has reached the level of red, so he would definitely be in the top 10. There should not be too many freaks among the young generation. Yeah, I think so too. The powerful attacking power is too much of an advantage. As long as one gets hit once, the defense would be broken immediately. All of the clasping Yuan realm warriors were discussing, looking at Chen Yun with admiration in their eyes. Chen Yun had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. That powerful. I can also reach 60 stones. A young warrior did not believe it. He walked out from the crowd wanting to get a better result than Chen Yun. A lot of people had recognized him as one of the powerful warriors in the last hidden dragon rank, and he was ranked quite high. Chen. His weapon was a blade. The blade light flashed as he threw a heavy attack onto the crystal stone. The crystal stones lit up row after row. When it reached the 59th stone, it stopped. He was still 1 stone away from 60, not to mention turning the 60th stone red. Impossible. One more time. Chin. This time it was not as good as the last time. It was 58 stones. Obviously, he had lost his focus, and his spirit had not been pushed to its limit. 59 is not bad. Anyone who can light up 60 of them is qualified to compete for the top 10 of the hidden dragon rank. No one laughed at him. If it were them, they might not even be able to light up 55 of them. Luo Hanshan said, "Yichen, why don't you try?" Yichen smiled. His hands were indeed itching. Someone else is up. I wonder how many stars will light up? Probably more than 55. His aura is quite strong. He is not a weakling among the younger generation. Who in the younger generation is a weakling? However, there should be 55 of them. While everyone was talking, Yichen walked towards the testing pillar step by step. He did not take out his Star Scar sword as he wanted to see how much attacking power he would have without using his sword. Chen Yun had an impression of Yichen. When he was climbing the dragon door, his speed was very fast. He should be able to rank in the top 30 or 20. Unfortunately, the attacking power test was different from climbing the dragon door. What was needed was the most powerful attacking power. A bright yellow mountain shadow appeared on Yi Chen's right fist. The shadow was extremely condensed, and eventually shrunk into a ball, shining with bits of gold light. It stuck closely to Yi Chen's fist. It was indeed the third movement of the 5 mountain godly fist art, the 5 mountain 1 art. Dong. A muffled thunder-like sound was heard. The crystal board had taken such a huge attacking power, but it was not damaged at all. The crystal stones on it lit up row after row, eventually reaching the 60th stone. However, it did not turn red, which was a lot weaker than the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Chen Yun. 60 stones. Am I seeing it right? Another one of the young warriors who could reach the top 10. Although it is slightly weaker than Chen Yun, it should not be that bad. I wonder what kind of realm Sikong Sheng and the rest of them would reach. Everyone was very surprised. It was not easy to light up 60 stones. Even a lot of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors did not have this kind of attacking power. Yichen was also very satisfied. He knew that with only the third movement of the 5 mountain godly fist art, he would not be able to hit 60 stones. But with his almost 50,000 pounds of physical strength, it was not surprising that he could do it. In other words, even if he did not use his sword, he would still be one of the top warriors among the peak-level late clasping Yuan realm warriors. Not bad. He is barely qualified to be my opponent. I wonder what his real attacking power is like. Chen Yun was not interested in watching anymore, so he was about to leave. Chen Yun's raised foot was put back down again. His eyes landed on Yi Chen's left hand. No one knew when, but Yi Chen had already taken out his Star Scar sword. He pulled it out, raised it up with one hand, and threw a heavy sword attack onto the crystal board. This sword attack was the combined sword movement Sky-Shattering Clouds. However, he did not use his sword intent, since the 70% sword intent was one of his ace attacks. There was no need to show it off. The sword pressure was too intense and there seemed to be lightning flashing through the air. The next second, the 6 rows of crystal stones lit up almost at the same time. Then, the 60th crystal stone shone intensely and turned into a red color. The color was even darker than the one Chen Yun had hit out, almost purple. So he is using a sword. He has actually reached the first limit of a clasping Yuan realm warrior. He is not far from purple. All of the warriors who were watching were shocked. Alright, let's go. Yichen did not want to continue. He put away his Star Scar sword and said to Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan forced a smile and said, "You have really shocked me. Besides those extremely powerful martial geniuses, almost no one under the astral reaching realm would be able to beat you." The two walked further and further away. Touching his chin, Chen Yun seemed to be thinking about something. That time he had almost used 90% of his attacking power. The reason why he did not use 100% of his power was because he did not want the 60th crystal stone to turn purple. He thought that no one here would be able to break this record, but he did not expect it to be broken so soon. Interesting. I hope we can meet in the competition. Then I will use all of my power to beat you. Glancing at Yi Chen's back, Qian Yun turned around and left. There were a lot of crossroads in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, and there were also a lot of attacking power testing pillars. A lot of people who had never seen it before had gone up to test one by one, including those young warriors who were full of confidence. Scary. The Demon Eyes Mo Yen is indeed worthy of being ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 60th crystal stone has turned purple. Murong Qingqing is not bad either. It is also purple. Just as I expected, she did not use all of her power in the last competition. The two are both disciples of the Sky Demon Martial School. This time, the Sky Demon Martial School is going to be the winner. Hearing the discussions, Mo Yen did not look proud at all. The Sky Demon Martial School also had some attacking power testing pillars, and he had already tested them, so he was very confident. However, Murong Qingqing's attacking power had surprised him a lot. It seemed like she had indeed had some great experiences outside. Not only had she trained her Sky Demon Great Art to its 10th level, but her Sky Demon palm print had also improved drastically. She was one of his powerful enemies. Murong Qingqing still had her face covered with a light cloth, and no one could see her real face. At the other crossroads, gasps could be heard one after another. The 60th crystal stone has turned purple. The head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, lives up to her reputation. That fist art must be the top-rank Earth Realm martial skill, the ice-breaking fist, right? I have just come from that crossroad. The head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, also got a purple result. Besides that, the Demon Eyes Mo Yen and Murong Qingqing also got the same result. So powerful. I guess the top 10 of this year's Hidden Dragon rank will be these people. The young generation, they are all top warriors. Yeah. I wonder what the others' results are like. Tuabaku got purple. The Fire Spirit Prince, Yen Chihua's result is out. It is black and it was a casual attack from him. No way. A casual attack from him could reach the third limit of a clasping Yuan Realm warrior? He is almost at the astral reaching realm. Lin Yun's casual attack is also black. Too black. Yen Chihua is indeed the Fire Spirit Prince. Lin Yun has also caught up. In the last Hidden Dragon rank competition he was ranked 5th. This time he will definitely make it to the top 3. Oh right, does anyone know about Xikong Sheng's result? I did not see him. The king-level bloodline is not something to be underestimated. Black is for sure. Let's go look for him. On a crossroad close to the center area, all of the Floating Mountain Martial School's disciples who had passed through the 3 challenges had finished their tests, which had shocked all of the warriors watching. Right then, one of the disciples suggested to Xikong Sheng, "Head disciple, I think those people have all finished their tests. Why don't you show some of your power as well in case everyone thinks that they can take your throne away?" Yeah. Head disciple, show some of your power. Otherwise they might think that you are scared of them. Xikong Sheng sneered. Besides Yen Chihua and that weird Lin Yun, he did not really care about the others. Even these two were only qualified for him to show some of his power. They did not have the power to compete with him. That's good too. I will show them a despairing result. Flicking his sleeves, Xikong Sheng walked towards the test column. All of a sudden the place became dead silent. Everyone was watching. They wanted to see how powerful Xikong Sheng, who was the champion of the last Hidden Dragon rank and the descendant of the Tsang King, was. After a while they would be able to tell from his attacking power. But no one could see how Xikong Sheng had attacked. They could only vaguely see a palm-shaped pattern flash in the air before disappearing. Everyone's attention was focused on the crystal stone. 1 row, 2 rows, 6 rows, 7 rows. 7 rows. The crystal stones had lit up to the 7th row. Although there was only 161 in total, it was the attacking power of an astral-reaching realm warrior. It seemed like Xikong Sheng had not even used all of his power. As for how much power he had used, no one knew. Only Xikong Sheng himself knew. Regardless, the result of 61 crystal stones was enough to shock the whole South Rudra region. It meant that Xikong Sheng had the power to compete with early astral-reaching realm warriors. Like a plague, the news of Xikong Sheng hitting 61 crystal stones spread out like wildfire. 1 to 1, 10 to 10. Within half a day, most of the warriors in the Hidden Dragon Ancient City had heard about it. A lot of powerful young warriors had heard the news and shook their heads with a forced smile. They had not planned to challenge Xikong Sheng in the first place, and now that they had heard about it, they decided not to go even more. Chapter 246. 61 stones, indeed impressive. Inside the yard, Yi Qin, Su Jing, Zhu Mei, and Lu Hanshan were all there, surrounded by 7 or 8 core disciples who hadn't reached the clasping yuan realm yet. They were here to watch the competition with the leaders of the school. When they heard the news, they immediately came to tell Yi Qin and the other two. Zhu Mei shook her head and forced a smile. 61 stones is a result only early astral reaching realm warriors can achieve. I only got 48 stones and Su Jing got 60 stones. Yi Qin, what about you? Lu Hanshan answered for Yi Qin. Yi Qin got 60 stones when he didn't use his sword, and the last stone he got was red, almost purple. Brother Yi is so powerful. Hearing him, all the core disciples who came to watch the competition were shocked. Although Yi Qin was not as powerful as Xikong Sheng and the others, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a rank 9 institution, which was not as powerful as a rank 6 institution. For a genius like Yi Qin to appear, it was already a miracle, and it was even more exciting. What could be more exciting than breaking the rules? In fact, everyone had the ambition to challenge the authority. Sister Su is also very powerful. She is only at the early clasping yuan realm and she already got 60 stones. If she reaches the mid-clasping yuan realm, how powerful would she be? All of a sudden, all the core disciples who came to watch the competition were extremely happy. The more powerful their brother and sister were, the more glorious they would feel when they walked out. Plus, they had also heard something about luck. The higher the rank, the more luck the individual and the martial institution would have. In the future, with the luck of their brother and sister and the martial institution, their training would be even smoother, and they might even be able to reach a realm that they couldn't even imagine. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Qin thought to himself, this year's competition level is super high, and the popular candidates for the top 10 have even reached the limit of clasping yuan realm warriors. They are the top of the top. Fortunately, I have prepared a lot of ace attacks. Otherwise, I might not be able to make it. Let's see who is the most powerful warrior below the astral reaching realm. No matter if it was the Yi Qin from his previous life as a university student, or the Yi Qin now as a sword artist, he was still a young man with the desire to fight inside him. Right now, he felt like he had been ignited, and his spirit and chi kept on increasing, surpassing his previous level. Inside a massive building in the center of the Hidden Dragon ancient city, a lot of leaders from different martial institutions had gathered. The leaders of the top 7 rank 6 martial institutions were the only 7 Sea of Souls realm warriors there. Everyone, the reason why I have gathered you here is about the judges. The competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank are not simple, and using people from any martial institutions as the judges would not be enough to convince the crowd. Therefore, just like before, the judges will be chosen from the astral reaching realm warriors who do not belong to any martial institutions. Do you have any objections? The leader of the Floating Mountain Martial School stood in the middle of the 7 people. His voice was not loud, but it had covered the entire building. I have no objections. Me neither. No one objected. The leader of the Sky Demon sect took the lead and said, the previous chief judge, Luo Jiaqing, was fair and impartial. He should be the chief judge this time. Senior Luo. He is indeed an impartial man, I agree. That would be for the best. Luo Jiaqing was an elder in his 70s. He chuckled as he walked out, holding his fists together as he said, thank you everyone for thinking so highly of me. Since Leader Mo has recommended me, I will reluctantly accept it. Of course, don't worry everyone. Even if it is a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, a loss is a loss. I will not be grateful just because Leader Mo recommended me. The leader chuckled. The competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were sacred and solemn. If someone tried to cover up for a disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, he would be the first one to disagree. Otherwise, he would not have recommended him to be the chief judge. There were 1 chief judge and 12 judges in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank. Now that the chief judge had been selected, it was time to choose the 12 judges. There were 3 requirements to be a judge. 1 must be fair, 2 must have a high cultivation, and 3 must have good eyesight. The chief judge, Luo Jiaqing, had been a judge for many times, and he was a late astral reaching realm warrior himself. Adding his impartial attitude, it was quite expected for him to be the chief judge. Although the other judges did not need to be as powerful as Luo Jiaqing, they could not be too weak either. Otherwise, if they became a joke, no one would be able to look good, especially the leaders of the 7 rank 6 martial institutions. Under everyone's expectation, 2 long days had passed, and it was already the morning of the 3rd day. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the clamor had already swept through the entire Hidden Dragon ancient city. Looking from the sky, one could observe that numerous torrents of people were converging towards the center of the ancient city. They were like numerous complicated black rivers that flowed endlessly. Inside the yard, all of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School were there. Today is still the elimination competition. Let's take it slow and steady. If you are confident, try not to expose your real power too early. Luo Xinglia reminded the three of them. Yes. Yi Qin and the other two nodded. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Let's go. The same reminder was happening in the other martial institutions as well. Although there were only 72 people in each Hidden Dragon rank competition, everyone wanted to go further. After all, in this kind of intense battle, the chance of making a breakthrough was very high. It was not like there had never been cases of people making a comeback before. The central area of the ancient city was a vast flat land. Around the flat land were densely packed spectator stands, extending far into the distance. The whole place looked like an iron pot. The bottom of the pot was flat land, and the walls of the iron pot were the spectator stands. Sitting in the spectator stands, one could see the scene on the flat land by lowering their head. The competition is finally starting. Let's get a good spot first. Damn. These people are here way too early. They are even one step ahead of us. Look over there. A lot of people are training. Perhaps they have been here since last night? What a miscalculation. Luckily there are other good spots. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. People flooded into the audience stands. All of the warriors looked like they had gone crazy. They flew everywhere trying to get a spot near the center. Some of them had even started to fight, glaring at each other. The good thing was that this was the Hidden Dragon ancient city, so everyone was more reserved. They did not dare to make too big of a scene. Otherwise, if there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors fighting, it would definitely be a disaster. Under the first row of the audience stands, all of the young warriors who were qualified to participate in the competition stood together in groups of 3 to 5. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhu Mei glanced at the flat land, frowned and said, "This battling platform is too simple. There is only a flat land. How are we going to compete?" Yi Qin said, "Don't worry, there should be something else." The head disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, Qin Yulian, walked over with a smile on her face and said, "You don't mind if I stand with you guys, right?" Yi Qin laughed, "Of course not. Last time in the scorching ancient desert, it was the headmaster of your South Rudra Martial School who helped us out. We are all from the Windy Nation. We should help each other." Qin Yulian shook her head and said, "This year's competition is full of hidden dragons and tigers. It will not be easy to make a bloody path. The good thing is that I do not have a big goal. I just want to beat one opponent after another and push myself to the limit." Su Jing said all of a sudden, "The terrain has changed." The few of them raised their heads and looked over, only to see that the vast flat ground had been torn apart and stored away. After that, 12 square-shaped battle stages rose up from the ground, all of them symmetrical to each other. At the opposite corners of the battle stages, there was a hollowed-out stone pillar. The stone pillars emitted rays of light, and in the end they formed 4 ink-blue light screens that were as thick as a fist, resembling ink-blue crystals, protecting the battle stages within. Whoa! A dragon roar came out from the deep abyss between the platforms. It was so loud that it startled a lot of the warriors in the audience seats. I don't think there was any dragon roar last year. Strange. Some of the warriors were surprised. I think this year's young warriors have too much blood and chi, which triggered some kind of mystery, which made the dragon fountain chi even more obvious. You're right. But luck is too mysterious. I wonder if it is real or not. I would rather believe it than not. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place and the Hidden Dragon Ancient City are very mysterious. After a while, the audience seats were filled with people. Then all of the powerful warriors from different martial institutions sat in the first row. The 13 judges split up. The head judge sat right in front of them while the rest of them kept an equal distance from each other. They were all observing the battling platforms down there so that they could make a decision at any time. As usual, the head judge would explain the rules of the competition. The rules of the competition were very simple. Besides the low-rank attacking great weapons, no other great weapons were allowed to be used. No pellets or destructive weapons like the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb was allowed. Anyone who broke the rules would either lose the competition or lose the right to participate and be kicked out of the arena. Besides, the 700 contestants would be divided into 12 groups to compete for points. There would be 10 rounds of competition, and only 12 people from each group would be able to make it to the next stage of the competition. Once they made it to the next stage, they would be able to join any 2 groups and continue with the second stage of the competition. 12 people from each group would also make it to the next stage of the competition. It sounded very easy, but it was not easy for the young generation of contestants. There were 10 rounds in the first stage of the competition, and 10 rounds in the second stage as well. It would be 20 rounds in total. 20 rounds of battles would definitely be extremely tough. If one did not have a strong mentality, he or she would definitely break down under the pressure of the competition and lose the upper hand. Therefore, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank would not only test one's power, but also one's mentality. Of course, there would also be an element of intelligence, since no one else would be able to win 20 rounds in a row except for the top 10. For most of the people, it was worth considering when to fight and when to give up. They would not be able to act recklessly. Everyone, please take a look at the jade tags that you got from the challenge stage. There is your group number on it. The head judge Luo Jiaqing activated his Zhen Qi and said loudly. Hearing him, all of the young warriors took out their jade tags from their storage rings. Group 3. Yichen looked at the jade tags and said, I am Group 5. I am Group 6. Group 10. Su Jing and the other two announced their groups. The 4 of them separated and went to the judges of their groups to fill in their personal information and get their individual numbers. Then, it would be the group elimination competition. He is also in this group. After getting his number, Yuan Hengying noticed Yi Chen, who was standing nearby. He was both surprised and nervous. He was surprised because he had the chance to beat Yi Chen right away, but he was nervous because he did not have much confidence. The two conflicting emotions made him clench his fists tightly. Chapter 247. Soon the elimination of the group began. In Group 3, the first 2 contestants on the stage were early clasping Yuan realm. One of them was using a blade art while the other one was using a fist art. Both their blade art and fist art were at high levels. The aftershocks of their attacks landed on the fist-thick, dark blue light wall, making a loud booming sound and sending sparks everywhere. After over 100 rounds of attacks, the contestant who used the fist art was slightly more powerful. He avoided the blade light and shattered his opponent's Zhen Qi layer with one punch, winning the battle. The second battle, Yuan Hengying against Huang Lang. In the first row of the audience seating, the judge of Group 3 yelled. Hearing him, Yuan Hengying sneered and flew towards the battling platform. That powerful dark blue light wall was like a water curtain. Waves spread out, but it did not stop him. Please? Huang Lang looked ordinary. He cupped his hands and said politely. Yuan Hengying said impatiently, cut the crap, eat my claw first. As he spoke, Yuan Hengying quickly activated his Zhen Qi and made a grabbing gesture in the air with his right hand. Dark cyan Zhen Qi shot up into the sky and transformed into a huge eagle claw. Once this Zhen Qi eagle claw appeared, it gave people a sense of ancient evil, as if it was a demon's claw. His ace attack has turned into a normal attack. It seems that Yuan Hengying has improved a lot. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Back in the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei had attacked Yi Chen together and used this attack. However, that was his most powerful attack. Right now he had used it right on the stage. Obviously, it was not because he was serious about his opponent, but because he had an even more powerful attack. Huang Lang was a contestant who had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Facing this attack from Yuan Hengying, although he looked serious, he still tried his best to block it. However, Yuan Hengying did not want to give him a chance to rest. He kept attacking with his claws, aiming at the weak point of his Zhen Qi layer. Boom. Under Yuan Hengying's powerful attack, Huang Lang's Zhen Qi layer only lasted for a short while before it was broken. The Group 3 judge nodded silently. Yuan Hengying was indeed one of the top young warriors in the last Hidden Dragon rank. He had a great chance to make it into the rank again. Clearing his throat, he announced his opponent for the third battle. Yi Chen's number was towards the back, and the first round of the competition was arranged according to the order of the number, so it would take some time before it was his turn. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no intense matches in Group 3, he raised his head and looked towards the other dueling platforms. It's Lynch. On the Group 7 battling platform, Lynch was facing a mid-clasping Yuan realm contestant. In terms of cultivation, Lynch was only at the peak level early clasping Yuan realm, which meant that he was not as powerful as his opponent. However, in terms of fighting power, that contestant was no match for Lynch. First, his weapon was knocked away by a single blade attack, and then his protective Zhen Qi layer was cut open. Amazing. He is currently the first contestant to defeat an opponent who is a level higher than him. The Group 7 judge had a look of admiration on his face. After sizing up Lynch, Yi Chen shifted his gaze. Coincidentally, he saw another familiar person. It was the second disciple of the alchemist martial school Tianhao. However, he was unlucky as he had encountered a rather powerful opponent. He had been completely defeated after 30 attacks. After that, Yichen watched a few more battles. Most of the contestants were at the early or mid-clasping Yuan realm. There were only 30 or 40 people who had reached the late-clasping Yuan realm, and as for peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm, there were less than 10 of them. The head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, is on the stage. In the last Hidden Dragon rank, she was ranked 7th. Her opponent is not weak either. He was ranked 23rd in the last Hidden Dragon rank. No way. He was defeated with only one punch. Around the Group 4 battling platform, all of the young warriors were shocked. The warrior who was ranked 23rd in the last Hidden Dragon rank could not even take one punch from Bing Ling. It seemed like Bing Ling had not used all of her power at all. As for how much power she had used, only she herself would know. The hot candidates for the top 5 are indeed not something we can predict. The top 10 and below are not even worth mentioning. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion. The contestants who had the power to compete for the top 5 were already way beyond the others. They were not even on the same level. If they ran into them, they would probably be killed within seconds. Yichen had also noticed this. Although his opponent was very powerful, he was still not able to compete with him. He only had one opponent, which was Sikong Sheng. His powerful soul power allowed him to sense the opponent's power with amazing accuracy. The 10th battle, Yichen against Xiaohang. Finally, it was Yichen's turn to compete on the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent was also a late-clasping Yuan realm contestant, who was ranked 35 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His weapon was a long silver spear, the tip of the spear shining with a cold light. I got the first point. Obviously, his opponent did not take Yichen seriously at all. He tapped his feet on the ground and his body flashed, floating in the air. The long spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of its cave. The spear shone with a bright light, looking extremely cold. Yichen stood where he was without moving. He released the poetic perspective of his lone peak kill, covering his opponent's mind. What? This is an illusion. There would not be 1,000 mountains and rivers appearing on the battling platform. His opponent's mind had been disturbed, and his spear art had lost its accuracy and power. Casually walking, Yichen appeared in front of his opponent at a normal speed and broke his Zhenqi layer with one punch. His back bumped into the dark blue light wall. His opponent looked at Yichen with a slight fear in his eyes. If he could, he did not want to face Yichen ever again. That feeling of being unable to use his power, and having his sense of space messed up, was driving him crazy. He believed that if he fought with Yichen for a few more battles, his condition would drop to an unprecedented level. Thank you. Not daring to look at Yichen, his opponent hurried to run out of the exit. He was afraid that Yichen would perform that horrifying poetic perspective on him again. Yichen touched his chin, thinking that he might have gone too far. Although the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was useful, it would make his opponent's condition drop. If he ran into someone with a bad mentality, it might even affect his battling condition completely, and he would only be able to perform 80 to 90% of his power. Never mind, I will not use the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill unless it is absolutely necessary. I will use the sky-shattering clouds poetic perspective for now. In the previous battles, Yichen did not plan to use his sword intent. Therefore, he could only choose between the two poetic perspectives of the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds. What is going on? Is he going easy on me? The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill only had a range of 10 meters. A lot of people had no idea what was going on, including Yuan Henging, who had a very bad look on his face. Only the Group 3 judge looked shocked. His mental power was extremely powerful, and he could sense all the tiny changes on the stage. Yichen's lone peak kill poetic perspective did not hide from him. To be honest, among the clasping Yuan realm warriors, he had rarely seen anyone who could push their martial poetic perspective to this level. It could even affect the senses of the warriors. No wonder that contestant was so scared towards the end. Chapter 248. Interesting. The judge of the third group smiled. It had only been 10 battles and there had already been an outstanding warrior. After a few more rounds, it should be easy to tell who would be powerful enough to make it to the next round. The 11th battle, Teng Mo against Gao Feng. Just as the judge's voice landed, the third group had been quiet for a while. Then the discussion started like a tide, never stopping. In the last Hidden Dragon rank, Teng Mo was ranked 19. I did not expect him to get on the stage so soon. There are no powerful warriors in the third group. Without any surprises, he would definitely be in the top 2. I wonder if this contestant named Gao Feng could last a little bit longer and force out part of Ting Mo's power. Difficult. It would be impressive if he could last 3 attacks. Ting Mo is not a normal young warrior. As the crowd continued to discuss, Ting Mo and Gao Feng walked onto the stage. Ting Mo was wearing a black outfit with a gold crown on his head. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, extremely sharp. Normally, a teenager with eyebrows like this should be very handsome, or at least very handsome. Unfortunately, Ting Mo's appearance had broken this rule. His face was long and narrow and his eyes were long and narrow. His nose was pointy and his lips were extremely thin. He did not give people a good first impression, like a combination of a snake and a fox. The young man standing in front of Ting Mo was about 19 to 20 years old. He was tall and skinny, wearing a light gray long robe. His long hair was casually tied behind his head with a string, which made him look fresh and elegant. Facing a powerful opponent like Ting Mo, he did not have any expression on his face. He had been very calm, so calm that it was creepy. This Gao Feng is not simple. Yi Chen's opinion was different from everyone else's. In his eyes, Gao Feng, who looked calm and collected, was very powerful, almost as powerful as Ting Mo. Besides that, Yi Chen sensed a similar mentality from Gao Feng. It was the mentality of not being bound by the rules and walking on his own path. If it was not hard to guess, his martial arts should be just like his mentality as well. On the battling platform, the two stood 50 meters away from each other. What? You don't want to give up? Ting Mo squinted his eyes. Gao Feng shook his head. I'm thinking, how many moves do I need to defeat you? Once he said that, not only did Ting Mo's expression change, even the people who were watching the battle could not help but roll their eyes. They felt that Ting Mo was just too arrogant. Who was Ting Mo? He was ranked 19 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and had already reached the late clasping Yuan realm. His martial arts and martial skills were among the top of the young generation. He was only slightly weaker than Xikong Sheng and the others. If it were not for the fact that there were so many martial geniuses in this year's Hidden Dragon rank, he would definitely be one of the hot candidates for the top 10. Even so, no one could guarantee that he did not have the power to fight for the top 10. Haha. As if he'd heard the funniest joke, Ting Mo roared with laughter, and then his expression turned ghastly. Very good, I want to see how many moves it will take for you to defeat me. But before that, I plan to defeat you in 10 moves. I don't know if you're mentally prepared. Our chances of winning have increased a little. Gao Feng did not answer the question. Arrogant. Ting Mo was enraged. A dim light flashed on his storage ring, and a thin sword appeared in his hand. He shook his wrist, and hundreds of thousands of sword lights shot out of the thin sword. Each of them was mixed with a fiery red intent, sealing the space where Gao Feng was, trying to defeat him with one sword attack. It has appeared. It is Ting Mo's signature sword art, the Starfire Burning Sword. The Starfire Burning Sword is a high-rank Earth Realm sword art. With one sword attack, the sword light will be like a prairie fire, covering a huge area. It is almost impossible to dodge. And once you can't dodge it, you will have to face wave after wave of powerful attacks. Hearing the discussions of the contestants around him, Yi Chen touched his chin. Disciples from big martial institutions were indeed powerful. All of their sword arts were high-rank Earth Realm, which gave them a natural advantage. If he had guessed it right, this Starfire Burning Sword was not only powerful, but also the follow-up attacks. That kind of prairie fire poetic perspective was quite horrifying. Of course, the premise was that Ting Mo had learned the poetic perspective of the Starfire Burning Sword. Otherwise, no matter how powerful it would only be powerful. Let's see how you are going to dodge it. Ting Mo was extremely confident about the Starfire Burning Sword. He believed that Gao Feng would not be able to dodge this attack. And once he failed to dodge, it would just be the beginning of his nightmare. Gao Feng indeed would not be able to dodge this sword attack. Therefore he did not choose to dodge. Instead he rushed towards the countless sword lights. A sword appeared in his hand as well. It was a shiny silver sword. The sword was 4 feet and 1 inch long and 3 fingers wide. As he waved his arm, balls of silver-white sword light started to move around in the air. Along with the puffing sound, that burning sword light was shattered halfway, turning into thousands of sparks, looking extremely beautiful. What? It was broken? Ting Mo could not believe his own eyes. Although this sword attack was the starting movement of the Starfire Burning Sword, among the warriors at the same level as him, no one had ever broken this attack with skills. When Gao Feng rushed towards him, he was actually very happy because those sword lights were not normal sword lights. They were sword lights that could explode just like a fire explosion. When hundreds of sword lights exploded one after another, no matter how powerful the Zhenqi layer was, it would not be able to block it out. Among all the contestants off the stage, only Yi Qin could see through it with just one glance. Completely seeing through the tracks and weaknesses of the sword light, using the vibrating power to break the exploding power of the sword light from the inside. This is not something that normal people could do. What had just happened was as fast as lightning, and there were countless sword lights blocking it. However, Yi Qin's eyesight was extremely good. He only needed to see how Gao Feng had broken the sword light just by looking at the scene of the sword light shattering. Impressive. Teng Mo's first attack has been broken. What a surprise. How come this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are all so crazy? I have never seen this Gao Feng before. Most of the people could not see through it, but it did not stop them from knowing how powerful Gao Feng was. The battle that they thought was going to be one-sided had now turned into an even match, and the tables had even been turned. All of a sudden, everyone became interested and stared at the stage without blinking. Starfire Ring. Teng Mo was, after all, one of the top young warriors, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body jumped high into the air. He swung his sword downwards, and the flame-like sword light, under the effect of inertia and rotational force, turned into a blazing ring of fire, and shot toward Teng Mo. I have underestimated him. Gao Feng's pupils shrank. He could naturally see the power of the fire ring. It was different from the simple sword light, and this fire ring was made of sword light. It would be very hard to break it with one sword attack. If he was not careful, he would be wounded by the exploding power of the fire ring. Since this is the case, then let's fight it head-on. The silver long sword was pointed at the ground. Streams of gray smoke appeared out of nowhere on Gao Feng's right arm. The smoke slowly rose up like a fire without any temperature. Sword explosion. Taking a step forward with his right foot, Gao Feng threw out a sword attack towards the sky. Ooh, a horrible crying sound was heard. As Gao Feng threw out his sword attack, the burning fire ring was blown out. The gray sword wind blew right towards Teng Mo, seeming unstoppable. Gao Feng has won. Seeing this, Yi Qin shook his head. Teng Mo was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately he had not mastered all of the essence of the star fire burning sword art. He had not learned the mentality of the sword art either. Otherwise, Teng Mo would not be able to break through his sword movement so easily. If it were him performing the star fire burning sword art, even normal astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to break through it with skills. Chapter 249. Just like Yi Qin had expected, Teng Mo had lost. Instead of saying that he lost to Gao Feng, it would be more accurate to say that he lost to himself. From the very beginning he had underestimated Gao Feng. He did not bring out all of his power and his peak condition for the competition. By the time he realized what had happened, the situation had already gone out of his control. After beating Teng Mo, Gao Feng's popularity had skyrocketed. No one could compete with him in Group 3. Contestants from other groups could not help but pay attention to Gao Feng as well. It was not that they did not have powerful young warriors in their groups, it was actually the exact opposite. It was because the powerful warriors in their groups were too powerful that the competition had no suspense at all. One could even guess the result with one's butt. Battles like this between Teng Mo and Gao Feng, where both of them were equally powerful, had rarely happened before. That Gao Feng is pretty powerful and he is quite lucky as well. He is in Group 3, which does not have any powerful warriors. Out of the 12 groups, 5 of them are known as the death groups. There are a lot of powerful warriors and Group 3 is the safest group. The contestants in that group also have the highest chance of making it to the next round. No matter what, one's own power is the most important thing. In the first stage of the elimination competition, 12 people from each group will make it to the next round. Then, any 2 groups will be combined into one group, and the second stage of the elimination competition will begin. By then, out of the 24 people, 12 people will be eliminated. Being able to stand out from the group competition, who doesn't have a few ace attacks? I can already imagine how cruel the second stage of the elimination competition will be. None of the battles will be easy. The battles started one after another and ended one after another. The speed was surprisingly fast. Many of the battles were finished within 10 attacks, and some people even gave up right away. Of course, it was a very rare situation after all. Most of the battles would take around 100 attacks to decide the winner. During the battles, Yi Qin would occasionally pay attention to some familiar people, such as Su Jing, Zhu Mei, and Lynch. Su Jing indeed did not need anyone to worry about her. Up until now, no one had been able to last more than 10 attacks from her. She was just like a female warrior from the ancient times. Her movements were fast and her power was fast. Every movement she made contained the power of a thunderbolt, which made people scared. This situation lasted for about 3 or 4 rounds, and finally someone chose to admit defeat, and it was a young master who was neither too old nor too young. Regarding this, the others did not show a look of disdain. Su Jing's strength was obvious to all, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Moreover, what gave them a headache was that Su Jing's moves were big and wide, and she liked to force her opponents to fight her head-on. As a result, under repeated head-on clashes, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to bear it. Their bones and muscles would be sore, and it would inevitably affect the later rounds. What surprised them was that Su Jing, who had a graceful figure and slender arms, did not even blush, nor was she out of breath, as if the previous battle was just a drizzle. Compared to Su Jing, Zhu Mei was having a much harder time. After 4 rounds of battles, she had lost 2 and won 2, which was considered average. She could not blame herself for losing the 2 battles. Her opponents were way more powerful than her. Even if she had tried her best, she would not have been able to win. As for the 2 battles that she had won, it was not easy at all. The first battle was over 200 rounds and the second battle was even. No, Zhu Mei was slightly weaker than her opponent. Since the beginning of the battle, she had been at a disadvantage. After 400 rounds, Zhu Mei had caught onto her opponent's flaws and launched a thunderous counterattack. She had completely turned the situation around and won the battle. Needless to say, in terms of disciples, the North Snow Martial Academy had already completely surpassed the Emerald Martial Palace. Judging on the number of disciples, only the Emerald Child from the Emerald Martial Palace had the right to participate in the knockout competitions. Ji Shuiyin and Lu Wuxiang had both been knocked out in the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, there were 2 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy who had the right to participate in the knockout competitions, namely the North Snow Child Su Wen and the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Judging on the quality, Su Wen might be a bit weaker than Zhuang Fei, but Lynch was definitely better than Zhuang Fei in every aspect. In the 4 rounds of battles, Su Wen was the same as Zhuang Fei. He had lost 1 and won 3. There were 1 or 2 that he barely managed to win and he had almost lost. As for Lynch, who had mastered the blade intent, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Without using all of his power, he had already won 4 battles in a row. Without any surprises, he should be able to smoothly advance to the next stage of the knockout competitions. The last one was the head disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, Qin Yulian. Her power was not to be underestimated, and she had trained the Sky First Holy Water spell, which was quite a high rank. She had lost 1 and won 3 out of the 4 rounds, so there was still hope for her to advance to the next stage. This year is not only the peak of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, it is also the peak of our Windy Nation's young generation. Sitting in the first row of the audience, Luo Xinglia said emotionally. The headmaster nodded, not to mention Zhuang Fei and Su Wen, the 2 famous young warriors, Su Jing, Zhu Mei, Qin Yulian, and Lynch have all grown up. Plus, Yi Qin, this rare martial genius, it is indeed the peak of the Windy Nation. Among the 7 of them, if Yi Qin is not the second one, then out of the other 6, who do you think has a higher chance of making it to the next stage? The headmaster thought for a while. First would be Su Jing, then Lynch. The rest of them are almost at the same power level, so it is hard to say. About the same as I thought. Let's wait and see. Yi Chen's battle has started. The 2 stopped talking and looked towards the Group 3 battling platform. On the battling platform, Yi Chen was standing 50 meters away from his opponent, and his opponent was indeed the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, Yuan Hengying. Yi Chen, don't think that you can beat me easily just because you are 1 rank higher than me. For this Hidden Dragon rank competition, I have prepared quite a lot of ace attacks. Yuan Hengying was very scared of Yi Chen. If it were any other contestant, he would not even bother to tell his opponent about the ace attacks that he had prepared. However, facing Yi Chen, Yuan Hengying did not dare to be careless at all. He hoped that Yi Chen would know that he had hidden his ace attacks, and that he would not be able to do anything during the battle. Yi Chen secretly laughed. How could he not know what Yuan Hengying was thinking? Of course, this method seemed simple, but it was actually quite practical. Unfortunately, he had used it on the wrong person. Alright, what's the point of talking so much? The battle will be over soon. Let's do it. Yi Chen decided to finish the battle as soon as possible. He was not interested in wasting time with Yuan Hengying at all, because Yuan Hengying was not at the same level as him at all. Yuan Hengying's face turned red. Yi Chen's impatient tone had pissed him off. Since when could he, Yuan Henging, be looked down upon? Demon Eagle World. Growling, Yuan Henging pushed his Zhen Qi to its limit. The dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi spread out from his body like the wings of an eagle. After that, an incomparably huge Zhen Qi eagle claw swooshed across the sky, releasing an ancient evil power. Pop. The sword light flashed, and the Zhen Qi eagle claw was shattered. Yi Chen walked towards Yuan Henging step by step. Damn. Yuan Henging was shocked. Although he knew that his ace attack, Demon Eagle World, would not be able to stop Yi Chen's counterattack, it was still out of his expectation that it would be broken within a second. His heart was beating intensely. Yuan Henging was a bit panicked. However, when he saw Yi Chen walking towards him step by step, his panic was replaced by anger. So arrogant. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Demon Eagle Revealing Fist. Taking a heavy step forward with his right foot, Yuan Henging clenched both of his fists and threw out a punch from the middle. That crazy dark blue Zhen Qi was arranged in a weird pattern, and all of it was poured into his fist. In the next second, a horrifying eagle screech was heard. A slightly blurry demon eagle flew out. Before, Yuan Henging had only thrown out the claws of the demon eagle. But now, under his anger, he had created the entire demon eagle, which had increased the power by at least 50%. No wonder he was a bit confident. Let's see how you are going to block. Before he finished his sentence, Yuan Hengying's face froze. In his sight, that extremely aggressive demon eagle had been cut in half by Yi Chen's sword before, and turned into nothingness. Then a bright sword light filled his sight, and he could not see anything anymore. Swoosh! His protective Zhen Qi was broken, and Yuan Henging was blown away, crashing into the dark blue light wall. One sword attack. Instant kill. Seeing this, people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School did not look good. Yuan Henging had lost way too fast, which caught them off guard. However, Yi Chen's improvement had shocked them even more. Back in the scorching ancient desert, Yi Chen could only fight against the outer masters of the multiple mountain martial school, and was not an opponent for any of the inner masters. But in just 1 year, his cultivation had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. Among all the people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, besides the leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School who was an early astral-reaching realm warrior, no one dared to say that they could beat Yi Chen. In fact, they were all very clear that Yi Chen had not used all of his power yet. Yuan Henging did not lose for nothing. They are not at the same level at all. The leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School frowned as he glanced at Yi Chen, who had just walked off the stage. Yi Chen wins. After announcing the result, the judge of the Group 3 touched his chin and smiled. He thought that he had seen through Yi Chen, but it seemed like he was far from it. Yuan Henging, who had a great chance of making it to the top 72, could not even handle one sword attack from him. Seriously speaking, there was no such thing as handling the attack because Yuan Henging did not even see how the sword got there. It seems like he should be the number 1 in the Group 3. The fact that there were not many powerful young warriors in the Group 3 was already known to everyone. Otherwise, the judge of the Group 3 would not dare to make such a claim. Off the stage, on the audience seating, everyone who had seen this battle was very surprised. They started to discuss it passionately. Another one who has hidden his strength. That sword was so fast. I thought that there were only Ting Yimo and Gao Feng in the Group 3, but now I do not dare to think like that anymore. At least this guy named Yi Chen is not weaker than Ting Yimo. He might even be stronger than him. Yeah, I think so too. His sword art was way too fast. Even I was shocked. I wonder how much of his power he had used. Maybe only 70 to 80%. Hearing everyone's words, Gao Feng shook his head. He did not think that Yi Chen had used 70 to 80% of his power. He might not even have used 60% of his power. He was a horrifying opponent. Of course, if he had used 60% of his power, Gao Feng would still have 30% chance of winning against Yi Chen. What he was afraid of was that his opponent did not even use 60% of his power. That would be horrifying. I don't think he would be that powerful. Gao Feng shook his head again. He looked at Yi Chen seriously. He might be a contestant that he would have to face in the group competition. Zhu Mei had also watched Yi Chen's battle. She could not help but ask, Yi Chen, how much of his power did you use? Half of half. Chapter 250. Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at each other. They both knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Half of half. That meant that he had not even used 30% of his power. His opponent was Yuan Henjing, who was ranked 59 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Right then Yi Chen had become a stranger in their eyes. It was not a stranger in terms of friendship, but a stranger in terms of power. There was a kind of strangeness called gap. Glancing at Lynch and Zhuang Fei, Qin Yulian forced a smile and thought to herself, "You have set Yi Chen as your goal. Unfortunately, you do not know how tiring and desperate it is to catch up with him. From the moment he surpassed us, the gap between us had already been decided." Su Jing's fifth battle had ended with her victory. She walked down from the stage and saw Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian's expressions. She knew what was going on, but she shook her head silently. In her mind, Yi Chen was a monster. He had a calmness and willpower that did not match his age. Even she, who was always calm, felt ashamed of herself. With her sharp observation, she had never seen such horrifying qualities in any young man. Sometimes she wondered if there was anything that could make him lose his mind. Unfortunately, besides Yi Chen himself, no one really knew him. In fact, Yi Chen sometimes did not know himself too well. Because Yi Chen was an orphan in the other world, he had to work hard and improve himself. Therefore, when other kids were playing around, he was already very mature. In some aspects, he was even more mature than an adult. After he became an adult, his mind was even more outstanding and nothing could shake him. Of course, not every orphan was like Yi Chen. After all, everyone had a different way of growing up. However, after coming to this world, Yi Chen, who was seen as a piece of trash by others, was actually very smart. When he was bullied by his cousin Yi Chen, he knew how to be patient and think about the big picture. He didn't want to make his father feel bad, so he worked even harder behind the scenes, using 10 times the effort in exchange for a little reward. Otherwise, with his talent, it would be almost impossible for him to become an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, everything has its pros and cons. Years of forbearance had caused the Yi Chen of this world to lose his sharpness, a sharpness that allowed him to advance bravely. Sometimes, losing one's sharpness was even more terrifying than having no talent. If everything had developed normally, and the current Yi Chen had not appeared, the chances of him becoming an inner disciple would have been extremely small, let alone becoming a core disciple or even his current position. Everything was like smoke in the past. After merging with Yi Chen's soul from this world, Yi Chen's weaknesses were infinitely reduced, while his strengths were infinitely magnified, creating a monster in the eyes of others. The fifth round, Yi Chen vs. Cui Chang. I admit defeat. Yi Chen's power was obvious to everyone. He was the first contestant to admit defeat. To this, Zhu Mei laughed and said, "You will have it easy from now on. Except for a few people in Group 3, basically no one would be able to compete with you. Instead of wasting time and being killed by you within a second, it would be better for you to save up your energy and spirit to fight against other contestants that you can handle." Yi Chen did not really care if there were people who had admitted defeat or not, since all he needed to do was wave his sword once on the stage, and it would consume almost no energy at all. On the other hand, Zhu Mei's battle would not be easy at all, so he reminded her, "With my estimation in your group, there would be around 3 to 7 people who would get the full score. In the following battles, if you do not lose a single one, you would have a 100% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose one, you would have 50% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose two, you would have less than 10% chance." Although Yi Chen's words were not accurate to a certain degree, it was still very close. It should be known that in terms of vision, even astral-reaching realm warriors might not be better than him. All the information of every contestant in Zhu Mei's group was in Yi Chen's head. Even if they were hiding their power, he could still see through most of them. Then, he added the probability and statistics and finally came up with this number. Zhu Mei did not doubt him at all, so she said, "Then in the next 5 battles I would have to lose one. It would be a bit difficult, but I will try my best." She had just won the 5th battle and now she had won 3 battles and lost 2. The first stage of the competition could be a bit lucky. As long as you are lucky enough, it should not be a problem for you to make it to the second stage. In the first stage of the competition, there would be more than 50 contestants in each group, and everyone would have to go through 10 battles. At most, they would run into 10 people, and the remaining 40 or so people would not have a chance at all. Therefore, even the weakest contestants would be able to get into the top few of their group if they were lucky enough. With Zhu Mei's power, it would not be a miracle for her to make it to the next round. Looks like Lynch has met his opponent. Right at that moment, the two's attention was attracted by the battle of the 11th group. The 2 people on the stage were none other than the North Snow Quick Blade Lynch, and the other was Wei Renjie, who was ranked 37th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. On the stage, the blade light was flying everywhere, and the human shadows were moving in a blur. Both of them were young warriors who had made great achievements in their blade arts, and it was hard to tell who they were. Yi Chen shook his head. Lynch was a bit unlucky. No matter cultivation or blade intent, Wei Renjie was way more powerful than Lynch. The reason why they were evenly matched right now was because Wei Renjie had not used all of his power yet. Obviously he was just excited about the result. Good, not bad. Even if I give you another 1 or 2 years, I might not be able to beat you. Wei Renjie laughed out loud. His blade aura suddenly became even more powerful, pushing Lynch into an absolute disadvantage. Snow Dance Sky. Lynch did not have any expression on his face. He held his air-shattering blade with both of his hands, and his blade aura started to roll up. All of a sudden, it was like a snowstorm had started to fall on the stage and the blade light was everywhere. Break. Without any technique, Wei Renjie held his blade with only one hand, jumped into the air and threw out a blade attack. Boom. The snow-like blade light was shattered one after another, and Lynch crashed into the dark blue light wall. Thank you. Wei Renjie held his fists together as he put away his great blade and jumped off the stage. Off the stage, a lot of people were watching this battle and discussing it. Wei Renjie is indeed a blade art master of the young generation. His blade intent has at least reached the entry level. Lynch is not bad either. His blade art skills are no weaker than Wei Renjie's. The only thing he is lacking is his cultivation and blade intent. With enough time, it would not be impossible for him to catch up with Wei Renjie. Indeed. Normal blade artists are nothing in Wei Renjie's eyes. He obviously likes Lynch. Alright, can Lynch make it into the top 10 new stars this year? It would be a bit difficult. Even if he could make it, he would probably be at the bottom. There are too many new warriors this year, and it would not be easy to stand out from the rest. Plus, there are also insane martial geniuses like Tua Baku and Chen Yun. There would be 2 less spots for no reason. Do not forget that Xikong Sheng's disciple sister, Gu Yuyun, is also not to be underestimated. Back in the day, the life and death realm king of the Floating Mountain Martial School, the Stone King, had offended too many people, which led to his whole family being killed. His bloodline had been cut off. But no one knew that the Stone King had an illegitimate daughter outside, and Gu Yuyun was indeed the descendant of that illegitimate daughter. She has the king bloodline of the Stone King. Adding Gu Yuyun, the top 3 of the top 10 new stars have already been decided. The rest of the 7 new stars still need to be discovered. The top 10 new stars were not a regular title, because there would always be some extremely talented martial geniuses appearing in every Hidden Dragon rank competition. If they were bright enough, they would all be ranked. After the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank had finished, those warriors who did not come to watch the competitions would be able to know how powerful those young warriors were through their understanding of the top 10 new stars. That way they would be able to have a better understanding of them. Otherwise, with so many contestants in the competition, it would be really hard to understand all of them. The 6th battle, Yichen against Shui Chuyen. I give up. The pretty-looking young lady raised up her hand, indicating that she had given up. The 7th battle, Yichen against Guoheng. I give up. The 8th battle, Yichen. The 9th battle, Yichen. No one knew if it was because Yichen had killed Yuan Henging with only one sword attack, but from the 5th battle onwards, all of the contestants who were going against Yichen had given up, not wanting to waste any more time. As for the other people from the Windy Nation, they seemed to be having a hard time. Out of the 9 battles, Su Jing had won 8 and lost 1. It was not a bad loss, as her opponent was a young warrior who was ranked 22 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, who was extremely powerful. Even so, Su Jing did not lose immediately. She had fought for hundreds of attacks before the winner was decided, which had surprised a lot of people and made her into the top 10 new stars. After Lynch had lost to Wei Renjie, he had lost another battle. His opponent was also a young warrior who was ranked at the top of the last Hidden Dragon rank. Zhuang Fei had won 7 and lost 2. Su Wen had won 6 and lost 3. Qin Yulian had won 6 and lost 3. Zhu Mei's luck seemed to have run out. From the 8th battle onwards, she had lost all the way to the 9th battle. Without any surprises, there was no chance for her to make it to the next round. It would be a lie if Zhu Mei said that she was not disappointed. But she also understood that it was rare for her to be able to make it this far. She still had one last battle, and no matter if she won or lost, she would have to use all of her energy and make a breakthrough from there. Only then would she not waste this opportunity. The 10th battle, Yi Chen against Chen Jie. Chen Jie did not choose to give up. He was not a nobody. In the last Hidden Dragon rank he was ranked 43, so he did not think that he would lose to Yi Chen. Take my most powerful attack, Tiger Break Kill. His aura was like that of a lion or a tiger. Chen Jie had crossed dozens of meters, throwing out a punch towards Yi Chen. Driven by that aura, the air in front of him seemed to have been sucked out instantly. Chen. Two beams of sword light flashed through. The first one had broken the aura, while the second one had torn apart Qinjie's protective Jinqi layer. The sword pressure had blown his opponent away. Yi Qin wins. The Group 3 judge was not surprised at all. He raised his hand, indicating that Yi Qin had won the last battle. Impressive. Once he makes his move, the battle would be over instantly. Top 10 new stars, he could be ranked 5th. That Su Jing would be ranked 8th and Gao Feng would be 9th. Lynch's cultivation is a bit weaker, so it would not be his turn to be in the top 10 new stars. In everyone's mind, Tua Baku would be ranked first without a doubt. Chen Yun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and Gu Yun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, would definitely be ranked 2nd and 3rd. The 4th would be a rare martial genius from a rank 7 martial institution from the Ice Crystal Empire, and the 5th would be Yi Qin. The 6th and 7th would still be the top disciples from other rank 6 martial institutions. The 8th would be Su Jing, the 9th would be Gao Feng, and the 10th would be a top disciple from another rank 6 martial institution. This ranking might not be accurate, but judging from the battles right now, it should be about right. After all, some of the people had been hiding their power and no one would be able to tell. Chapter 251. The first stage of the competition had officially ended. There were 4 people who had gotten full marks in the 3rd group, Yi Qin, Gao Feng, and 2 other famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 4 of them had not run into each other in the past 10 rounds of competition, or else there would be 1 or 2 less people with full marks. The other groups had almost the same number of people with full marks as the 3rd group. The group with the highest number of full marks only had 8 people. After all, sometimes when 2 powerful warriors were fighting, one of them would definitely lose. It was not like the group with the most powerful warriors would have more people with full marks, it was a completely different concept. Unfortunately, except for Yi Qin, Su Jing and Lynch, the other 4 people from the Windy Nation had all been eliminated. Qin Yulian's competition was a bit unfair. The Sky Holy Water spell from the Rudra Martial School was at least a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, but the lack of Jinqi was its biggest weakness. She had the upper hand in the beginning, but after hundreds of rounds, Qin Yulian still lost, because her Jinqi was not as dense as her opponent's. The leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai, smiled lightly. She did not seem to care much about it. She mumbled to herself, "It's time to teach her the real martial art." The reason why she did not teach her martial arts before was because the Hidden Dragon rank competition was just around the corner, and it would be hard to improve her power in a short period of time. If she was too impatient, it would actually lower her power. Martial arts were different from martial arts. Martial arts were the foundation and could not be changed easily. Leader, it seems like using the small blue dragon tag to help the Sky Cloud Martial School was a wise move. This brat is not simple. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School, the mature lady, smiled. Long Bai nodded. As long as he can get into the top 10, he will be qualified to be noticed by my great-grandpa. I will tell him when the time is right. I believe he will be interested. Telling the leader after getting into the top 10? Isn't it too early? No, I think it's too late. Didn't you notice the time of his rise? He has only used 3 years to get to where he is now. This is not something that normal people can do. That's true, I almost forgot. The two were talking through their Jinqi so people around them could not hear what they were talking about. In the Sky Cloud Martial School's formation, the 4th elder said happily, Yi Qin and Su Jing have both advanced. Below the rank 7 martial schools, the Sky Cloud Martial School is definitely one of the best. The great elder smiled. Don't be too happy yet. The second stage of the elimination competition is about to begin. That will be the most brutal competition. Half of the 24 people will be eliminated. Wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Luo Xinglia was so excited. Luo Hanshan, who was standing aside, let out a bitter smile. He was happy for Yi Qin and Su Jing, but at the same time he was also very envious of them. If only he could join the match, even one match would be worth it. After resting for about an hour, the second stage of the knockout stage began. According to the rules of the competition, any 2 groups would be combined into one group, which would be the 12th group. However, the number of the group would not be 3 or 12, but 7 because these 2 groups would be the 7th group to be combined. Different from the previous groups, each group now had 24 people. Out of the 24 people, only 12 of them would make it to the next stage while the other 12 would be eliminated. As for the 12 people who made it to the next stage, no matter what their results in the ranking competitions were, they would all be the top warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. 24 people fighting for 12 places. It seemed like there was only a 50% chance, but for the contestants, it was extremely cruel. Being able to stand out from all the groups was already a symbol of glory and power. Without exaggerating, they would be the elites among the young warriors of the South Rudra region. However, in the second stage of the knockout competition, half of the elite warriors would be eliminated. The pressure would be huge, more than 2 times more than what they had experienced before. There were quite a lot of powerful warriors in the 7th group. Not to mention Yi Qin, Gao Feng, Ting Mo, and the 2 famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 12th group would not be less powerful than the 3rd group. They might even have more powerful warriors than the 3rd group. For example, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, who was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Wu Liangyu, who was ranked 25th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Tang Xiaoshan, who was ranked 4th in the top 10 new stars, and Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars. The first battle, Ting Mo against Gu Tingfang. The first battle of the first round had begun. Both of the contestants were not unknown warriors, they were all powerful warriors from their groups. In the 3rd group, Ting Mo had only lost to Gao Feng, and was ranked 5th in terms of points. Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars, had only lost 1 battle as well, which was against Gu Qin, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ting Mo did not dare to underestimate Gu Tingfang. Ever since he had lost to the unknown Gao Feng, he did not dare to underestimate any of the young warriors anymore. Shoo. Taking out his thin sword, Ting Mo did not attack right away. Instead, he stared at Gu Tingfang. Gu Tingfang's weapons were 2 light red short blades. They were 2 feet and 8 inches long, and the back of the blades was curved like a snake. The edges of the blades shone with a cold light, drawing out beams of light under the sunlight. Please teach me. Stomping on the ground, Gu Tingfang attacked first. Her whole body seemed to have become weightless as she traveled dozens of meters and appeared in front of Ting Mo within a second. Dang 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 dang, the sound of the dagger colliding with the thin sword was endless. Blazing sparks flew in all directions. It was exceptionally gorgeous and ostentatious, filled with the beauty of violence. Wild goose attack. Gu Tingfang yelled with a low voice. The 2 short blades were thrown out at an unimaginable speed, attacking towards Ting Mo, who was trying his best to defend. Chin. Countless sparks flew out, turning into 2 beautiful light bands that looked like the wings of wild geese. This was the horrifying power of the wild goose attack. Even the direction of the sparks would be affected. Ting Mo kept backing out, it seemed like he could not stop Gu Tingfang's attack at all. Ting Mo is going to lose. Although Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian had lost the right to participate in the second stage of the knockout competition, since they had participated in the first stage of the knockout competition, Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian could still watch from below the stage. They did not need to return to the audience seating. Yi Qin shook his head. Within 10 attacks, Gu Tingfang is going to lose. What do you mean? Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at Yi Qin curiously. Yi Qin said, the first round of attack, the second round of attack, the third round of attack. This is the unchanging truth. Gu Tingfang's attacks seemed to be very aggressive, but she had used too much power. She did not save any power. She might be able to win against a weaker contestant, but Ting Mo's power is not weaker than Gu Tingfang's, and he is even more experienced than her. It would be impossible for her to win with 1 attack. Once she loses her momentum, it will be Ting Mo's time to fight back. At that time, it would be almost impossible for her to win. Zhu Mei asked, is it not a good thing to attack too aggressively? Not necessarily. What I mean is that Gu Tingfang's battle experience is a bit lacking. When facing an opponent at the same level, she should never let her opponent control the rhythm. Right now, the situation seems to be in Gu Tingfang's favor, but the rhythm is already in Ting Mo's hands. If I were her, I would change my fighting style before my momentum is exhausted, and I would disrupt the rhythm. That way I would have a higher chance of winning. After all, she already had the upper hand. As soon as Yi Qin finished talking, the situation on the stage changed. Gu Tingfang, who had the upper hand since the beginning, was forced to step back. Just as Yi Qin had expected, the momentum could not keep rising without falling. When it reached a certain level, Gu Tingfang's momentum and blade finally started to fall back. Right at that moment, Ting Mo found a small flaw and launched a fierce counterattack. His thin sword, which was only as thick as 2 fingers, was like the autumn wind, like the flowing water. It was aimed at Gu Tingfang's weakness, completely disrupting her rhythm and mind. Gu Tingfang was in a hurry, and she had lost all of her previous elegance. Right now she just wanted to win. Unfortunately, Ting Mo would not let her do that. His thin sword maintained a stable rhythm, continuously stabbing out. In this way he did not have the weakness of having too much momentum, and he could always suppress Gu Tingfang, who did not have enough time to adjust herself. Dang! With a horizontal slash, the short blade in Gu Tingfang's right hand flew out. I lost. Gu Tingfang stopped moving and said with a bitter smile. Tingmo was shocked. This time he had won by luck. In the situation where they were at the same power level, the battle experience had decided the result. If they were to compete again he would not have any confidence to win. Luckily he had won and he would not have to worry about running into her in the next 9 rounds. Both of them left the stage and the second battle of the first round began. Just like what you said. Yichin, it is such a waste that you did not become a martial skill master. Zhu Mei's face was full of admiration. There were masters in the Sky Cloud Martial School who taught them martial skills. Besides teaching them martial skills, they would also teach them battling experiences. However, those experiences were obviously not as advanced as Yi Chen's, because Yi Chen was always able to get to the point and come up with countermeasures. Yi Chen smiled. Some of the powerful warriors would teach their disciples and some would not. Although his eyes and experience were very advanced, he might not be able to teach his disciple well. Teaching a disciple was not about holding his hand, but about letting his disciple learn by himself. In Yi Chen's world there was a saying, the master leads the way, but the training depends on the disciple himself. Of course, in a short period of time, Yi Chen could indeed teach someone a great battling experience. But in the long run he would not be so sure anymore. After all, there was nothing that could be more practical than learning by oneself. Other people's knowledge would always be separated by a layer, and it would not be easy to break it. The battles of the 7th group were not too fast or too slow. In the next few battles, Bing Ling, Gu Qin, Tang Xiaoshan and a couple of other powerful young warriors had all won their battles. Bing Ling was indeed the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Her opponent had not even attacked before he was blown away by a punch. Gu Qin, as a warrior ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was also extremely powerful. He had blown away his opponent within a second. As for Tang Xiaoshan, besides Yi Chen, who was a hidden rank 9 martial institution martial genius, he was without a doubt the brightest one among all the new stars. He was only second to Tua Baku, and even Chen Yun and Gu Yuyun, who were ranked above him, could not compete with him. The martial institution he came from was only a normal rank 7 martial institution in the Ice Crystal Empire, which was not as powerful as the older rank 7 martial institutions, not to mention the top rank 7 martial institutions. But somehow he had appeared, a martial genius who was thought to be one of the most powerful martial institutions. He had the chance to compete for the top 10, and even if he did not make it he would still be able to make it to the top 20. Without any effort Tang Xiaoshan had won the battle. His powerful power had even made Gu Qin, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, frown. The 8th battle of the first round, Yi Chen against Gao Feng. After a couple of powerful warriors had appeared, it was Yi Chen's turn. His opponent was the popular warrior from the 3rd group, Gao Feng. Even Ting Mo was not his opponent. Tang Xiaoshan was very confident in his observation. He said to the few people next to him, Gao Feng is still not quite there yet. He has about 30% chance of winning. But if Yi Chen wants to win against him, it would not be that easy. Chapter 252. Hearing his own name, Gao Feng jumped onto the battling platform with a serious face. Yi Chen did not hesitate. He tapped his foot on the ground and appeared on the battling platform almost at the same time as Gao Feng. The two stood 50 meters apart. You are very powerful. But if you want to win 1 point from me it will not be that easy. With his right hand holding onto his sword handle, Gao Feng said word by word. Yi Chen smiled lightly, it will be easy. Gao Feng frowned. According to his estimation he should have 30% chance of beating Yi Chen, and it was not like he did not have any chance at all. But somehow, seeing that calm expression on Yi Chen's face, he did not have any confidence at all. For the first time he felt like he did not know where to start. Shocked, Gao Feng thought to himself, perhaps he still has more power? On the judge's seat, the Group 3 judge and the Group 12 judge sat together. The Group 12 judge said, Gao Feng is a good seed. I can tell that he has been hiding part of his power. His sword intent should be close to completion. The Group 3 judge nodded. What I am curious about is that up until now, Yi Chen has not shown any trace of sword intent. I guess he has not learned it yet. Although the sword intent is a benchmark for sword artists, not every powerful sword artist has it. So who can tell for sure? You are right. But it is a pity. If he had the sword intent, it would not be impossible for him to get into the top 10. The Group 3 judge had been watching Yi Chen win every single battle, so he was more or less looking forward to it. He hoped that Yi Chen would be able to shine, and that there would be more to watch. But of course he knew that the sword intent was not that easy to learn. It was related to the comprehensive ability, but it was also related to the talent in the sword arts. But it did not mean that just because one was talented in the sword arts, they would be able to learn the sword intent. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm sword artists in this true spirit continent who had not learned the sword intent yet. And some of the warriors who did not have the comprehensive ability and the sword art talent, and did not have a high cultivation, had somehow learned the sword intent. There were some rumors about the sword intent in the true spirit continent. It was said that in order to learn the sword intent, one would need to have a pure spirit or reach the Sea of Souls realm. These two conditions were the easiest to learn the sword intent. The rest would depend on the situation, since there would always be exceptions. Senior Brother Gao, if you defeat him, it will be your 11th consecutive victory. At this moment, a young woman's voice came from the audience stands. Gao Feng's expression changed. He looked over and shook his head with a bitter smile. Defeating Yi Chen was easier said than done. He could only hope that Yi Chen's strength was not beyond his imagination. The Star Scar sword appeared in his left hand. Without taking it out of the scabbard, Yi Chen said, "It seems like your sister disciple really wants you to win. Unfortunately, I will not go easy on you." "You better not go easy on me. I will beat you fair and square." Gao Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The person who spoke was his junior martial sister, who was also his childhood sweetheart. This time he had promised her that he would definitely achieve 12 consecutive victories to commemorate the 12 years they had known each other. Chin. Gao Feng's sword was taken out of the scabbard. The sword light flashed once, and an invisible sword pressure attacked toward Yi Chen. The calm air suddenly started to ripple like water, being pulled to an extreme. Pop. The sword pressure and the watery air had been cut open. Yi Chen's sword was only halfway out of the scabbard. Such a powerful sword aura. The judges of the 3rd and 12th group were shocked. Right then Yi Chen seemed to be a little bit more serious. Over at the 2nd group, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, had accidentally noticed this. He shook his head lightly, knowing that it would be useless to not learn the sword intent. Sword explosion. The sword pressure was only the beginning. Gao Feng performed the ace attack that he had used to beat Ting Mo. He threw out a sword attack, bringing up the sword wind and the sword chi. Pop. Another crisp sound was heard. The sword wind and the sword chi had been shattered, and the tip of Yi Chen's sword was finally revealed from the scabbard. The sword light that was as deep as the stars shone. Impressive. Gao Feng took a deep breath. He had never seen a sword artist at the same level as him who could break his ultimate move with only sword momentum. However, this was just the beginning. He was a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, his sword intent had officially entered the entry level. Pushing his sword intent, Gao Feng's sword aura was extremely condensed. It was indestructible and nothing could shake it, including Yi Chen's sword aura. In the next second, Gao Feng suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. The sound of metal clashing and the burning sparks spread out in all directions. Below the stage in the spectator seats, many of the younger generation and the spectating martial artists could only see 2 blurry figures, one blue and one green, crisscrossing and flashing. The most eye-catching thing was the sword light that was everywhere. Every single one of them was breathtaking. After which they saw numerous shallow scratches appearing on the stage. The scratches were incomparably sharp. With a glance, even one's mind would be pierced through. Judging from the current situation, Gao Feng and Yi Chen's power were almost the same. One had learned the entry-level sword intent, while the other had unparalleled sword art skills. His sword aura was horrifying. On the huge battling platform, the long sword in Gao Feng's hand kept moving. The sword light was extremely sharp, and every time he waved it out, it would be extremely threatening. Sometimes, when his Jin Qi was extremely powerful, before the tip of the sword even reached its target, there would already be burning sparks shooting out between the two, which was quite shocking. Compared to Gao Feng's unpredictable sword light, Yi Chen was like an enhanced version of his opponent. His Star Scar sword was unrestrained and untraceable. Every time he attacked, it was flawless, which was out of everyone's expectation. It made Gao Feng unable to gain the upper hand even with his sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. Without using his sword intent, he would still have to use the poetic perspective of his sky-shattering clouds. He did not plan to use the poetic perspective of his lone peak kill yet. It was not because the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was not as powerful as the sky-shattering clouds. In fact, once the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was completed, it would be even more powerful than the sky-shattering clouds. However, without the help of the sword intent, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would not be able to reach its peak. The poetic perspective of the lone peak 13 swords was the origin of Yi Chen's sword intent. After it had been completely combined, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would also be closely related to the sword intent. If he did not have the sword intent, Yi Chen would not be able to completely combine the lone peak 13 swords and create his most powerful sword movement, the completed lone peak kill. As for the sky-shattering clouds, it would also need the sword intent to reach its peak. However, it was less dependent on the sword intent than the lone peak kill. Plus, the sky-shattering clouds was a frontal attack while the lone peak kill was different. The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was the essence of the lone peak kill. Without the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, the power of the lone peak kill would drop by at least one level. On the stage, human figures flashed everywhere. The sword light flew everywhere. Beams of sword chi occasionally leaked out from the affected area, creating ripples on the dark blue light wall. How is this possible? I am older than him and I have also learned the sword intent. How could I not have the upper hand at all? Just how powerful is his sword art? The long sword in his hand was waved out like lightning. Gao Feng was getting more and more shocked. Towards the end, he had already been convinced by Yi Chen's sword art. As the battle entered the most intense stage, Gao Feng's face looked extremely serious. His eyes had almost stopped blinking. Together with his mental power, he watched every single movement of Yi Chen, hoping to find a tiny flaw. As long as there was a tiny flaw, he would be able to fight back aggressively. After a while, Gao Feng finally gave up. Yi Chen did not have a single flaw. At least for him, Yi Chen was flawless. Even if there was a flaw, that kind of weird flaw could have been purposely made by his opponent to disrupt his rhythm. Taking a step back, Gao Feng held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Ghost Wind. Since there is no flaw, then I will create one myself. Gao Feng had used all of his power for this sword attack. His sword intent had been completely condensed into the sword wind. A ghostly cry was heard. That horrifying sword wind turned into sword chi from time to time, then disappeared from time to time. The sword intent is not bad, but the poetic perspective of the sword art is not that high. The reason why Yi Chen was able to fight on par with his opponent without using his sword intent was not only because of his powerful sword techniques and sword aura, but also because of his powerful poetic perspective. With the two combined, even Gao Feng, who had learned the entry-level sword intent, could not force him to use his sword intent. As Gao Feng took a step back, Yi Chen also took a step back. He held up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and threw it down vertically with an aura of thunder and lightning. Sky-shattering clouds. Swoosh, swoosh, there was a light sparkle in the air. Gao Feng's sword wind had been shattered immediately, splashing everywhere like water. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's attack had disappeared as well. Gao Feng's expression changed suddenly as his eyes looked determined. I was planning to save this attack for the last moment. But now you have what it takes for me to use it. His entry-level sword intent spread out, surrounding Gao Feng. He held the sword handle tightly with his right hand, while his left hand was on the end of the handle. In the next second, an extremely sharp sword aura exploded. Together with his slim body, his whole body looked like a great sword that was about to be taken out of its scabbard. This Gao Feng is not bad. I did not expect that he would have an even more powerful ace attack. Yi Chen is going to lose. Tang Xiaoshan crossed his arms in front of his chest, a smile appearing on his face. Facing Gao Feng, who had an extremely sharp aura, Yi Chen shook his head. Sword intent. I know it too. I was planning to fight more. As for Gao Feng's sword art skills, Yi Chen was a bit impressed. It was just like how Wei Renjie felt about Lynch. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to waste so much time. He could have taken care of his opponent as soon as he got on the stage. With his power, it was not impossible. What? He has also learned the sword intent? The judge of the third group was shocked. A horrifying sharp intent burst out, and Yi Chen's aura was completely different from before. His blue robe danced in the air, and an invisible sword aura that had been infused with sword intent had pierced through Gao Feng's sword aura without any mercy. Gao Feng's sword aura, which had been rising up, seemed like a child's joke under this attack. It was like a balloon that had been deflated and it started to deflate. Gao Feng was terrified. Is this his real power? Only Gao Feng himself knew how powerful the ace attack that he had prepared so carefully was. As long as he threw out the sword attack, even those who were slightly more powerful than him would have a hard time. However, he had not expected that Yi Qin had not only learned the sword intent, but also used it to a higher level than him. A sword light flashed across in the air. Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. His Jin Qi layer had been shattered and he was thrown into the dark blue light wall. Chapter 253. One sword attack. Gao Feng had lost. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. The whole place was dead silent. Before this, no one would have thought that Yi Qin had hidden his sword intent, which was the pride of a sword artist. He had only used his sword art to compete on the stage and beat all the top young warriors, winning 11 battles in a row. What was even more unexpected was that once Yi Qin had released his sword intent, Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. He had lost right away and in such a straightforward manner. If Gao Feng were only a normal young warrior, people would not be so shocked. But in the first stage of the competition, he had beaten Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. And just like Yi Qin, he had won all the battles. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, Gao Feng was not a normal warrior. He was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. However, a powerful warrior like him could not even handle one attack from Yi Qin. The huge contrast had shocked a lot of people. Amateurs would just watch for fun, but the experts would see for themselves. Most of the clasping Yuan Realm warriors only knew that Yi Qin had the sword intent, but they did not know what had happened in that second. However, the powerful clasping Yuan Realm warriors and astral reaching realm warriors had seen some of the details. For example, Yi Qin's sword intent flashed once and then disappeared, and it was hard to tell exactly what kind of realm he had reached. Also, right now they could finally feel how fast Yi Qin's sword was. It had already surpassed the reaction speed of warriors at the same cultivation level. Most importantly, the second he threw out his sword, Yi Qin had shown the elegance of a sword artist. Not only did his sword art move as he wished, but it was also very fast. So impressive. Is this the power of the fifth in the top 10 new stars? Why do I feel like he could be the second? Some of the warriors who were watching the battle could not help but say. Someone next to him said, I have the same feeling. Gao Feng is the 9th in the top 10 new stars after all. But he still could not handle one serious sword attack from Yi Qin. It is not certain whether he is serious or not. Haven't you noticed? Until now, has Yi Qin tried his best? Only Gao Feng was able to force out his sword intent. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before, there were top young warriors like Xikong Sheng, and now there are the top 10 new stars. All of them are hiding their powers. Before the most crucial moment, no one would know what kind of realm they have reached. Now that's hot-blooded. What's the point of a match that can be seen through at a glance? Haha, this is really exciting. I really want to see who among the younger generation can laugh until the end, and who can be ranked in the top 10. There were way too many people who were paying attention to this battle, since there were only 6 groups left. It was obvious which group would be more interesting to watch. The battle between Yi Qin and Gao Feng was very exciting. In the beginning, it was clear that they were evenly matched, but in the end the situation changed drastically. First, Gao Feng was forced to use his ace attack, and his momentum increased drastically. It seemed like he was going to win, but who would have thought that Yi Qin would have even more attacks, which exposed the fact that he had comprehended the sword intent and killed Gao Feng with one sword attack, showing off the power of a sword artist. Such an exciting battle had made people's blood boil. Their faces turned red, and they could not help but want to scream out loud. The Group 12 judge froze for a while before he said, a real sword artist needs both a powerful attacking power and the power to kill with one attack. This kid has both, which is very rare. The Group 3 judge nodded. It is easy to become a warrior, but it is hard to become a sword artist. Most people only have the talent to be a sword artist, but not the qualities that a sword artist should have. As astral reaching realm warriors, the two had seen a lot of powerful sword artists. They knew how hard it was to deal with a sword artist, since they did not seem to have too big of a weakness because they were experts in finding weaknesses. That sword attack of Yi Qin seemed to be very fast and casual, but it had actually landed on Gao Feng's weakest spot, which gave Gao Feng no chance to fight back at all. A light flashed through the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Yi Qin, who had learned the sword intent, had piqued his interest. As for how long this interest could last, it would depend on how powerful Yi Qin really was. If it was only this much, then it would only take 3 sword attacks to finish him off. Xikong Sheng and the other top young warriors did not have any expression on their faces. The power that Yi Qin had shown so far was nothing special to them. Reaching their level, the gap between them was huge. If one's power could not be ranked in the top 5 or top 10, then he would not even be worth their attention. There are too many people who have not shown their real power yet. He is only a clown. The head disciple of the Sky Fall Martial School, Lin Yun, sneered. The head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, used his Sky Demon eyes. A dark red light flashed through his eyes as he said lightly, "He will not be in the top 10. Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. This head disciple of hers looked very calm and collected on the surface, but he was actually very prideful. As one of the top 2 martial arts of the Sky Flying Demon Martial School, the Sky Demon art was indeed very powerful. The Sky Demon eyes that came with it could see through a person's aura. However, martial arts were not omnipotent. Moreover, his Sky Demon art was only at the 10th realm, so how could he see through a person's power? On the battling platform, putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin said, "Thank you," before flying off the platform. Gao Feng covered his chest with his left hand, but he was not hurt at all. He knew that Yi Qin had held back. Yi Qin's control of his power was just like his sword art, which had already reached the realm of being able to do whatever he wanted. It was not a shame to lose to him. Plus, he had learned something from this battle. Getting off the platform, Gao Feng sent a Zhenqi message to his sister disciple. "Sorry. I have lost. It's okay. He is just too powerful. I just want to watch your battle. I don't care about anything else." "You are right. He is indeed too powerful. I think his power is even more powerful than what everyone thinks," Gao Feng said in shock. Unfortunately, besides his sister disciple, no one else heard what he said. The iron ball in his hand had been crushed. Tang Xiaoshan's face froze. He had just said that Yi Qin was going to lose, but the result was completely different from what he had expected. He had been humiliated. His power is not bad. It seems like I have underestimated him. Tang Xiaoshan twitched the corner of his mouth. The battle continued. The next contestant was the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. His opponent was the young warrior who had made it to the next round with all his wins. The two had exchanged 3 rounds of attacks. Wu Liangyu won. The Sky Demon Martial School is slightly more powerful in terms of the number of top disciples. In addition to the top 3 disciples, there are also 3 disciples who have made it to the 2nd stage of the knockout competition, adding up to 6 disciples. As for the other 6th grade sects, the most disciples who have made it to the 2nd stage of the knockout competition are no more than 5, and at least 3. Of course, the Sky Demon Martial School has the advantage in terms of quantity. But in terms of quality, no one can compete with the Floating Mountain Martial School. There is no other way. The Floating Mountain Martial School has Xikong Sheng. Besides the Fire Spirit Prince, no one else would be able to compete with him. Not necessarily. That Lin Yun's chi is not weaker than the Fire Spirit Prince's. In some aspects, he is even more powerful. The fight for the first place should be between the 3 of them. Not necessarily. Chua Baku should be counted in. The last Hidden Dragon rank 9 young warrior had been blown away by him with only 1 punch. Is this kind of power not enough to compete for the top 3? Although Wu Liangyu had performed very well, unfortunately with Yi Qin's performance in front of him, Wu Liangyu was definitely not as good as him. Therefore, with his status, the crowd started to discuss about the battle between the top young warriors and the Sky Demon Martial School. They all had their own opinions. Yi Qin and Su Jing stood together. Next to them were Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian, who had lost the right to compete. Qin Yulian watched the matches of each group and sighed. This year's competition is too intense. Many of the contestants from last year's ranking have been eliminated. I wonder how many of the contestants from last year's ranking will remain after the 2nd round of elimination. Zhu Mei said, looking at the current situation, at least 30 to 40% will be eliminated. 30 or 40% was more than 20 people. This was a shocking number. Yi Qin did not say anything. The first stage of the competition had indeed eliminated a lot of contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank, such as Lin Yu, who was ranked 70th, Zhuang Fei, who was ranked 68th, Wei Dongxi, who was ranked 66th, Kai Yueyao, who was ranked 61st, Lu Zhao, who was ranked 61st, and Yuan Hingying, who was ranked 59th. These were all powerful warriors from the Hidden Dragon rank that Yi Qin had met in the scorching ancient desert, but now they had all been eliminated. These were only the Hidden Dragon rank warriors from the 9 nations, including the Windy Nation. Including the other nations, up until now, there had already been 20 people who had been eliminated. Therefore, the 30 to 40% that Zhu Mei said was still an understatement. After the second round of elimination, the total number of people who had been eliminated from the last Hidden Dragon rank should be around 25 to 30. Of course, there were also a couple of people from the 9 nations who had not been eliminated, such as Wuxia who was ranked 54th, and Shuihen who was ranked 57th. The two of them used to be the top warriors in the Heaven Dream Ancient region, but unfortunately when they arrived at the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, they had barely managed to struggle on the edge of being eliminated. Whether they could make it to the next round or not would depend on the luck that they usually did not care about. The new generation had replaced the old generation. How many old warriors had been eliminated meant how many new young warriors had been replaced. Not to mention the other nations, just the Windy Nation alone had Yi Qin, Su Jing and Lynch, which was 3 times better than the last Hidden Dragon rank, when only Zhuang Fei was in the Hidden Dragon rank. Therefore, the Windy Nation had not only not declined but had actually become a lot stronger. The 12th battle of the second group had begun, and the contestant was indeed Su Jing. Seeing that Su Jing had easily suppressed her opponent, Yi Qin had realized something. He thought to himself, it turns out that Su Jing's martial arts and martial skills have not been trained to a very high level. It seems that she has not trained for a long time after all. Give her 1 more year and she might be able to compete for the top 10. Yi Qin had figured out that Su Jing had changed her martial art. If he had guessed it right, Su Jing had changed her martial art after she came back from the Heaven Dream Ancient region, and it was an extremely high-level body-strengthening martial art. However, it was only a year before the Hidden Dragon rank competition, and body-strengthening martial arts were extremely hard to train. It would be impossible for Su Jing to train her body-strengthening martial art to a very high level within a year, which was her weakness. After all, those old generation young warriors had all trained a martial art for 3 years or even more. If Su Jing had 3 years to train, even Yi Qin could not be sure what level Su Jing could reach, because Su Jing's current power was already horrifying. With a thunderous punch, she had broken her opponent's protective Zhen Qi layer. Su Jing had easily won the first point in the second stage of the competition. Yi Qin chuckled as he turned his attention to his own group. The second round of the competition was about to begin. Who would be his opponent? Chapter 254. The first battle of the second round, Bing Ling against Gu Qing. As the judge's voice faded, the huge audience suddenly quieted down. Warriors who had the right to participate in the second round of the competition were not weak warriors. If the Hidden Dragon rank could be expanded to 144 people, then all of the contestants in the audience would be on the rank. They would all be the elites of the elites, the top warriors of the young generation. And Bing Ling and Gu Qing were undoubtedly the top warriors. Bing Ling, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Ice Crystal Empire. She was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 5 this time. Gu Qing, the head disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, a rank 7 institution in the Grey Mystery Nation. He was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 10 this time. Judging from the surface, Gu Qing was obviously slightly weaker than Bing Ling. His martial institution was 1 rank lower, and his Hidden Dragon rank was 3 ranks lower. Do not underestimate the rank of a martial institution. The higher the rank of a martial institution, the higher the rank of the martial arts they collected would be. If the rank of a martial institution was low, then the rank of the martial arts would naturally be low. There were very few rank 7 martial institutions in the South Rudra region that could compete with rank 6 martial institutions. However, coincidentally, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was one of those rare rank 7 martial institutions. They did not lack high-rank Earth-realm martial arts, and they even had a top-rank Earth-realm martial art. With this top-rank Earth-realm martial art, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was able to sit firmly as the number 1 rank 7 martial institution in the Black Dragon Empire. If the leader of the Blue Cloud Pavilion was not stupid, he would have taught the top-rank Earth-realm martial art to Gu Qing for sure. In order for a rank 7 institution to become a rank 6 institution, besides having enough top battling power, they would also need a Sea of Souls realm warrior. With Gu Qing's talent and comprehensive ability, he would have a great chance to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the future. The two would meet in the first battle of the second round, which would definitely be the highlight of the battle. In everyone's eyes, no matter how powerful Bing Ling was, she would not be able to beat Gu Qing with only a couple of attacks. And Gu Qing would not just sit there and let Bing Ling beat him easily. He would definitely try his best to beat her, which would be a great treat for the audience. Who do you think will win this battle? Some people could not help but ask their friends. Isn't that obvious? Of course it's Bing Ling. It's easy to surpass the younger generation that's ranked at the bottom, but to be able to enter the top 10, their talent and comprehension are all top-notch. Coupled with the top-notch martial arts, it's almost impossible to surpass them. Not necessarily. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, only 3 ranks behind Bing Ling. His martial arts are almost the same as well. It would not be that easy for Bing Ling to beat him. Might be very hard. 3 years can bring the Hidden Dragon rank competition to its peak. There must be a lot of changes happening to Bing Ling and Gu Qing. No matter how we argue, it will be useless. Let's just wait and see. While everyone was talking, Bing Ling and Gu Qing went on stage. It's been 3 years, but you're still as cold as ever. Gu Qing smiled faintly, and a dark blue iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod was 4 feet and 8 inches long, and as thick as a child's arm. Its surface was engraved with circles of simple spiral patterns, and in the center of the spiral patterns, there was a dot. 3 spiral patterns made up 3 dots, making the iron rod look heavy and a little strange. Bing Ling said, "Bring out all of your power. Otherwise you will lose to me just like last time." "Of course I will use all of my power." The two exchanged a few words, then stopped talking and stared at each other. The first one to attack was Gu Qing. His body flashed, and when he was still 10 meters away from Bing Ling, the iron stick in his hand smashed down. The heavy air-breaking sound was like a mountain, giving people the feeling that it was not an iron stick, but a huge mountain, a sky-reaching stone pillar. Bing Ling stood where she was without moving at all. Only when the iron stick was smashed down did she throw out a punch. Bang! Ice shards scattered all over the sky. Gu Qing's heavy and powerful strike, which was enough to split a mountain, was actually broken by Bing Ling with her bare hands. Not only that, the dark blue iron stick was covered in a layer of frost, emitting cold air. Amazing, not only does this punch contain a large amount of Jin Qi, it also has the power to shatter ice. Yi Chen recalled the scene just now. When Gu Qing's iron stick smashed down, Bing Ling's right fist had already gathered a large amount of ice Jin Qi. When the two collided, the ice Jin Qi turned into solid ice and exploded, easily shattering the mountain-like power. Su Jing said, "This should be one of the secret skills of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Ice-Breaking Fist." On the stage, Gu Qing's eyes looked serious. Jin Qi flowed through his palm and into the iron stick. Suddenly, the 3 round dots on the iron stick lit up, and the blue halo rippled, shattering the ice. "Take my attack, Blue Cloud 9 consecutive strikes." Gu Qing yelled out as his body flashed randomly. Within the space of dozens of meters, his figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Immediately after, pieces of ice shards suddenly exploded around Bing Ling's body. It turned out that Gu Qing had already arrived at Bing Ling's side, and kept smashing down with his iron stick. Unfortunately, Bing Ling's defense was just as terrifying as her fist art. Before the iron stick that was covered by the blue halo could even land, it had already been weakened by layers of ice Jin Qi. Ice shards flew everywhere, looking extremely beautiful but also extremely shocking. 1 hit, 2 hits, 7 hits. It hits. It was not until the 9th hit that Gu Qing suddenly jumped up and split into 3. 3 Gu Qings held the iron stick and smashed it onto Bing Ling's protective Jin Qi. Under Gu Qing's storm-like attacks, it was not easy for Bing Ling to block out the first 8 hits. However, the 9th hit had thrown away all the techniques, and all it had was an unparalleled power and momentum. With 1 hit, all the air had been sucked out and all that was left was a vacuum. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, pieces of oval-shaped ice frost appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. Boom! The ice frost exploded and Bing Ling backed out 9 steps. With every step, she would leave behind some ice shards on the stage. Kalala. Seeing that Gu Qing had the upper hand, a lot of people did not even have the time to catch their breath before Bing Ling's counterattack came. This attack was even more violent than Gu Qing's 9th hit. With 1 punch, the water Yuan Qi in the air had been sucked over, and was thrown out along with the extremely cold fist power. His protective Jin Qi was frozen, and Gu Qing's whole body was sealed in a few meters wide ice block. He was smashed heavily onto the dark blue light wall. The ice block shattered, and Gu Qing's black hair danced in the air as he yelled, "If you can take this hit, I will admit defeat." Bring it on. Bing Ling still looked cold. Her aura kept increasing, and a bright blue qi flow exploded around Gu Qing's body. The blue qi flow spun around Gu Qing once and then dove into the iron stick. The next second, the iron stick vibrated intensely, and the blue light started to change, eventually forming into a stone pillar shadow. It was 3 meters long and half a meter thick. Blue stone great art. Lose. After throwing out that stick attack, half of the battling platform had changed color. The powerful and heavy stone column shadow was like a real sky-piercing stone column, ferociously smashing towards Bing Ling, who was dozens of meters away. That kind of power that could crush a mountain and crack a river was unimaginable. It was hard to connect it with the handsome Gu Qing. Right then someone yelled out, "It is the blue stone great art of the Blue Cloud Martial School." I heard that an inner master of the Blue Cloud Martial School had killed 2 warriors at the same cultivation level with one hammer attack, and was famous in the South Rudra region for its heavy power. People who trained the Blue Stone Great Art would usually choose heavy weapons like iron sticks or hammers. Only then would they be able to bring out the full power of the Blue Stone Great Art. Gu Qing's power is indeed not to be underestimated. I wonder how Bing Ling is going to handle it? Bing Ling should have some ace attacks as well, right? Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. Bing Ling's ace attack was about to come. All of the water yuan qi on the battling stage suddenly gathered towards that elegant fist. Ice break. Bing Ling groaned as she threw out a punch with a horrifying aura. At that moment, a lot of people felt like they could hear the sound of ice breaking. Boom. The battling stage shook a little and the air twisted. That blue-colored qi flow and freezing frost filled up everyone's vision. If it were not for the dark blue light wall, it would have spread out in all directions. The stone column shadow had been shattered, and Gu Qing's hand, which was holding the iron stick, had cracked open. His chest felt like it had been struck by lightning as he puked out a mouthful of blood while his body was blown away. Bing Ling was not feeling any better either. Her face was slightly pale, and there was blood dripping down from the corner of her mouth. The result of the exchange of ace attacks was that Gu Qing had lost completely, while Bing Ling was slightly wounded. Bing Ling wins. The judge came back to his senses and announced the result immediately. It was not the time to be amazed by the two's power. In the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, even the slightest injury could affect the rest of the battles. Even the leaders of the Ice Extreme Martial School and the Blue Cloud Martial School looked very anxious. Bing Ling had just gotten off the stage when she was taken away by the leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School. Without any surprises, she would be using her Seas of Souls Realm cultivation to heal Bing Ling, so that she would be able to recover to her peak condition when she encountered a powerful opponent. That way she would be able to avoid further injuries and possibly losing the competition. The people from the Blue Cloud Martial School were not slow either. They brought Gu Qing, who looked very tired, into the training room nearby. Although the Blue Cloud Martial School did not have any Seas of Souls Realm warriors, Gu Qing's injury was not that serious. With the help of a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors, plus the top healing medicine, it would not be a big problem for him to recover within a short period of time. Compared to that, the ranking of the Hidden Dragon rank was what they cared about. The departure of the two did not cool down the atmosphere. Instead, it got even more heated. I did not expect Gu Qing to be able to fight with Bing Ling like that. It would be hard for those young warriors to surpass him. Yeah. Bing Ling could be counted as one of the top young warriors. There were not many people who could injure her. Although it was just a small injury, if there were no competitions she would not need to rest at all. She would be able to recover completely after a couple of days of rest. In the Group 5, the top 4 are almost out. They are Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Tang Xiaoshan and Yi Chen. I wonder if the 4 of them will run into each other. If they do, it would be another intense battle. Everyone was full of anticipation for the upcoming battles. Of course, it was not just the Group 5, the other groups' battles would be exciting as well. After all, there were only 24 people in each group, and in 10 rounds of battles they would run into 10 people. There would be scenes where the top 2 would run into each other. When Bing Ling and Gu Qing were battling, Lynch was also battling. Because the two of them were not as eye-catching as the two on the other side, not many people were paying attention to them. Right now the battle had ended and Lynch had won. Time passed slowly, and 5 battles had already ended in the Group 5. The 6th battle was Yi Chen's, and his opponent was the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wuxiang. Everyone who had not calmed down yet suddenly became excited. On the surface, Wuxiang was indeed not as powerful as Yi Chen, but he would not be weaker than Gao Feng and might even be more powerful. What they were looking forward to was how would Yi Chen beat Wuxiang. Chapter 255. A huge pair of black wings appeared on his back as Wuxiang floated above the battling platform, looking down at Yi Chen. As long as I can keep the distance, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Being considered weaker than Yi Chen and many of the people before him was a huge blow to Wuxiang. He did not know how the others thought about him, but in his opinion, The reason why Yi Chen could beat Yi Chen with one sword attack was because of the close distance and the sudden attack. Plus, Yi Chen had just finished preparing his most powerful ace attack, so he was a bit relaxed. That was why Yi Chen was able to take advantage of him. Right now, he was in the air, maintaining 100 meters distance from his opponent. As long as Yi Chen made any move with the speed-increasing effect of the Black Crow Great Art, Wu Liangyu would have enough time to react, and would not let Yi Chen get close to him easily. On the first row of the audience seating, the Black Crow man nodded satisfyingly. What Wu Liangyu did was the best way to deal with Yi Chen. Only with enough distance would he be able to maximize the advantage of the Black Crow Great Art. As for Wu Liangyu trying to increase the distance, Yi Chen did not care too much about it. The gap between them was not just a little bit, so it did not matter if there was a distance or not. Death Tornado. Wu Liangyu attacked. As the third disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 25 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, his power was still very powerful. Both of his wings flapped intensely, and the pitch-black light shone brightly. Countless arc-shaped cutting waves accumulated in the air, forming into a tornado-like black light wave, attacking towards Yi Chen. It covered the whole sky, making it impossible for Yi Chen to dodge. Swoosh! A weird sound of cloth tearing was heard. A scratch appeared in the sky full of black light, expanding quickly. Yi Chen walked out from it with his sword in his hand, completely unharmed. Wu Liangyu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously flapped his wings, backing out quickly. A beam of sword chi brushed past his protective Jin Chi layer and landed heavily on the dark blue light wall, bringing up circles of patterns. I will see how you are going to break it this time. Death Storm. The wings on his back combined with the two scimitars in his hands, the Death Tornado had been upgraded into an even more horrifying Death Tornado. Countless arc-shaped chopping waves interweaved together, attacking towards Yi Chen with a destructive aura. Wu Liangyu believed that under this attack, as long as Yi Chen showed even the slightest flaw, he would be badly wounded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Chen took 3 steps forward, then lifted up his Star Scar sword and attacked back. Whoosh! There were light blue electric sparks flashing in the midair, and the black tornado was split in half like a curtain being pulled open. Wu Liangyu, who was behind the curtain, did not even have the time to react before his protective Jin Chi layer was sliced open. He flipped 4 times in the air before sliding down from the dark blue light wall. This sword attack contains both the poetic perspectives of cloud and thunder. How is this possible? An inner master of the Sky Demon Martial School said with surprise. Before, although Yi Chen had used his sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective a couple of times, he was still not eye-catching at that time. Plus, he was still holding back his poetic perspective. Therefore, not many people had noticed it. But now that his opponent was Wu Liangyu, it had naturally attracted everyone's attention. Another inner master sighed. Although poetic perspectives are not as hard to understand as sword intent, it is still a test of one's comprehensive ability and talent. Compared to him, Liangyu is still way too weak. The Crow Man forced a smile. He could not help but look at Yi Chen a couple more times. He had seen Yi Chen 3 times and his power had been completely different each time. To be honest, he had never seen such a horrifying speed of improvement from any young man before. Even Xikong Sheng was not as fast as him. What a little monster. The Crow Man's love for talent was aroused. Yi Chen's win was not out of the judge's expectation, so he announced the result immediately. They all more or less had the same thought. They wanted to see how long Yi Chen's winning streak would last, and whether it would stop at the second stage of the competition. It was definitely a crazy idea. 12 wins in a row. Why do I feel like watching Yi Chen's battles is so exciting? It seems to give people a sense of anticipation, and I can't wait for him to keep winning. Me too. I was just wondering. Logically speaking, the power he has shown so far has not reached the top 10 yet. Maybe it is because he knows everything about the others, but only he is a stranger. He belongs to the real nameless warriors. In the martial world, a nameless warrior beating a powerful warrior who had been famous for a long time would be the most sensational and widely spread news. Someone pointed out the key point. The others heard him and were all enlightened. Indeed, among the young generation, Yi Chen was indeed a nameless warrior, and he had been hiding his power all this time. He was not like Tua Baku, who had shown his power that was enough to compete with the top young warriors from the very beginning. It had reduced the expectation that the crowd had for him, since he only had a few opponents, and the battles before were obviously just child's play. Wu Liangyu, who had just crawled up from the ground, puked out a mouthful of blood. His chest felt a lot better, but his mind was not. He remembered that when he met Yi Chen in the Gold Tripod City, his power was almost the same as his. The reason why he was able to escape from the Wind Wolf's attack was not because of the difference in power, but because of the difference in perception, which allowed him to avoid the Wind Wolf's sound wave attack in advance. It had only been a couple of months, and Yi Qin had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. It was like 1,000 miles in a day, leaving Yi Qin, who had only made some progress, far behind him. Right now Yi Qin was thinking, how did Yi Qin train? Is the gap between us really that big? His 3 years of hard work could not even compare to Yi Qin's 1 year, or even a couple of months. All of a sudden Wu Liangyu looked depressed. Before, he was so arrogant because he was confident that he had made more progress than the others. But now it seemed like it was not the case at all. The people in front of him had made more progress than him, and the people behind him had also caught up with him, which put him in an awkward situation. Could it be that he, Wu Liangyu, could not be one of the top martial geniuses? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and all of Wu Liangyu's ambition had disappeared. He felt that he was a bit ridiculous before, like a clown. Yi Qin did not know what Wu Liangyu was thinking and he did not care. But if it happened to him he would not be as negative as Wu Liangyu. A real powerful warrior would first have to have a strong will and a strong heart. Even if the sky fell and the ground cracked, even if there were thousands of obstacles, they would face it with a smile. Only with a strong heart would one have the essence of a powerful warrior. The 6th battle had finished and the 7th battle had begun. The 2 contestants were Tang Xiaoshan and a young warrior from the last hidden dragon rank. It seemed like he was fighting against Yi Qin. Tang Xiaoshan only threw out 1 blade attack and beat the powerful opponent, winning the 12th battle. A lot of people were talking about Tang Xiaoshan and Yi Qin. Among the top 10 new stars, Tang Xiaoshan was ranked 4th, while Yi Qin was ranked 5th. Right now Yi Qin had overshadowed Tang Xiaoshan, which made him feel a huge pressure. He wanted to use his sword art to prove that he was more powerful than Yi Qin, and that he deserved to be ranked 4th. In the following 3rd and 4th battles, Tang Xiaoshan's performance had proved this fact. First, he used the blade scabbard to beat the 3rd opponent, then he used the normal blade draw art to beat the 4th opponent, which made him the most famous one. Yi Qin did not have that kind of interest. Even if he did, he would not use Tang Xiaoshan as a competition target. He only needed to win 1 battle after another. Even so, Yi Qin's 14 wins in a row were still so eye-catching. His not competing was actually more convincing than Tang Xiaoshan's competition. The battles here were getting more and more intense and the other groups were not any weaker. In the first group, Tua Baku had just beaten the young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank. What was more interesting was that he had taken an attack from his opponent before fighting back. His horrifying defense had made a lot of people frown. No matter what, that young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank was not some random warrior. Who would dare to take an attack from him? In the second group, Wei Renjie, who had beaten Lynch, had lost a battle. His opponent was none other than one of the top young warriors, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Wei Renjie's entry-level blade intent was without a doubt one of the top 3 warriors among the young generation. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Daoxian, whose sword intent had reached 60%. Once his sword intent was released, even the air had frozen. He had blown away Wei Renjie's great blade with 1 sword attack. In the third group, Murong Qingqing and the head disciple of the alchemist martial school, Meng Chao, faced each other. Meng Chao's power was at the same level as Wu Liangyu's. His red burning godly palm was even hotter, able to melt gold and iron. However, facing Murong Qingqing's sky demon power field, his red burning godly palm was completely useless. He had only thrown out 3 attacks before he was caught by Murong Qingqing's sky demon power field, falling on the ground and making him dizzy. In the fourth group, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Demon Eyes Mo Yen, had performed the power of his Sky Demon art. Every movement was almost perfect. In his eyes, his opponent was full of flaws. There were openings everywhere and he could attack from anywhere. In the sixth group, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua, had shown the people what it meant to be aggressive and unstoppable. The long blade in his hand was like a dancing fire dragon. With 1 blade attack, the young warrior who had set up layers of defense had been blown away while puking out blood. It was a clean cut. Right then, everyone was very clear that the following battles could happen at any moment. The 4th battle of the 5th round, Yi Qin against Tang Xiaoshan. As the judge's voice was heard, the atmosphere in the audience seating became heated. Yi Qin was not surprised at all. Right now, the contestants were divided into 6 groups, and each group had 24 people. Excluding himself, there would be 23 people in total. 23 people would go through 10 rounds of battles, and each of them would have 10 opponents. Therefore, the chance for Yi Qin to fight against Tang Xiaoshan was around 40%. So, it was expected that he would fight against Tang Xiaoshan. The 4th and 5th of the top 10 new stars are finally going to fight against each other? I wonder who will be more powerful. You will know when you see it. Before, they had been winning all the time. After this battle, one of them will lose his winning record. Tang Xiaoshan sneered. His body flashed and went through the dark blue light wall directly, appearing on the battling platform. He twisted his wrist and a long blade appeared in his hand. Seeing Yi Qin get on the battling platform, Tang Xiaoshan looked down, staring at the blade and said, "Let me remind you, my blade intent has reached 50%. If you do not want to get hurt, you can choose to give up." What? Tang Xiaoshan's blade intent has reached 50%? It seems like his ranking in the top 10 new stars will increase by 1 or 2. If it is not the second, then it will be the third. Chen Yun and Gu Yun might not be able to beat him, and they might even be beaten instead. He has hidden his power too well. 50% blade intent. Among the young generation of blade users, he is only second to the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Chapter 256. The blade intent was just like the sword intent. It was hard to comprehend and it was also hard to increase. It would only get harder as one progressed. Learning the blade intent would be a process from nothing to something, which was the first level. Reaching the entry level of the blade intent would be another level, and after the entry level, it would be even more horrifying. Almost every 10% would be a level. For example, 40% blade intent would be a level, 50% blade intent would be a level, 60% blade intent would be a level. The entry-level blade intent would be a huge level. As for the completed blade intent, it could not be described as a level anymore. More accurately, it would be a review and refinement of the blade intent. Without enough experience and determination, the completed blade intent would be an unreachable dream for all blade artists. Among the young generation, once the sword intent and blade intent had reached the entry level, they would definitely be the top warriors. After every 10% increase, the battling power would increase by 1 level. In other words, Tang Xiaoshan, who had mastered 50% blade intent, was 2 levels higher than Wei Renjie, who had mastered the entry-level blade intent. The difference was very obvious. 50% blade intent, interesting. The Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua, was a bit surprised. He thought that besides him, the entry-level blade intent would already be the highest level. He did not expect that there would be another warrior who had mastered 50% blade intent, and it was not even a disciple from a rank 6 martial institution. Lin Yun glanced at Murong Qingqing intentionally and said with a smile on his face, "At least he would be able to save some face by giving up." But looking at him, he does not seem to have that intention. Murong Qingqing brushed her long hair behind her ear. "It is still too early to tell. We will know soon." Back in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation, Yi Chen's sword intent had already reached the entry level, and he had beaten Gao Yuan, who was at a higher realm than him. Now that his cultivation had increased drastically, his sword intent might have made a breakthrough as well. Tang Xiaoshan wanted to scare away Yi Chen with only one sentence, but it was obviously not realistic. She believed that Yi Chen must still have something up his sleeves. Since that is the case, then let the result speak for itself. Lin Yun squeezed his eyes. On the battling platform, Yi Chen put his palm on the sword handle and said lightly, "The use of the blade intent is also a skill. I wonder to what extent you can use your 50% blade intent." Although Gao Feng's sword intent had reached the entry level, his method of using it was too rough and not flexible enough. It was far from pushing his entry-level sword intent to its limit. 50% blade intent is enough to crush you, why would I need to use it? Clang. A bright blade light appeared as Tang Xiaoshan took out his long blade, pointing the blade tip at Yi Chen. The shocking blade aura was poured in with the blade intent, and it was like a long river, endless and unstoppable. Bring it on. I hope you won't get a shock later. Taking out half of his Star Scar sword, Yi Chen sensed Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura and shook his head. Just as he had expected, Tang Xiaoshan did not use his blade intent well enough. The blade aura looked powerful under the blade intent, but it was not tight enough and had a lot of flaws. From this point of view, he was no different from Gao Feng. Otherwise, in the previous battles, Yi Chen would not have destroyed Gao Feng's sword aura with only his sword aura, since he had only used a little bit of sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen actually hadn't completely grasped the usage of sword intent. Currently, he had only figured out the rough relationship between sword momentum, sword intent, and sword intent. In the early stages of sword training, the first thing one would touch would be the sword aura. Once the sword aura reached a certain level, one would be able to understand a bit of the sword art poetic perspective. Once the sword art poetic perspective was completed, the sword intent would start to grow. When all the conditions were met, it would be much easier to understand the sword intent. Therefore, the sword aura was like the grandfather of the sword intent, and the poetic perspective of the sword art was the father of the sword intent. The sword intent was the youngest, meaning that each generation would be more powerful than the previous one. However, for the others, Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura was indeed horrifying. It was like a long river was pouring towards them. No one could do what Yi Qin did, being able to see the flaws only from the blade aura. Perhaps even the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, could not do it. Waves rise. Waiting until the blade aura had been pushed to its limit, Tang Xiaoshan threw out his blade. His body flashed once, crossing dozens of meters and appearing above Yi Chen's head within a second. He threw out a blade attack. Boom. That blade attack was extremely aggressive, like a river breaking its dam. Shocking cloud limitless. Judging on the rank of the martial arts, Yi Chen's shocking cloud sword art was obviously not as good as Tang Xiaoshan's blade art. However, the shocking cloud sword art he performed right then was different from the normal ones. With the help of the sky-shattering cloud poetic perspective, every movement had an extreme explosive power. It was like the wind was blowing, the clouds were surging, and the thunder and lightning were mixed together. Dang! A long string of sparks flew out, and Tang Xiaoshan's long blade had been blown away. Milky Way upside down. Tang Xiaoshan was shocked. His body spun in the air as he threw out a blade attack. That kind of aura was so powerful that it could crush the ground. A lot of young warriors were shocked. They thought that under that blade attack there was only death, and there was no doubt about it. Shocking cloud indefinite. Turning into a shadow, Yi Qin flashed twice in a row and appeared in Tang Xiaoshan's blind spot. He performed the most unpredictable sword attack of the shocking cloud sword art. Crack. The platform was cracked open by the blade qi, and Tang Xiaoshan lost sight of Yi Qin. He immediately turned around and twisted his body like a fish in the water, avoiding the attack of the sword qi and throwing out a blade attack at the same time. The high-rank Earth Realm flying art, the river swimming body spell. Tang Xiaoshan was able to become one of the most powerful young warriors in the whole South Rudra region as a rank 7 martial institution disciple. It would be impossible if he did not have some kind of power. The high-rank Earth Realm blade art combined with the blade intent, along with the river swimming body spell, would allow him to fight at any time he wanted. If it were someone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been defeated by him right away without any chance to fight back. Separate. The blade qi attacked, and Yi Chen's body was separated into two. He flew out from the two sides, while the blade qi went through the middle and landed on the dark blue light wall. So fast. My eyes cannot keep up. In such a short period of time, they could not only avoid their opponent's attack, but also fight back. It is unbelievable. In everyone's eyes, Yi Qin and Tang Xiaoshan were like two ghost shadows. The sword qi and blade qi could not even touch the edges of their bodies, as they landed on the battling platform and the light wall in vain. Let's see how you are going to dodge this. Tang Xiaoshan's body flashed once, approaching Yi Qin. Although the blade qi and the sword qi were powerful, in order to determine the winner, they would still need to have a real battle, unless one's power was way more powerful than the opponent's. Obviously, with only the blade qi, it would be almost impossible for Tang Xiaoshan to win against Yi Qin. The blade light flashed once as Tang Xiaoshan attacked toward Yi Qin with a powerful aura. Almost there. Yi Qin stood there without moving. Up until now, he had not even used 50 or 60% of his power. Besides adding some fun for himself, most importantly, the others were all hiding their power, like Xikong Sheng, the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, and Lin Yun. None of them had brought out their real power to battle, including Yi Qin. Tang Xiaoshan's 50% blade intent was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, in front of Yi Qin, who had learned 70% sword intent, it was not enough at all. It could not affect his condition, nor could it attack him. It was like a kid holding an axe. Except for the slightly higher attacking power, it was still a kid. The battle had reached this point and it was time to end it. Without using his 70% sword intent, Yi Qin held back a bit and used his 50% sword intent, mixing it into the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. Tang Xiaoshan looked shocked. It was like there were thousands of mountains and rivers between him and Yi Qin, and he could not get close to him no matter what. It was an illusion. Tang Xiaoshan realized it immediately, but it was already too late. For a blade artist, an illusion would be a fatal flaw. It did not matter whether he had seen through it or not. The sword light stabbed over at a speed that was way beyond Tang Xiaoshan's reaction speed. The next second, a stream of blood shot out, which was extremely eye-catching. Tang Xiaoshan staggered backward. His left shoulder had already been stabbed by the sword. The sword hole was extremely small, seeming to have only broken the skin, which showed the control of the sword owner. How was this possible? An unbelievable expression flashed through Tang Xiaoshan's eyes. His face twisted as he yelled, "I have not lost yet. Your sword could not hurt me at all. I want to kill you." That sword attack had already succeeded. Now I am telling you that I am going to throw out a sword attack. Try and block it. His body flew out as Yi Chen threw out his second sword attack. All of the young warriors below the stage were shocked. What had just happened? Tang Xiaoshan, who had been evenly matched with Yi Chen, had been stabbed. Yi Chen's sword attack was indeed fast, but it should not be fast enough for Tang Xiaoshan to react at all. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was so special about Yi Chen's sword attack. However, it was destined to be futile. Without being able to feel Yi Chen's poetic perspective, they would not be able to see anything special about it. Even the astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to see through it. They could only feel a hint of it. Blood spilled out. This time, Tang Xiaoshan had been wounded on his throat, which was a little bit broken. No one doubted that Yi Chen would not be able to kill Tang Xiaoshan. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Do I need to throw out a third sword attack? Yi Chen had already held back a bit. He did not push his sword speed to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention Tang Xiaoshan, who was having an illusion, except for a few powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors, no one would be able to see the track of the sword. They would only be able to see the effect of Tang Xiaoshan getting hit. Of course, Yi Chen could also slow down his sword speed, but a slow sword attack would be way more horrifying than a fast sword attack. Yi Chen had only learned a little bit of it, which was not as easy as a fast sword attack. Tang Xiaoshan's blade-raising posture froze. Just then he did not even have the time to throw out his blade attack. His throat felt cold, and at that moment he was so close to death. How could this happen? I could not even block one sword attack. Tang Xiaoshan did not understand, not at all. All of a sudden he felt fear. It was the first time he realized how horrifying Yi Chen was. He did not attack at all, but once he attacked he would definitely kill. In all the previous battles he had never been serious at all, because no one would be able to block even one sword attack from him. Yi Chen knew what he was thinking. Seriously, the lone peak kill was indeed quite extreme. It was all about killing with one attack. As long as the opponent was weaker than him, he would be able to kill them with one sword attack. Even if the opponent was at the same power level as him, it would still be very likely for him to die. It was a killing sword attack. Once it was thrown out, there would be only a slim chance of survival. Even the creator of this attack, Yi Chen, would sometimes feel frightened by it. When he performed this sword attack completely, Yi Chen believed that there would not be more than 5 people in the young generation who could survive. As for whether he had underestimated or overestimated it, he would need to confirm it further. Chapter 257. The 2 judges of the Group 5 were shocked. They indeed thought highly of Yi Chen and thought that he was not an ordinary person. He had the power to compete for the top 20, and it was not impossible for him to make it into the top 10. However, that was all they thought highly of him. They did not think that Yi Chen could compete with the top 10 young warriors, not to mention killing Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack. They wondered if they had seen it wrong. The original Group 12 judge touched the arm of the original Group 3 judge. "We have made a mistake this time. We have indeed made a mistake. I'm thinking, is this his real power? You mean he is still hiding his power? That is not possible, right? Why is it not possible? Since the beginning of the competition he has surprised us time and time again. His hidden power has been revealed bit by bit. Who knows if this is his last ace or not?" The original Group 3 judge let out a long breath, waking up from his daze. That is true. No matter what, with his power to beat Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack, he must be another top young warrior. The Group 5 judge was not the only one who was shocked. All of the young warriors and warriors who were watching the competition were shocked as well. Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even survive one sword attack from Yi Chen. It was beyond their imagination. If it were the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, who had performed that attack, they might not be this shocked. But Yi Chen was only a newcomer, a rising star. Before, no one had ever seen him and no one had heard of his name before. In their eyes, winning one battle after another was nothing. Beating Gao Feng with one sword attack was still acceptable. But now, even Tang Xiaoshan had been beaten by him with one sword attack. How could they not be shocked? Damn, I bet that Yi Qin is definitely one of the top young warriors. Even Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even take one sword attack from him. Who said he is not one of the top young warriors? I am going to argue with him. That's right. This Yi Qin has hidden himself well enough. He has hidden himself deeper than anyone else. This is what it means to hide yourself so deeply that no one can see the bottom. Below the battling platform, Yi Qin's expression showed that he had expected it. His power was far weaker than Yi Qin's, but it did not mean that his intuition was worse. Judging from some of Yi Qin's subtle movements and expressions, Yi Qin had always had an aloof attitude, as if nothing could shake him. Of course, if one did not fight with Yi Qin himself, it would be hard for others to notice. The first place of Group 5 will be decided between him and Bing Ling. I wonder if they will meet each other in advance. Gao Feng was looking forward to it. Gu Qin, who had almost recovered, frowned as he simulated the battle with Yi Qin in his mind. The conclusion he got was that before his iron stick could reach Yi Qin, he would be stabbed in the throat. As for the strength of his protective Jinqi, he did not think that he would be that much more powerful than Tang Xiaoshan. It would be almost the same. Lin Yun, who had made a big promise earlier, twitched his mouth. He did not know what to say. Tang Xiaoshan, whom he had high hopes for, could not even handle one attack in front of Yi Qin. He did not even have the power to fight. And he still wanted Yi Qin to admit defeat. Wasn't that just slapping his own mouth? Hee Qingqing, you have the best eyes. This Yi Qin is quite lucky. Even Tang Xiaoshan could not stop him. Lin Yun forced a laugh. He did not directly say that Yi Qin was powerful, but he said that he was lucky. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would beat him once it came to the ranking competitions anyway. Murong Qingqing did not care about Lin Yun. All of her attention was on Yi Qin. Just like the Black Crow Man, Yi Qin's improvement was way too fast. It was almost inhuman. If she had to use one word to describe him, it would be monster. A monster-like sword artist, what an honor it would be. Ting. A sword ting sound was heard. It was Li Daoxuan's sword. His expression changed. This sword attack from Yi Qin had made him lose control of his sword intent, and it seemed like it was about to explode out. Before, I was still disappointed. I thought I would not run into a sword artist worth fighting seriously in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions. Taking back his sword intent, Li Daoxian took a deep breath. Someone had noticed the strange look on Li Daoxuan's face, and they were secretly shocked. The heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian, had finally started to get serious. In the following competitions, the two top sword artists would definitely run into each other. Yi Qin wins. The judge did not waste any more time and announced the result of the battle. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin looked at Li Daoxian from a distance. His opponent's out-of-control sword intent could fool the others, but not him. If Xikong Sheng was his biggest opponent, then Li Daoxian would be his biggest opponent among all the sword artists. No matter if Li Daoxian could be a threat to him or not, when the two battled, they would both learn a lot from each other, which was exactly what Yi Qin needed the most. Oh, such sharp senses. Li Daoxian flicked his eyebrows. His sword intent had only gone out of control for a second, and the others would not be able to sense it. They would only be able to see something from his expression. He believed that Yi Qin was different from the others as he had sensed his heartless sword intent. The leader of the Heartless Martial School flicked his fingers, a light smile appearing on his face. What Daoxian lacked was a sword artist-worthy opponent, and this Yi Qin had the right to do so. It would be great if he were a disciple of our Heartless Martial School. Why do I think he is more suitable to train the Heartless spell than Daoxian? As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School could see it more clearly than anyone else. That kind of detachment of Yi Qin was not something that he purposely showed. It was his nature, and the so-called Heartless of the Heartless Martial School required this kind of detachment. In comparison, Li Daoxian seemed to be a bit weaker than Yi Qin. But of course, the leader of the Heartless Martial School was very confident in Li Daoxian, and did not think that he would lose to Yi Qin. The Heartless sword intent of the Heartless Martial School was not just for show. Getting off the stage, Yi Qin went back to where he was standing, but he was still the center of attention. Everyone had acknowledged Yi Qin's identity as a top young warrior, and some of the female disciples kept checking out Yi Qin. Yi Qin looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing blue robes, looking very handsome. His extreme calmness and detachment on the stage added a mysterious aura to him, which was exactly what the girls liked the most. If it were not for Su Jing and Zhu Mei standing right next to Yi Qin, a lot of the female disciples would have already gone over to talk to him. The path of a martial artist was very lonely. If one could have someone to rely on, a partner who could support each other, then the journey of cultivation would be much more interesting. Moreover, martial artists were different from normal people, especially those who had reached a certain level of cultivation. For example, astral reaching realm martial artists could live for 200 years, which was twice as long as normal people. Sea of Souls realm martial artists could live for 300 years, which was 3 times as long as normal people. If the partner's talent and comprehension were not good, it would be hard for them to grow old together. With Yi Chen's age and the talent he had shown, no one would think that he could not become an astral reaching realm martial artist. He might even reach the Sea of Souls realm in the future. In the audience seating, Ji Shuiyin, who had been paying close attention to Yi Chen, had a complicated expression on her face. She bit her lower lip. It was not that she had never regretted it before, but it was not as intense as today. Every time Yi Chen won, her mind would be shaken. Seeing his calm expression and detachment, she felt very sad, as if she had lost something. Back then she had focused all her attention on cultivation, and did not like Yi Chen, who was engaged to her. Therefore she had come to the Sky Cloud Martial School to cancel the engagement, hoping that he would not bother her anymore. What was out of her expectation was that Yi Chen had agreed without hesitation. At that time she was very surprised and annoyed at the same time. It seemed like Yi Chen did not care about her at all, and her coming here was unnecessary and childish. This should be what made her annoyed. After returning to the Emerald Martial School, she quickly forgot about this. The two of them were not from the same world, and there would not be any interaction between them in the future. Training hard was the most important thing for her. She thought that the days would go by peacefully like this, until the Emerald Martial School held a celebration party to celebrate their head disciple's breakthrough into the Clasping Yuan realm. That was when Yi Chen arrived. During the competition he had beaten the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Qing Jun, and the 3rd core disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Sherpadian. Only then did Ji Shuiyin know what kind of identity Yi Chen had used to come to the Emerald Martial School. At that time she was very surprised. She had no idea how Yi Chen had trained himself to be able to get rid of his mediocre appearance in such a short period of time and put on the clothes of a genius. Sherpadian had to stay in the Emerald Martial School for 7 to 8 years to reach that level, while Yi Chen had only spent less than a year to surpass him, which sounded very unbelievable. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. But what happened in the Heavenly Dream ancient region had completely shocked her. First, he had saved her from the hands of young Master Chun, and then he had left right away as if he had saved someone who had nothing to do with him. This made her feel neglected, but at the same time she also had a strange feeling. She couldn't help but pay attention to him. Even when Yuan Hengying wanted to kill him, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked for help from her head disciple, Zhuang Fei. But later she realized that it was unnecessary. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace he had not only broken through to the Clasping Yuan realm, he had also defeated Yuan Hengying and her head disciple, which made him the biggest winner in the Heavenly Dream ancient region. Even that hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, Hong Qianjun, seemed to have been killed by him, and it was even before he entered the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. This made her realize that Yi Chen had already become the number 1 martial artist among the young generation of the Windy Nation, and also the number 1 martial artist among the young generation of the entire Windy Nation. He had left everyone behind and walked further and further on his own. His name had already become a legend in the Windy Nation. In the martial world, everyone was talking about him. Those female disciples, young ladies from big families, rich families, and even young ladies from government families, all of them were talking about Yi Chen. They were talking about this rare martial genius of the Windy Nation. Some people even called him the 1,000-year genius, thinking that with his amazing cultivation speed, he could possibly become the first Sea of Souls realm martial artist in the Windy Nation in the past 1,000 years. This speculation had come true, and it had become a reality. Right now, Yi Chen was indeed the top martial genius of the Windy Nation. After going out for a trip, he had reached the late Clasping Yuan realm from the early Clasping Yuan realm, which meant that his power had increased by more than 2 times. It could not be more accurate to describe him as 1,000 miles in a day. He had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate in an amazing way. In the first stage of the elimination battles, he had won 10 out of 10 battles and every battle was extremely easy. In the second stage of the elimination battles, he had first beaten Gao Feng, who was ranked number 9 in the top 10 new stars, and then he had beaten the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. Then he had beaten Tang Xiaoshan with an unimaginable sword attack, letting everyone know that he had not been serious about the previous battles, and that it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, all of the older young warriors of the Windy Nation had already been eliminated a long time ago. They could only watch him battling on the stage, moving forward with determination and power. The Hidden Dragon rank was the top competition in the South Rudra region. No matter how good Yi Chen's later battles were, he was already shining enough right now. His fame was catching up with the top young warriors of the South Rudra region. As for the Windy Nation, it was only his starting point and could not catch up with him at all. Right now, his stage was the South Rudra region, where he would compete with all of the top martial geniuses from the super martial institutions, becoming a real powerful warrior step by step. With that thought in mind, Ji Shuiyan looked at Yi Chen again. The next opponents would be more and more powerful, especially Xikong Sheng and the others who were terrifyingly powerful. It was hard for people to even think about fighting back. Could he create another miracle? Perhaps this thought was a bit too crazy. Chapter 258. Time flew by and the competition entered the 7th round. I admit defeat. Below the stage, a contestant looked at Yi Chen, raised his hand and said to the referee. The judge nodded. He didn't find it strange at all. Apart from this match, in the 6th round, there were also people who chose to surrender. They were Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Yi Chen and a few others. Now that the second stage of the elimination round had entered its later stages, it was unwise to waste time and energy on opponents they couldn't win against. Wouldn't it be better to save it for others? The next battle was between Wu Liangyu and Gao Feng. Judging from the previous battles, Gao Feng, who had mastered the entry-level sword intent, was obviously slightly more powerful than Wu Liangyu. However, power was power and battling was battling. Although the two were directly related, it was definitely not equal. It was not that rare for a weaker warrior to win against a stronger warrior. Plus, the gap between the two was not that big. It would still take a battle to decide who would win. Right from the start, Wu Liangyu had used his Black Crow Great Art to increase the distance between him and Gao Feng. Gao Feng also knew that his speed was not as fast as Wu Liangyu, so he decided to use the strategy of taking it slow and steady. Death Storm. The wings combined with the twin blades, Wu Liangyu's attacking power had been pushed to its limit, attacking towards Gao Feng. Ghost Shock Wind. If Wu Liangyu's attack was the stacking of the cutting wave, then Gao Feng's attack was the stacking of the sword wind. It could be gathered and scattered at will. When it was gathered, it would be an unstoppable sword chi, and when it was scattered, it would be a bone-piercing sword wind that could destroy great steel. Once the two clashed, the cutting wave and the sword wind flew everywhere, cutting the entire platform. Whoosh! A human shadow flashed as Gao Feng rushed out from the chaotic chi flow. He appeared in midair within a second, throwing out a sword attack towards Wu Liangyu. Unfortunately, Wu Liangyu had sensed it, so he dodged it and returned with two dark light blade chi attacks. Gao Feng's body twisted in the air, spinning intensely like a spinning top. He drew an exaggerated path in the surreal sky, attacking Wu Liangyu again. Middle rank Earth Realm Movement Art Void Twist. Competing in Qinggong. Do you think you can compete with the Black Crow Great Art? Wu Liangyu said with disdain. His hands shook as his body flew up like lightning. Flying sword drawing technique. Unexpectedly, Gao Feng was already prepared. He didn't stop spinning and his whole body rose into the air. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and a stunning sword light flashed. Puchi. Wu Liangyu's left wing had been cut off, and his balance had been broken. His speed was drastically reduced and the next second he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Thank you for letting me win. Gao Feng returned his sword to its sheath and landed on the ground. Wu Liangyu landed on the platform as well. He looked down and saw a red dot on his chest. He said with a low voice, I lost. I did not expect you to have this kind of attack. In Jianghu, although sword drawing art manuals were not as common as cabbages, but if you looked hard enough you could still find them. However, famous sword drawing arts were relatively rare. For example, the sword drawing art that Gao Feng performed was definitely not higher than low-rank Earth Realm, but if it was used well, its power would not be weaker than mid-rank Earth Realm or even high-rank Earth Realm martial skills. If he had known that Gao Feng had this attack, Wu Liangyu, who was prepared for it, would not have lost the battle so easily. This was the uncertainty factor in a battle. You would never know if the opponent still had other hidden cards. Gao Feng wins. The original Group 3 referee revealed a look of admiration. It was rare to see a swordsman as agile as Gao Feng. The flying sword drawing technique is so cool. Why did he not use this attack when he was fighting against Yi Chen? Maybe it would have worked? Are you stupid? Did you not see how fast Yi Chen's reaction was? How fast was his sword attack? Plus, would Yi Qin give Gao Feng the chance to win? Every time after an exciting battle, the warriors who were watching would talk about it, and this time was no exception. Qin. The battle here had already ended, but Lynch's battle had just begun. His opponent was a sword artist. Although his sword intent had not even reached 20%, which was not as powerful as Lynch's blade intent that was almost at the entry level, because of his high cultivation and high-rank sword art, he was able to suppress Lynch completely. The blade and sword clashed, bringing up a bunch of burning sparks. Lynch's forehead was dripping with sweat, but his eyes were still determined. Even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, he did not have the thought of giving up. He kept waving his blade and blocking out the attacks. Lose for me. Blowing away Lynch's long blade with one sword attack, the sword artist pointed out his finger. The finger light was extremely sharp, piercing through Lynch's protective Zhenqi layer. With a strange light in his eyes, Lynch did not back out. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light. What? The sword artist was shocked. His finger attack could wound Lynch badly, but that white light was as fast as lightning, and it could wound him badly as well. He did not plan to trade injury for injury. His power was higher than Lynch's. Even if he lost this chance, he could still win the battle without any injuries. All of a sudden, the sword artist's body moved to the side, and the white light brushed past his ear. However, right then, the long sword that had been pushed away by Lynch suddenly flew out of his hand and landed in his left hand. The blade light flashed once, and the sword artist looked at his chest in disbelief. The clothes there had been cut open and his skin felt cold. Breathing heavily, the young sword artist felt very annoyed. He stared at Lynch angrily, unable to control his emotions. It seemed like he was about to attack. Ha! The judge snorted. With the help of his Zhenyuan, his voice was like thunder on a sunny day, waking the young sword artist up. You're good this time. Next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying those words, the young sword artist waved his sleeves and got off the stage. Lynch was expressionless as he put his blade back into its scabbard. Just like that, Lynch used an unimaginable method to turn defeat into victory, and won the battle with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the audience had already started talking about it. Damn. That works too? Why not? Does the competition have to be one move after another, and whoever is stronger will win? Powerful. This is an eye-opener for me. Unfortunately, there were too many people watching the battle. Otherwise, I could use it as my trump card. Although the crowd did not have the innate chi that Lynch used, they could find some similar martial techniques, such as a sword in one's mouth, a sword formed from sound, or a hidden weapon in one's mouth. During the battle, one just had to push their Jin Chi and spit it out. As for the weapon after that, it was even easier to change hands. Almost everyone could do it. Of course, it would not be easy to train it to an extremely fast level. All in all, after this battle, Lynch had become famous as well. Not far away, Yi Qin took back his sight from Lynch. He knew that Lynch had hidden something, and it turned out to be so. It seemed like the young warriors who had been hiding their power did not want to lose anymore. Out of the 24 people, only 12 would make it to the next stage and become powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank. If they did not use their full power now, it would be too late for regrets. Shifting his attention, Yi Qin looked over to where Su Jing was fighting. Just like the previous battles, Su Jing was still the same. Her power had been kept stable and had not weakened at all. She also did not use her ace attack like Gao Feng and Lynch did. In fact, she would definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank, so there was no need for her to reveal her ace attack right now. Boom. A fist landed on her opponent's crossed arms. Su Jing's right arm shook and a gold light exploded, blowing her opponent away and smashing him onto the light wall. Su Jing wins. Up until now, Su Jing had only lost one battle, and that was against the head disciple of the Fire Spirit Martial Hall, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Yi Qin and Su Jing will definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank, and Lynch also has more than 80% chance. I really did not expect that the Windy Nation would have such potential. On the audience seating, the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai, looked at the three of them with a judging look, and a light smile appeared on her face. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School, a beautiful middle-aged woman, said, "Yeah. When we first came to the Windy Nation, there were no martial geniuses at all. It has only been a couple of years, and now there are so many martial geniuses. Even a top martial genius like Yi Qin has appeared. But geniuses are always envied, and I am afraid that there will be people who want to kill them." Long Bai sneered, "Geniuses need to go through hardships in order to achieve great things. But if someone tries to bully you, then don't blame me. Looking at Long Bai's cold face, the headmaster of the Rudra martial school did not say another word. She was very clear that the leader of a rank 7 martial institution, which seemed to be very powerful in other people's eyes, could easily destroy it. Coming to the Windy Nation and establishing the Rudra martial school was only a temporary interest of hers. Of course, the old leader was also very supportive of it. The 7th round had finished, and so had the 8th round. The 9th round had begun. The third battle of the 9th round, Yi Chen against Bing Ling. Boom. Once the judge's voice came out, the audience started to clamor. Finally, they are going to fight each other. I thought it would be in the ranking competition. I wonder who is more powerful between Yi Chen and Bing Ling. Both of them are top young warriors, and their attacking power is extraordinary. I think Bing Ling is more powerful. Her attack and defense are both flawless. Yi Chen might not be able to break her defense. I think Yi Chen will win. His power is obvious. Everyone was expressing their opinions. On the battling platform, Yi Chen and Bing Ling stood 50 meters away from each other. Creak. Bing Ling did not dare to underestimate Yi Chen. She pushed her ice element Zhen Qi as soon as she got on the platform, creating layers and layers of oval-shaped frost around her body. The shocking cold Qi had even frozen the ground. Countless rice-sized ice crystals fell from the sky, flying everywhere. Ice rock crack. With everything prepared, Bing Ling attacked first. Her body flashed, and her fist that was wrapped in ice broke through the air, attacking towards Yi Chen. Oh. An invisible sword intent spread out, causing a light pattern to appear in the air. Yi Chen took a step forward, holding his star-scar sword in his hand as he threw out a heavy attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Boom. Ice shards splashed everywhere. Bing Ling backed out while Yi Chen only backed out 3 steps. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% sword intent was even more powerful than the lone peak kill with 50% sword intent. After all, the lone peak kill was only a fatal attack, and was not suitable for fighting head-on. Right now, he was not confident that he could beat Bing Ling with 50% sword intent, because her defense was way too powerful. She could even block out Gu Qing's full attack. Plus, Yi Chen did not want to expose his 60% or even 70% sword intent. It was not the right time yet, so using the sky-shattering clouds would be the wisest choice. After pushing back Bing Ling with one sword attack, Yi Chen's body split into 3, attacking from 3 different angles. This is the real body. Bing Ling could tell with a glance that the 2 Zhen Qi shadows did not have any weapons. Only the real body had weapons, which was slightly different from Gu Qing's separating body art. Of course, it did not mean that Yi Chen's separating body art was not as good as Gu Qing's separating body art. It was just a different focus. Chapter 259. Ice Stone Rolling. Although she had confirmed where Yi Chen was, Bing Ling still did not dare to be careless. She stabilized her body, and the ice chi on both of her fists intensified. She performed the attack with the largest attacking range in her ice-breaking fist art. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rocks cracking was heard. Within 10 meters in front of her, every inch of space was under Bing Ling's attack. There was no blind spot at all. You guessed it right, but you are too cautious. Bing Ling had guessed it right. The one holding the weapon was indeed Yi Chen's real body. Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not plan to confuse his opponent's vision. He did it on purpose to make his opponent worry about his Zhen Qi shadows and split up his attacks. Just as he had expected, Bing Ling had indeed done that. Although the main target was still himself, Yi Chen would not care about the attacks that had already been split up, which meant exposing an opening for him. Of course, if Bing Ling chose to ignore the Zhen Qi shadows, it would not hurt Yi Chen at all, since the battle had just begun. The star-scar sword was thrown out vertically, and a sword chi that was almost like a full moon appeared. All of the fist shadows in a straight line had been cut open. The next second, a huge crack appeared on Bing Ling's ice frost protective Zhen Qi. It had almost been broken through by that sword attack. The power contained in the sword chi had made her chi and blood boil, forcing her to back out continuously. Not good. Actually, when she had thrown out that attack, Bing Ling had already regretted it. Yi Chen's attacking power was obvious to everyone. Trying to split up the attacks in front of him would definitely be a waste of effort. Her ice frost Zhen Qi had almost been broken. Bing Ling opened her mouth and took a deep breath, fixing her defense again. She then stomped on the platform behind her, stopping her backing out. Eventually, her body jumped up and threw out a punch. All of these movements had been completed in a split second, giving people the feeling that after Yi Chen threw out his sword attack, Bing Ling had instantly fought back. Ice Break. He had once used this move against Gu Qin. With a single punch, glaciers would shatter and the earth would collapse. It was one of the killing moves of the ice-breaking fist. The platform collapsed, and Yi Qin disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Bing Ling, and he swiftly slashed out with his sword. Crack. This time, Bing Ling's ice frost protective Zhen Qi collapsed even more severely. There were cracks all over her body, and it seemed like it would break at any time. At the place where the sword Qi had struck, a deep sword mark was left. The scene of ice chips and icebergs exploding in the air were just as breathtaking. For other people, Bing Ling's reaction might be very fast, and she would be able to fight back even when she was in a disadvantageous position. But for Yi Qin, losing the advantage meant losing the advantage, and there was no way he could turn it back. Therefore, when Bing Ling threw out that punch, Yi Qin's real body had already left the spot, leaving behind a vivid Zhen Qi shadow, which was used to confuse Bing Ling's judgment. Real and fake, fake and real, no one would be able to tell them apart after using it too many times. Plus, in a battle between powerful warriors, it was all about that slim chance of survival. Before, Bing Ling had not been confused by the Zhen Qi shadow, because she had been confused by Yi Qin's plan. But right now she was truly confused by the Zhen Qi shadow, and her mind was in a mess. Damn. This is insane. He has already suppressed the top disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, who was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Yi Qin is indeed Yi Qin. Not only is he powerful, but he is also smart. Not to mention Bing Ling, even we were confused. Now that we have thought about it carefully, we have finally understood the key. Indeed. Back then they had been battling so fast that there was no time to think. Bing Ling's mistake was forgivable. But in such a short time, how did Yi Qin manage to come up with so many plans and trick Bing Ling? This is so horrifying. How could we understand the mind of a genius? Didn't Gao Feng and Lynch tell us with facts that battles are not only about power but also about brains? The young generation should not be underestimated. From their battles we have learned so much. Not only the normal clasping Yuan Realm warriors were shocked, even some of the top clasping Yuan Realm warriors were shocked. Seeing Yi Qin's second sword attack approaching, Bing Ling's pupils turned snow white. Deep inside her pupils, there seemed to be a horrifying snowstorm. Ice Spirit Exploding Spell. The sound of ice breaking was heard. Almost all of a sudden, all of the protective Zhen Qi around Bing Ling's body had been pushed to the left side, forming into a half-meter wide ice ball. The ice ball rushed towards Yi Qin and exploded in the air, bringing up circles of cold qi. Bing Ling's ace attack had finally been released. Off the stage, Gu Qing forced a smile. When he was fighting with Bing Ling, he had used all of his power without holding anything back. He did not expect that Bing Ling had hidden an even more horrifying ace attack. Once she performed it, there would be no way he could survive. That cold qi ring alone could freeze his protective Zhen Qi. Right then, everyone was watching this battle. They really wanted to know how Yi Qin was going to break Bing Ling's ace attack. Yi Qin did not choose to use the shadow explosion from his separating shadow flying art, because he knew that he would not be able to completely escape from the explosion range of the ice ball with only the shadow explosion. Not to mention defending with all his strength, it was not his style, and his defense was not strong enough to block out this attack. Then he would attack with offense. Before, Yi Qin had performed his sky-shattering clouds with only one hand. But now he used both of his hands. He held up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands. The air twisted and lightning arcs appeared. Part of the space above Yi Qin's head darkened. It was like a sunny day had turned into a thunderstorm. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed everywhere. Without the influence of the sword intent, this was the real sky-shattering clouds. As he threw out a sword attack, a black sword mark appeared in the air. It was an absolute vacuum that was not affected by any external forces. Swoosh. Countless lightning arcs spread out, covering half of the battling platform. In the middle of the lightning arcs, there was a shining sword body. It cut towards the center of the exploding ice ball. Boom. The explosion of the ice ball was already loud enough, but as Yi Qin threw out his sword attack, the center of the explosion exploded again. At that moment, the light wall around them expanded a little bit before shrinking back again. Bing Ling kept backing out as blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. The first explosion was under her control, but the second explosion had broken free from her control and hurt her body instead. Luckily, the two explosions had cancelled out part of the damage. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a light wound. On the other hand, besides taking dozens of steps back, Yi Qin looked normal. Snow come. The light wounds did not affect Bing Ling much, and she did not want to admit defeat. She waved her hand and all the broken ice gathered on her palm, spinning crazily and compressing continuously. In less than a blink of an eye, a crystal mini blizzard appeared. Whoosh! She threw out her hand and the mini blizzard was thrown towards Yi Chen. It expanded rapidly on the way and instantly turned into a real blizzard. No, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than a real blizzard. It was like a cold meat grinder cutting everything in front of it. Creating one blizzard was not enough. Bing Ling created 3 more in a row, and threw them towards Yi Chen one after another. She set up a simple formation, making it impossible for Yi Chen to escape. After doing all this, Bing Ling's graceful body bent slightly, and her right arm hung down. All the ice element Zhenqi in her body was poured into her right fist. She actually still had a trump card? Almost everyone was shocked. Up until now, Yi Chen's victory was already within his grasp. No one thought that Bing Ling would be able to make a comeback. However, the truth was not like that. Bing Ling was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and her battling power could not be estimated with common sense. Her graceful fist was covered in frost, turning from light white to dark white, and then from dark white to crystal clear, as if it was made from ice crystals. It did not look like a human body at all. The leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School smiled. Before, Yi Chen's power had made her frown. Fortunately, Bing Ling did not disappoint her either. She had even mastered that attack, which would increase her chance of winning. Beating Yi Chen might not be impossible. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 sword attacks, Yi Chen had broken through the blizzard. In the blizzard, Bing Ling lowered her body, increasing her speed to its limit. She held her right wrist with her left hand as her eyes locked on Yi Chen. Yeah. Yi Chen had noticed that Bing Ling's right fist was covered in a layer of ice crystals, and he could not even see the color of her skin. You want to decide the winner with one attack? Bing Ling's speed was way too fast. He had just come out and she had already appeared in front of him. He only had time to flash his mind. Of course, the reason why he could not dodge it was because he had been trapped by the blizzard. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen threw out his sword attack. It was not the sky-shattering clouds but the lone peak kill. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% of his sword intent might not be able to block out his opponent's fist attack, and he did not want to push his sword intent to 60%. Therefore he could only use the lone peak kill using skills to break the power. However, the condition was that his sword speed had to be fast enough. Otherwise he would lose his only chance. Ice Crystal Fist. The ace attack that Bing Ling had performed this time was none other than the last third movement of the ice-breaking fist art. It was also the movement that she could barely perform. The ice-breaking fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art, and it would be extremely hard to train it to completion. It was only a little bit easier than top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. However, among the young generation, there were not many people who had trained top-rank Earth Realm martial arts to the 10th realm, not to mention the 15th realm, which was the highest realm. From this, it could be seen how hard it was to train the ice-breaking fist art. With one punch thrown out, the air had completely melted down, completely unhindered. One could no longer feel the fist aura or mentality of the fist art, because all of the power had been infused into the fist. Only when it exploded would one be able to truly understand the horrifying destructive power. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Yi Chen, Bing Ling's right arm suddenly dropped down. The ice crystals on her fist had been shattered and scattered on the ground. Vaguely, people could see a little bit of red around the joints of Bing Ling's arm. It had not hurt the muscles and bones inside, but it had made the ice crystal fist art fail before it even landed on her opponent. What was going on? Most of the people could not understand and a few of them frowned. How is this possible? I can't see the sword light? The head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxuan's expression changed. He was one of the few people who knew that Yi Chen had thrown out his sword attack. He only knew it but did not see it with his own eyes. It was purely an instinct that came from a sword artist. Chapter 260. How did you do it? Bing Ling's face was pale. The ice crystal formed by all of her Zhenqi had been shattered, and the remaining Zhenqi in her body was less than 5%. Not to mention threatening Yi Chen, even a normal clasping Yuan Realm warrior would be able to beat her easily. Therefore she had already lost and she only wanted to know how Yi Chen had done it. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said, "Your ace attack is not perfect, that's all." He was telling the truth. Bing Ling's ace attack looked powerful and unstoppable, but it was not perfect. There were a lot of flaws in it. Perhaps for others, those flaws were not even flaws at all because she was moving so fast that it would be hard for her to block it out. finding the flaws and attacking would be suicide. However, Yichen was different. His soul power was powerful enough, and his senses were extremely sensitive. Not only did he see through Bing Ling's weakness, but he also attacked it with his extremely fast sword speed, winning the battle instantly. Not perfect. Bing Ling seemed to be thinking about something. Yichen did not plan to hide it from her, so he said, "The second you performed the Ice Crystal Fist art, there were obviously a few important Jinqi routes on your right arm. Normally, these few Jinqi routes could be hidden and protected by the ice crystal on the outside, so there would not be any flaws or weaknesses. However, I could tell that you had just learned this attack not long ago, and had not mastered it yet. The Jinqi routes were quite obvious, and the ice crystal defense was only connected to your forearm. I only needed to cut off one of the important Jinqi routes, and the Ice Crystal Fist art would be broken on its own." Hearing Yichen, Bing Ling gasped. She was not shocked by the weakness of the Ice Crystal Fist art, but by her opponent's attack. As one of the top 3 ace attacks of the Ice-Breaking Fist art, the speed of the fist was extremely fast. Even if there was a weakness, normal people would not be able to compete with it. However, Yichen had not only seen through the main Jinqi routes of the Ice Crystal Fist art, he had also cut one of them with only one sword attack. How fast would it take to do that, and how much control would it take? Looking at Yichen, Bing Ling shook her head. "No, I did not lose because of the weakness of the Ice Crystal Fist art. I lost to you." She had known about the weakness of the Ice Crystal Fist art since a long time ago. In fact, all martial arts that had not been trained to completion would have weaknesses. It was common knowledge in the True Spirit continent, and she knew about it. However, before she met Yichen, she did not think that anyone would be able to defeat her by seeing through the weakness. At most, they would be able to beat her with brute force. Therefore, she did not need to worry or be scared. Who would have thought that in this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there would be a monster like Yichen? He was so good at seeing through weaknesses, with such a fast sword speed and control. He was almost a perfect sword artist. Yichen did not say anything. What she had said was pretty much the truth. It did not matter whether he had seen through that weakness or not. The key was whether he could hit it or not. If he could not hit it, then what was the point of seeing through the weakness? As for why he had to cut off his opponent's Jinqi route, wouldn't it have been better to hit her body? At that time she was almost defenseless. However, if he had done that, although he could have killed Bing Ling, the Ice Crystal Fist art would have landed on his body as well. Even if he did not die, he would be disabled. Plus, it was just a competition, not a battle of life and death. There was no need to fight to the death and ruin the other person's hope. Before she got off the stage, Bing Ling turned around and said, "Thank you for holding back." Cutting off the Jinqi route on her right arm was no different from cutting off her right arm. Yichen had chosen the method that would cause the least damage to her. No, that sword attack did not hurt her at all. Yichen touched his nose. "No need to thank me. Cutting off the Jinqi route was my limit." "Really?" The corner of Bing Ling's mouth twitched. Until now, Yichen was still hiding his power. Did he really think that she would not notice? Oh. Letting out a breath, Yichen was quite surprised by Bing Ling's power. She had even forced him to use his fast sword attack. Now he had one less ace up his sleeve. Whatever, if I have to expose myself, then so be it. Even if I have to expose myself, there would not be one more person who would be able to dodge this sword attack. It would still be those few people. As for the fast sword attack that was derived from the Lone Peak kill, Yichen was quite confident. Up until now, the Lone Peak kill was no longer just a simple Lone Peak kill. It contained a lot of things such as the completed poetic perspective of the Lone Peak kill, the fast sword perspective that was derived from it, and the slow sword perspective that he had not fully understood yet. Plus, he had learned some things recently which made this attack quite complicated. It could be used separately, and each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. It would not be any weaker than the Lone Peak kill. For example, the fast sword perspective, he had already trained it to the point where he could not even see the sword light. If he used it alone, it would still be a killing sword attack. If he could learn the slow sword perspective, then not only would his attacking power increase drastically, the fast sword perspective might even reach a higher level under the stimulation of the slow sword perspective. Why would the Lone Peak kill become more and more complicated and more powerful? Before, Yichen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. But later on he realized that it was because of the sword intent. The Lone Peak kill was the combined sword movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords, and Yichen's sword intent originated from the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak 13 swords. The connection between the two was extremely complicated. With the improvement of the sword intent, the Lone Peak kill's sword movement and poetic perspective had both reached the completed realm. It would not be able to increase anymore, but it did not mean that the power would not increase as well. Because sometimes things were not just one-sided but multi-sided. For example, when a person's potential had reached its limit, it would be impossible for him to increase anymore. At that moment, if you gave him a more powerful weapon, would his power still be the same? Obviously that was not the case. With a more powerful weapon, his power would continue to increase. It was the same reason why the Lone Peak Kill had created a lot of powerful poetic perspectives. The Lone Peak Kill was the main body, and the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective were temporarily attached to it. They were one. Once the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had improved, the power of the Lone Peak Kill would naturally increase as well. One day, when the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had reached completion, it would be able to break away from the Lone Peak Kill's poetic perspective and become one. It could also be combined to form an even more powerful ace attack. Compared to the Lone Peak Kill's poetic perspective, the sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective seemed to be a lot purer. Up until now, there were only the poetic perspectives of the clouds and thunder. Plus, the thunder and the clouds already had a huge connection, so it was not like they were attached to each other. It was just a reference. Because of this, Yi Qin had more or less understood the sword intent above the completed sword intent. The Battle King's sword intent had not disappeared for 500 years. Obviously, it could not be achieved with just the pure sword intent. There must be something deeper within it, but Yi Qin had not reached that level yet. All of these thoughts had passed by in just a couple of blinks of an eye. Bing Ling had just walked off the stage. Putting away his Star Scar sword, Yi Qin looked at the judge. Yi Qin wins. The original Group 3 judge came back to his senses and hurried to announce the result. Do any of you know what happened? Can you tell me? Over at the audience seating, people started to discuss and ask questions could be heard everywhere. How would I know? Why would I ask you? Could it be that Bing Ling did not know how to use that movement, and lost the battle herself? Impossible. Didn't you hear what Bing Ling said? Yi Qin had already shown mercy. The question now is, how did Yi Qin make his move? How did he show mercy? There was no trace at all. Bing Ling was already very powerful. She had used all of her ace attacks. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yi Qin. Up until now he had not lost even once. Not to mention what had just happened, the fact that he could beat Bing Ling, who had hidden her power quite well, was enough to prove his power. There is no doubt that he is one of the top young warriors. We are also clasping Yuan Realm warriors. I can't believe that we have become outsiders at this moment. This is really killing us. What can we do? Battles between sword artists have always been like this. In the ranking competition, Yi Qin and the heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian, would definitely have a battle. I think that battle would be even more mysterious. Both of them are top sword artists at the same level. If they were to fight with all of their power, I am afraid that even people would faint. The more they could not understand how Yi Qin had made his moves, the more people were interested in Yi Qin. Humans' curiosity was always uncontrollable, just like how mysterious powerful warriors were unforgettable, and young girls were easily attracted by mysterious men. Li Daoxian took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Yi Qin's fast sword attack had made him lose his focus slightly. For a sword artist, it was a very serious problem. A sword artist would have to be absolutely calm at all times. Even if the sky was falling, they would not even frown. Yi Qin, this battle between you and me, bring out all of your power. Only your fast sword attack is not enough to beat me. This time, Li Daoxian did not hide his sword intent at all. In the audience seating, feeling Li Daoxian's sword intent, the leader of the Heartless Martial School's frown disappeared. He then looked down at Yi Qin, the young sword artist who had surprised him quite a bit. As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School had seen all kinds of powerful sword artists. But at the Clasping Yuan realm, people who had learned one or two powerful sword art mentalities were not that rare. And up until now, Yi Qin had already performed 4 different sword art mentalities. There was the Cloud mentality, the Thunder mentality, the Illusion mentality, and now the Fast Sword mentality. 4 in total. Among the 4, the Cloud and Thunder were the most common ones. Although Yi Qin could increase their power to a very high level, he still could not go beyond that limit after all. The Illusion mentality was extremely rare, and he was sure that normal sword arts would not be able to create such a horrifying sword art mentality. It should be something that he had figured out himself. Judging from this, he was even more powerful than Li Daoxian. As for the last fast sword mentality, it had shocked him even more. As everyone knew, the simpler something was, the harder it would be to study it. Fast and slow were 2 extremes. Normally, A fast sword art would not be able to create the fast sword mentality, because most of the fast sword arts were not advanced sword arts. Even the ones that could reach the low-rank Earth realm were rare, so how could they contain anything special? At most, they could increase the sword speed through the use of Jinqi and the posture of the sword attack. However, Yi Chen was different. What he had learned was the poetic perspective of fast sword. It was a poetic perspective that had gone beyond the surface. It was no longer limited to the usage of Jinqi and the posture of throwing out the sword. Instead, it was a more mysterious way of increasing the speed of the sword, reaching one limit after another. This was extremely horrifying. The Heartless sword art is a top-rank Earth realm sword art. The emotionless mentality that it has created is extremely horrifying. Combined with the emotionless sword intent, it would be even more powerful. This is Daoxuan's advantage. I hope he can use this advantage to its limit. The leader of the Heartless martial school still thought that Li Daoxin had a higher chance of winning, but he did not want Li Daoxin to be careless, so he had to give it his all. Chapter 261. In the direction of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Turning his head, he saw the headmaster and the fourth master had the same expression. The headmaster was the first to come back to his senses. He forced a smile and said, "Leader, we really could not see through Yi Chen." He did not say that he had underestimated Yi Chen, because Yi Chen's power had already far surpassed them. Plus, Yi Chen had been creating miracles for a long time. Right now, it was obviously not appropriate to say that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Once was underestimating, twice and thrice could barely be counted as underestimating, but after 3 times, it would just be blind confidence. Luo Xinglia nodded heavily. Although I am the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School and have reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm for a long time, I would not be able to survive one attack from him. He estimated that if he participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, he would only be above average, and would not be able to compete with the top martial geniuses. The fourth master said emotionally, in the Windy Nation besides the astral reaching realm warriors, Yi Chen would be the number 1. If he wanted to, he could totally create a small martial institution. With proper management and no one to suppress him, it would only take him 10 years to grow into a rank 9 martial institution. Yeah, with Yi Chen's power he would not have to worry about people wanting to join him. But which of you have seen a top martial genius create their own martial institution? Even if you give them the leader position of a rank 8 martial institution, they would not care. Only the leader position of a rank 6 martial institution would be attractive. But of course not everyone wants power. The headmaster laughed. Although he was shocked by Yi Chen's power, no matter what, the more powerful Yi Chen was, the better it would be. After all, he was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he left the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future, he would still be a friend of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Xinglia was in a good mood as he said, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank only happen once every 3 years. Now that Yi Chen and Su Jing have both achieved amazing results, we do not need to worry anymore. Now, we can just watch the competitions from an appreciative point of view. Besides the martial institution that Yi Chen was in, the other martial institutions were also talking about him. Some of them were friendly, some were curious, and some were evil. In the direction of the Purple Sun School. The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, had a gloomy look on his face. He was already quite annoyed by the fact that his disciples were not able to keep up with the current situation, and the main culprit was, without a doubt, Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, his eldest and second disciples wouldn't have died in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, and if they were still alive, they would definitely have stepped into the clasping Yuan realm by now. And this was only the direct effect. The indirect effect was that his disciples had lost their leader, and had lost the competitive spirit that they used to have. Their progress would be very slow, and in the long run the Purple Sun Martial School would definitely decline and be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School. Leader, this brat is no longer someone that clasping Yuan realm warriors can fight against. Even if we send out dozens of late clasping Yuan realm warriors, they would not be able to stop him. They might even be killed by him. Are we just going to watch him grow stronger and stronger until he becomes an astral reaching realm warrior? A core master of the Purple Sun Martial School sent a Zhenqi message. Tu Chongshan snorted coldly, watch him grow stronger? In your dreams. Last time the leaders of the hunting hall didn't kill him, it was our miscalculation. We didn't expect that the Cloud Dreamer would ask the Thunder Freer to escort him out of the Windy Nation. But this time he will die for sure. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School frowned and sent a Zhenqi message. Do we have to ask the Great Elder to do it? Although the Great Elder can kill Yi Chen, we still need to think about it carefully in case something goes wrong. The Cloud Dreamer is keeping an eye on the Great Elder. Plus, the leader of the South Rudra Martial School obviously thinks highly of Yi Qin. If she knows about this, she might take this opportunity to wipe out our Purple Sun Martial School. Tu Chongshan shook his head. No, the Great Elder can't do it, but it doesn't mean that we can't do anything to him. There are too many astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region. Hearing him, the other core elders suddenly realized what was going on. Although the Great Elder couldn't do it, but if they paid a certain price, it would not be impossible to invite an astral-reaching realm warrior who didn't belong to any school to do it. Then even if the Great Elder was killed, no one would know who did it. A mid-astral-reaching realm warrior might be a bit hard to invite, but a powerful early astral-reaching realm warrior should be no problem. Tu Chongshan sneered. He felt a lot better. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Zhuang Qingxian, was also feeling uneasy. Yi Chen's progress was simply incomprehensible. During Zhuang Fei's celebration party, he was only at the late condensing reality realm, and when the Heaven Dream Ancient Place ended, he was at the early clasping Yuan realm. It had only been a year since they last met, and he had already reached the late clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm. If it was only this, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, his battling power was horrifying. Not to mention the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the Windy Nation, even in the whole South Rudra region, there were only a few clasping Yuan realm warriors who could beat him. In other words, the current Yi Qin had become a threat to the Emerald Martial School, a threat to their dominating position. Given time, when Yi Qin became an astral-reaching realm warrior, the Emerald Martial School would not be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School anymore, because with the addition of Yi Qin, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have 2 astral-reaching realm warriors, and at that time, Yi Qin would not be a normal astral-reaching realm warrior. As for the Emerald Martial School, they only had 3 astral-reaching realm warriors, which would not be able to compete with the top-rank 7 martial institutions. I will watch from the sidelines for now. Once the Purple Sun Martial School attacks Yi Qin, they will definitely make their move. Zhuang Qingxian, who was very cunning, did not plan to make his move yet. Not to mention the consequences of this incident, he did not want to make the Purple Sun Martial School take advantage of him. He would wait until the Purple Sun Martial School failed, then he would think about it. Plus, he did not think that the Purple Sun Martial School would fail because they had failed way too many times. This time they would definitely make a big move. Looking at Yi Qin, Zhuang Qingxian could not calm down for a long time. Why was he not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School? If he was, how great would that be? Zhuang Qingxian felt that it was a pity that Yi Qin was not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School, but also a pity that a top martial genius was about to fall. Yi Qin did not know what the Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School were thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care too much. At most, he would be a bit more cautious. Mo Yin, his ability to see through weaknesses is no weaker than yours. Yi Chen's power had made Lin Yun very uncomfortable. Up until now, he already had the power to fight for the top 5. Therefore he had to pay attention to him. But before that, it was necessary to provoke Mo Yin a little. Among the young generation there were a lot of people who liked Murong Qingqing. Those who did not like her basically did not care about her on the surface, but who knew what they were really thinking. The demon Mo Yin did not like Murong Qingqing. Of course, Lin Yun would not believe it. But since Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were quite close, Mo Yin would definitely mind it. Right now, Yi Qin had revealed his shocking ability to see through weaknesses, which would undoubtedly affect Mo Yin the most. Mo Yin sneered, "There is no need for you to provoke me. There will be a battle between him and me." Lin Yun said, "I think you and I both know about his weaknesses. His martial art rank is obviously low, and his protective Jinqi layer is not that strong. As long as you can hit him once, it will not be hard to win. The key is how to hit him. His flying art rank is not low at all." The importance of martial arts went without saying. No matter how powerful a martial genius was, they would not mind a powerful martial art, because it would not only increase the quality and quantity of Jinqi to a higher level, it would also increase the Jinqi layer of the warrior's protective Jinqi layer. Situations like this often happened in the martial world. 2 lone warriors with similar power and talent, if one of them had a lucky encounter and got a powerful martial art, and the other one did not, the lone warrior would not even be able to break through the other's defense. Then, the lone warrior would only need one attack and he would puke out blood and die. Therefore, under the same condition, the rank of the martial arts would be very important. Right then, Lin Yun was a bit glad that Yi Qin had not trained a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to win against Yi Qin, and the possibility of him losing would be huge. Mo Yin did not say anything. How could he not know about Yi Chen's weaknesses? But it would not be easy to hit him. In the battle with Bing Ling, Yi Chen had performed his flying art to its fullest. If it were not for the fact that Bing Ling had used her ace attack, which had increased the attacking range, it would be hard for him to catch Yi Chen's position. With my Sky Demon eyes, I will definitely be able to see through your movements and beat you completely. Mo Yen took a deep breath and thought to himself. The 9th round of the competition had ended, and the last round of the competition had begun. Without any surprise, Yi Chen's opponent had given up. What a joke. Yi Chen had even beaten Bing Ling. If he did not give up, he would definitely be laughed at by the others. They would think that he had overestimated himself and made a fool out of himself. Group 5 was calm and peaceful, while the group that Mo Yen was in. The second battle, Mo Yen against Tua Baku. A stone had raised 1,000 waves, and the audience seating was once again heated up. Demon Eyes Mo Yen, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, one of the top young warriors. Tua Baku had a mysterious background. Among the top 10 new stars this year, he was ranked equal with Yi Chen, one of the new top young warriors. For an old top young warrior to meet a new top young warrior, just the name alone was enough to make people's blood boil. On the battling platform, Demon Eyes Mo Yen looked at Tua Baku coldly. Up until now, Tua Baku had not lost a single battle yet, and was on par with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, it was him who had seen through all of his opponent's weaknesses. Haha, finally a powerful one. Let's do it. Tua Baku laughed out loud once he got on the platform, his battling intent rising. Sky-reaching hand. Mo Yen moved. He extended his body, leaving layers of shadows behind him, dragging them far away. He waved his hand and countless black palms attacked towards Tua Baku. Not enough, not enough. Show me something more exciting. Tua Baku stood there and took an attack from his opponent. Even his protective Jinqi layer was not broken. What? This defense is way too horrifying. Mo Yan's attack could not even break through his defense. He is indeed worthy of being ranked equal with Yi Chen in the top 10 new stars. Just his defense alone is enough to make people speechless. I wonder what Mo Yen can do? The crowd discussed in a low voice. Mo Yen squeezed his eyes. When he opened them again, a dark red light shot out from his pupils like two beams of light. In his sight, Tua Baku's protective Jinqi layer showed different colors. There were a couple of red dots, which were the weak points of his protective Jinqi layer. His body disappeared all of a sudden, and Mo Yen appeared in front of Tua Baku. He put up his index and middle fingers, poking at the weak spot of his protective Jinqi layer. Swoosh. His protective Jinqi layer had been punctured through, and that sharp finger light landed on Tua Baku's body. Tua Baku could not stop that attack and was blown away into the air. He finally landed on the light wall and stood up like a mountain. There was a small hole in his chest, but his skin was not hurt at all. Mo Yan's deadly attack still could not break through Tua Baku's defense. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 262. Yi Chen could not help but be shocked. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tua Baku had taken one of his punches without being hurt at all. At that time, Yi Chen was not surprised at all, because the 5 Mountain Godly Fist art was only a mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. Even with 50,000 pounds of physical strength, it would still not be as powerful as his sword art. Facing some clasping Yuan Realm warriors with extremely powerful defense, it would naturally not be effective. However, even if Mo Yan's attack had not been at 100% of its power, it would still be at least 80 to 90%. Still, it could not break through Tua Baku's defense, which was quite shocking. A peak-rank Earth Realm defensive technique seems to be more than that. There were a lot of martial arts in this true spirit continent, and they all focused on different things. Some focused on attacking power, like Lu Hanshan's Great Rudra Godly Art. Some focused on speed, like Wu Liangyu's Black Crow Great Art. Some contained special effects, like Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art. Some focused on defense and were called defensive martial arts. Tua Baku should have trained a defensive martial art. Defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were a bit similar. From the outside, the physical defense was very high. However, from a more detailed look, defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were completely different. Defense cultivation techniques attached body protection Jinqi to the surface of the body, and did not directly increase the physical defense. Body forging cultivation techniques, on the other hand, allowed Jinqi to merge into the body and produce strength, directly increasing the physical defense. Tua Baku had obviously trained a top-rank Earth Realm defense martial art, and he had trained it to its 10th level. But a 10th level defense martial art would definitely not be able to block out Mo Yan's attack. Don't forget that Mo Yan had also trained a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, so it would be at its 11th level. If it was at its 11th level, then it might actually be able to achieve this kind of effect, since defense martial arts were all about defense. Mo Yan was both shocked and furious. What kind of joke was this? He couldn't break through the defense? Demon Spirit Finger, break for me? His index and middle fingers were dyed black as Mo Yan yelled and pointed at Tuabaku's ribs. Good timing. Wild God Fist. Tuabaku did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a punch, planning to trade wound for wound. He had no concept of defense or dodging at all. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared and the air collapsed. Facing this punch, Mo Yan even felt so tiny as if he was admitting defeat. He could not help but be shocked. His finger attack could indeed wound Tuabaku, but he knew very well that Tuabaku would only be slightly wounded and would still be able to fight. But if he was hit by this punch, he would at least be badly wounded. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps. His body flashed and Mo Yan's body blurred, as if he had turned into a black chi flow. He dodged Tuabaku's deadly punch and went around to his back. As he pointed out his finger, Tuabaku's protective Jin Chi layer had been punctured through. His two fingers, which were dyed black, stabbed right into his body. Just when he was about to move forward and cause more damage, a layer of dark blue light blocked out his finger light and bounced back, almost breaking his fingers. How is this possible? Even the Demon Spirit Finger couldn't do much damage to him? Mo Yan hurriedly retreated. His facial expression changed again and again. Turning around, Tuabaku touched his back. There was a shallow finger hole about half an inch deep. Blood was pouring out of it. Very good. Now I am going to use my real power. Without wasting any more time, Tuabaku's body shook, and his aura increased drastically. Blue veins popped out of his neck and his face turned red. He reached out both of his arms and the muscles on his arms bulged out. There was a dark blue light inside which looked like snakes and dragons. Ruin 18 fist attacks. Taking a step forward, Tuabaku threw out a punch towards Mo Yan. Then the second punch and the third one followed right after, blocking all of Mo Yan's escape routes. Mo Yan pushed his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps art to its limit, traveling between the incoming fist power. It looked extremely dangerous, like a small boat in the middle of a huge ocean. He could die at any second. However, being one of the top young warriors, Mo Yan would naturally not lose so easily. Until Tuabaku threw out his 17th punch, he still could not hurt Mo Yan. 18th fist attack, brutal dragon movement. As he threw out a punch, the fist power turned into a dragon, waving its claws and roaring into the sky. It opened its mouth and bit onto Mo Yan's body, bringing him towards the dark blue light wall. When it was less than 3 meters away from the light wall, the dragon-shaped fist power suddenly cracked open, and Mo Yan jumped out from within. His face was pale and there were some blood stains on his body. The heavenly demon eye that came with the heavenly demon art was not just for show. Being bitten by the dragon-shaped fist power, Mo Yan activated the heavenly demon eye and soon found the weakness of the fist power. With a single finger he broke the restriction. If it were anyone else they would definitely be helpless. Interesting. An excited light flashed through Tuabaku's eyes. Ever since he left the place where he had lived for more than 10 years, besides the battle with the powerful warrior Yi Qin, he had not met any worthy opponents yet. All the battles before were just for fun. Murong Qingqing shook her head. Her head disciple had met his nemesis. Facing Tuabaku's super powerful defense, the sky demon eyes that could see through all the weaknesses had been pushed aside. Judging on Jinchi capacity and attacking power, Tuabaku was still slightly more powerful than her head disciple. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had the same opinion. Among all the contestants, Tuabaku was without a doubt Mo Yan's biggest nemesis. It did not mean that Mo Yan was weak. In fact, his overall power was almost the same as Tuabaku's. If it were someone else who had the same power as Tuabaku, Mo Yan would not be in this kind of situation. He might even have the upper hand. Thinking about that, Yi Qin could not help but be shocked by Tuabaku's defense. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tuabaku did not use all of his power. As for the reason, he did not really know. Mysterious Spirit Finger. Performing his Ghost Shadow art again, Mo Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. He pointed out his index and middle fingers, and that finger light shot towards Tuabaku's throat. Tuabaku threw out a punch, his fist power covering that finger light. That punch had missed. That finger light was very unpredictable, as if it could teleport. It suddenly appeared right in front of Tuabaku's face, seeming like it was about to destroy his attack. Right then, Mo Yen did not plan to think about anything else. As long as he could beat Tuabaku, it would be fine. Therefore he decided to attack Tuabaku's eyes, trying to blind him. This Mo Yen is so cruel. Other wounds could still be healed, but blindness would be almost impossible. Unless he could find some rare spirit medicine or reach the life and death realm, he would be blind for the rest of his life. What else can he do? Tuabaku's defense is just too insane. Regarding Mo Yan's method, everyone had different opinions. Tuabaku performed his flying art for the first time. He bent his back, looking like a huge dragon swimming in the air, barely dodging that finger light. Mysterious Spirit Seven Finger. Mo Yen sneered as he reached out both of his hands, shooting out 7-finger light in a row. Swoosh. Tuabaku's flying art was still not as good as Mo Yan's. Although he had dodged 6 of the finger light, he would not be able to dodge the last one. Luckily he managed to tilt his head at that critical moment. That finger light did not hit his eyes, and only his eyebrows were shaved off. It was not Tuabaku's style to be attacked passively. He did not wait for his body to stabilize before he threw out a punch onto the ground. The blue and black light spread out like waves, turning into a Zhen-Chi black dragon, attacking toward Mo Yen. Mo Yen was about to perform his flying art to dodge when the Zhen-Chi black dragon suddenly exploded. It turned into a black halo and shot out, landing on his protective Zhen-Chi layer. Boom. Mo Yen was blown backward. His previous small wound combined with the new wound made him unable to hold it anymore. He puked out a huge chunk of blood. Brutal dragon movement. Without stopping, Tuabaku threw out another punch. The fist power turned into a dragon and bit onto Mo Yan's body for the second time, bringing him toward the dark blue light wall. A loud sound was heard as Mo Yen fell onto the ground. Tuabaku wins. The judge announced the result in time. Mo Yan's wound was not light, and everyone from the Sky Demon Martial School must be panicking. They would not dare to waste any more time. Hee, this is great. Tuabaku was enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he had this kind of feeling. Looking at Tuabaku, who only had one eyebrow left, Yi-Chin shook his head and laughed. It was Mo Yan's misfortune to run into him. But even if he could not run into him now, he would still run into him in the ranking competitions. It would be impossible for him to avoid it. Plus, he and the top young warriors would each have their own battles, including Murong Qingqing. Yi-Chin looked over at Murong Qingqing and she happened to look over as well. Murong Qingqing smiled lightly and said with her Zhen-Chi, "In the ranking competitions I will not give up." Of course. Yi-Chin would not underestimate Murong Qingqing, because judging from her soul power she was even more powerful than Mo Yen, just like the fire spirit prince Yan Qihua Lin Yun and the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian. No one would believe it even if he said it out. Although there was a difference in power and battling power, and the more powerful warriors might not be able to beat the slightly weaker ones, the more powerful ones would have a higher chance of winning. It was rare for the weaker ones to beat the stronger ones after all. Plus, Murong Qingqing was one of the calmest warriors he had ever met. She could be ranked in the top 3, and Lin Yun and Mo Yen were both weaker than her in terms of calmness. The two looked away and did not look at each other again. The 10th round of competitions was a bit slower. It was the last round, and a lot of the young warriors who might be able to make it to the next round had revealed all of their ace attacks. Whether they could make it to the Hidden Dragon rank or not, it all depended on this moment. After a while, Su Jing had beaten her opponent and was ranked 4th in the ranking. She would definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Right now, only Lynch was left on the stage. After 2 battles, Lynch went up. His opponent was not easy to deal with. His score was 1 point higher than his. One of them was ranked 10th while the other was ranked 11th. Whoever lost would probably fall out of the top 12 and lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. The battle had been going on for a long time, and both of them had been wounded. As his Zhen-Chi was running out, Lynch had exploded. He did not care about his defense at all as he attacked his opponent in a brutal and bloody way. It seemed like he was going to risk his life. His opponent was very strong, but unfortunately he was not as brave and fearless as Lin Chi. Under Lin Chi's crazy attacks, his opponent retreated again and again. In the end, he revealed a flaw and was defeated by Lin Chi, whose white clothes were stained with blood. Right now, Lynch was almost certain to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Time flew like water. After half an hour, the 10th round had finished completely. The top 12 warriors of each group would make it to the Hidden Dragon rank and become the new powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank. The rest of them would lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. However, those who were older than 21 years old would still have a chance to make it to the next Hidden Dragon rank. Chapter 263. Those who are not involved, please leave. The head judge stood up right then. He pushed his Zhenyuan and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Hearing him, all of the young warriors who had been eliminated walked out of the battling ground. There were only 72 people left, who were indeed the powerful warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. Alright, you all stand on the battling platform and accept the baptism of the Dragon Fountain Chi. Do not panic when the time comes. The head judge was very familiar with the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, so he knew some of the secrets of the Hidden Dragon ancient city. Most of the young warriors had participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank before, so they were not surprised at all. Only a small part of the young warriors who had not heard much of the news were a bit confused. However, seeing the others flying onto the battling platforms, they did not say much and followed suit, standing with the people who were close to them. There were 6 battling platforms in total on the abyss. The number of people on each platform was different. Some had more than 20 people, while the others only had 7 or 8 people. On the 5th battling platform, Yi Qin, Su Jing and Lynch stood together. Next to them were the young warriors from the other few countries around the Windy Nation. Yi Qin said, "I think this Dragon Fountain Chi is related to luck. I wonder how it will baptize us." Su Jing was just about to say something when she suddenly noticed that more than 50% of the young warriors had something different on their bodies. Outside of their bodies, countless dragon-shaped shadows were waving their claws, roaring towards the sky. The dragon-shaped shadows were of different sizes, clear and blurry, majestic and weak. Among them, Sikong Sheng and the other top young warriors were the most powerful. The dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were 70 to 80 meters long, with clear shapes and majestic expressions. A strange pressure had covered the whole place. This is the Dragon Fountain Chi? Lynch seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Qin looked around and realized that all the warriors with dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were all the powerful warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank, who had been baptized by the Dragon Fountain Chi. Meanwhile, the new young warriors were just like them, with nothing different on their bodies. They all looked at each other. After about a quarter of an hour, the faint roar of a dragon came from the abyss between the stages. Immediately after, streams of dragon-shaped chi rushed out and entered everyone's body. Soon after, they drilled out again and floated outside their bodies. Yi Qin was slightly surprised. Just now, he clearly felt the existence of the dragon-shaped chi flow. It first entered his body through his Baihui acupoint, and then circulated through his flesh and bones. Finally, it escaped from various acupoints in a unique way and formed a dragon-shaped shadow outside his body. It might have been an illusion, but Yi Qin sensed that his condition had improved. Ours are only this small. Look at them, they are all 3 to 4 zhang in size, and there are even some that are 7 to 8 zhang in size. Some of the up-and-coming youngsters didn't understand what was going on, and were discussing spiritedly amongst themselves. The contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank already had dragon-shaped shadows floating outside of their bodies. After the dragon-shaped chi flow had been poured in, the dragon-shaped shadow had become even bigger, almost twice its original size. For example, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Sikong Sheng's body was already the biggest, reaching 8 zhang. But now it had become around 8 and 20 meters long. Standing on the battling platform, it was extremely eye-catching. The fire spirit Prince Yan Qihua, the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling and Mo Yen were all above 7 zhang. Murong Qingqing was also more than 5 zhang. As for the new young warriors like Yi Qin, their dragon-shaped shadow was only 3 meters long, which was nowhere close to these people. Steal. Yi Qin and Su Jing looked at each other. If their guess was right, the dragon vein chi was not static. There should be some way to steal the opponent's dragon vein chi. However, this was a competition, so there was only one way to steal it, and that was to defeat the opponent and win the competition. In the audience seating, Luo Xinglia smiled and said, "Right now, the Dragon Fountain Chi can only increase one's luck, and cannot be used on the martial institutions. Once we get back to the martial institutions, the Dragon Fountain Chi will be infused into the foundation of the martial institutions to increase their luck. As for the mysteries, I don't think even the Seas of Soul's Realm warriors would be able to understand them all." The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School said, "Then after this competition, let Yi Qin go to the Sky Cloud Martial School first? It depends on his personal will. We can't force him. However, he will most likely go back. The dragon vein chi can not only bring prosperity to the sect, but also the clan. The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, looked at the dragon vein chi on the young warriors with envy. If the Purple Sun Martial School also had the dragon vein chi, they would definitely continue to prosper. However, all of this had been ruined by him. He looked at Yi Qin and a deep killing intent flashed through his eyes. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Zhuang Qingxian, thought to himself, the Emerald Martial School has been dominating the Windy Nation for a long time. Even without the dragon vein chi, they would still continue to prosper. It will not be easy for the Sky Cloud Martial School to catch up. When the next Hidden Dragon rank competition starts, the Emerald Martial School will definitely have the dragon vein chi again. Both of them valued the dragon vein chi very much. Plus, the dragon vein chi in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was different from the outside world. The dragon vein in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was the main dragon vein in the whole South Rudra region. The dragon vein chi that was produced was extremely powerful and full of luck, which was very important to the development of the martial institutions. After all, who would not want their own martial institutions to be covered with luck and have many geniuses? Waiting until the dragon-shaped shadow on the young warriors' bodies had stabilized, the 8-foot-long dragon-shaped shadow outside of Sikong Sheng's body suddenly roared into the sky, looking extremely majestic. Right after that, the dragon-shaped shadows outside of Yan Qihua and Lin Yun's bodies also started to roar, followed by Li Daoxian, Bing Ling, and Mo Yan. In the end, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Qin and the rest's bodies started to roar as well. However, compared to those people before them, their roars seemed to be very weak and did not have enough power. From this, it could be easily seen who had more dragon fountain chi. Sikong Sheng made a face and said lightly, in the past 1,000 years, the largest dragon-shaped shadow had only been 28 meters. This time, I want to reach 23 meters and surpass the ancient warriors. 9 is the most powerful part of the dragon-shaped shadow. Head brother, you are way more powerful than them. It will be easy for your dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters. Indeed. Head brother, you have the king-level bloodline inside your body. Together with the 23 meters dragon-shaped shadow, it will be perfect. The others will just be the background for you. There were a lot of powerful warriors in the Floating Mountain Martial School. The few core disciples did not think that Sikong Sheng would lose the first-place title. Once he got enough dragon fountain chi, it would be very easy for his dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters, since this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would be the most exciting one in the past 1,000 years. Yan Qihua and Lin Yun looked at Sikong Sheng at the same time. This time I will not only beat you, but also increase my dragon-shaped shadow to 23 meters. Sikong Sheng, wait for me. No matter who it is, they will all be defeated by me, Lin Yun. As for the dragon fountain chi, I will take it all. The difference between the first and second place of the Hidden Dragon rank's dragon-shaped shadow was too huge. Sikong Sheng was the first place, and his dragon-shaped shadow had reached 23 meters. Meanwhile, Yan Qihua, who was ranked second, had only reached 23 meters, and Lin Yun, who was ranked fifth, had also reached 23 meters. In other words, the difference between the second place and the top 10 was not that big. Only the first place was the most powerful, and the gap between the two was very obvious. Correspondingly, the luck of the first place could be compared with 2 or 3 top 10 warriors, which was very eye-catching. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.